Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a beautiful, beautiful Friday. Thank God it's Friday. That's what they say. And we have a lot to be grateful for. God has been faithful. Today is the last working day of the week. So it's a beautiful day. We're going to have a fantastic session today. So please, um, all right. Okay. Thank you very much for power tapping for 4.3K likes. Please don't stop and let's keep power tapping so we can get uh, more people to get in there. Let's just check to be sure YouTube is good. Please let's power tap on TikTok and kindly click on the link. Sorry, click on the heart icon above my head to join the team. Remember of the team, please click on it and drop a heart me. Every gift helps us to get every gift helps us to get the live on the FYP. So please let's um, do that. Thank you. Okay, let's see what YouTube is saying, and then we can get into this conversation. Okay, so YouTube is fine. Ẹni gèlè mi bá worí ẹ̀ lómi adé. Ní fìlà mi bá worí ẹ̀ lómi ẹ má torí mi. Gèlè ọdún bí kàmọ́ wé. Kàmọ́ wé kò dàbí kó yẹ ni. All right, lovely, lovely day today. We're going to get into the news and all of that. But normally, we're supposed to continue our series. Awolowo and Akintola, sorry, Awolowo, Akintola and the battle for the West. Today we're supposed to have part three. But we're going to take a short break and I'll explain. So, someone sent me a message yesterday morning. Someone came up during the live session we had yesterday. Someone sent me another message this morning. And it's like there's certain things that are coming to the fore, um, especially about Asaba. Now, I'd read the report on Asaba on Wednesday, but I didn't really go deep into it. I just read the news because they were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Asaba Massacre. So I mentioned it, and then also tried to explain just a little bit, but we didn't go too deep into it. Anyway, it looks like a lot of people want to know about what happened, so I said today we'll just talk about it, maybe deeper than we did on Wednesday, which was just for a few minutes. However, I thought, what, rather than just talking about it, why not refresh, right? So I decided to read a couple of books just to be sure, the details and my stats. Only to discover that there's actually a lot to talk about, and so I felt, why not let's have a session dedicated just to Asaba Massacre and cover as much as we can in that one session. And if we finish, then we can move on to, if we finish to, like, say, in that maybe 1 hour or so, then we can move on to another topic or continue with our series, then continue with the series on Monday. So we're still on Awolowo, Akintola, and the battle for the West. That's part three, but most likely that will be on Monday. So today I want us to actually settle down, and rather than just talk about Asaba in passing, because I noticed a number of people are sending messages. Some people are tagging me, in some videos. I think it's important that we talk about it. So that way we also acknowledge, and I've said it several times, that if there's any event, right, in the entire civil war, that, I mean, there are other things that Nigeria is, you know, guilty of doing, but if there's anyone that you can say Nigeria messed up here, it will be Asaba Massacre. And not a lot is said about it, but today we're going to discuss it. The person who asked me yesterday asked for sources. I gave him two. Well, today I'll be reading from a number of sources, and so we're reading from the Nigerian Civil War by John the St. Joe, reading the Midwest reaction to Biafran invasion by Uswanlele Ilawa. We'll also read um, There Was a Country by Achebe. Although I said that I know what I said, but I think we're going to read something just to prove the point that the man was committed to propaganda even in his old age, sadly. But we're going to read what he has to say. And then, of course, the other papers that we're going to get into today. There's a paper called The History and Legacy of the Asaba Massacre. We'll read that as well. Okay? That one is by Elizabeth Bird and Fraser M. Otanelli. So we'll do all of that before we go today. Before we get into all of this interesting stuff, we're going to begin with the news. So, but before we do that, please let me just do a little housekeeping. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Like, I need you to please do that, because that's where the algorithm will be able to recommend it to others. Thank you very much for the money gone CEO coded. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody, please be like CEO. I know a lot of you are CEOs, so do the CEO thing. Every gift, apart from the fact that I like gifts, so that it gets on the FYP. So please do that. Drop a heart, me, drop a gift, whatever you can do to support and help us push this stuff. All right. Where to begin? Today with the news. 2 days. I mean, we're here on Wednesday. We're here yesterday, but we read news only three times a week. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but we are here every weekday. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that in the last 2 days, a whole lot of things have happened. Of course, we're not going to be able to cover everything, but we're going to. Dear. I don't know. Sorry, does anybody here engage X like Twitter? Like you, are you constant on X on Twitter? Do you engage people on X? I just want to know. I want to say something, but I want to make sure that I want to ask a question, really, but I want to have like an understanding before I ask that question. Does anybody here have interactions on Twitter, on X? That's the only app that has two names, apparently. noticed something. I don't think there's many. I mean, there are same people on X apparently, but I don't think the same people are that many. Um, Especially from the southeast, the ones that use X. I don't think there are many same people from that part. So somebody asked me a question today. I took the time to actually take screenshots of pages, put those pages on Twitter, and the person still turned what the pages were saying, still turned it. I was like, ṣé pé wọ́n fi nǹkan mi ṣe wọ́n ṣe àwọn èèyàn kan tó ń fi sórí X yẹn because it's amazing the way people actually interpret, things that any sane person will be able to understand. But anyway, let us begin with good news. Tinubu has appointed somebody from the North Central. Excuse me. Tinubu has appointed somebody from the North Central, and we still don't have a South. Tinubu just did not. I don't know why he's marginalizing Yoruba, Southwesterners particularly. He is marginalizing Southwesterners. And for instance, we've had most of our INEC chairmen have been from the South, starting in 1964. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Of the 12 INEC chairman, INEC, NEC, or FEDECO, so INEC as a broad term, of those 12, 7, about 7 chairmen from South. We've had 3 from Southeast. We've had 1 from Northwest, 1 from Northeast. But we don't have anyone from Southwest, can you imagine? But we are happy that North Central now has 1 person. And all jokes aside, that 1 person also happens to be a Yoruba person, but he's from North Central. His name is Professor Joash Amukbito. Where it says, it's true now, no Southwest, it didn't put anybody. We've not had a Southwesterner. If you are doing all these zonal things, I always shouting marginalization. Everybody shouts marginalization. It's been mostly South, 3 Southeasterners, 1 Northwesterner, and 1 Northeasterner. But at least now there's 1 North Central person. His name is Professor Joash Amukbito. I kind of like that name. I've never heard that kind of name before, but I think it's beautiful. Amukbito. Whoever gave them that name, very creative. I read a few things about him before we go on. According to a statement shared on X by the President's Special Advisor, which I think let me just read that statement instead of reading according to. You know what? Let's. Number. I don't want to explain what's happening. I'm going to explain so. Who is this? There's someone. Don't you think it's too early to be disturbing people in the comment section? Eh? Don't think so. Let me read from Bayo Onanuga himself. State House press release. National Council of State unanimously approves appointment of Professor Amukwiton as INEC chairman. National Council of State has approved the nomination of Professor Joash Ojo Amukwiton, SAN, from the North Central as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu presented Amukwiton as the nominee to fill the vacant position following Professor Mahmoud Yakubu's exit. Yakubu served the council that Amukwiton is the first person from and is apolitical. Council members unanimously supported the nomination with Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, describing Amukwiton as a man of integrity. In compliance with the Constitution, President Tinubu will now send Amukwiton's name to the Senate for screening. Amukwiton, 58, from Ayetoro Gbede, Ijumu, local government area in Kogi State, is a professor of law at the University of Jos Plateau. He's also an alumnus of the university. He specializes in company law, law of evidence, corporate governance, and privatization law. He became a senior advocate of Nigeria in September 2014. Amkutan was born on April 25, 1967. After completing primary and secondary education, he attended Kwara State Polytechnic Ilorin from 1982 to 1984 and the University of Jos from 1984 to 1987. He was called to the bar in 1988, earned an LLM at UniJos in 1993, and a PhD in 2007, amid an academic career service at the Bauchi State Publishing Corporation in Bauchi from 1988 to 1989. Currently, is Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Jos and also a Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of Joseph Ayo Babalola University in Osun State. He's a board member of Integrated Dairies Limited in Form, a member of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies Governing Council, and a member of the Council of Legal Education, among other roles. He was also a board member of Risk Oil Limited. He has authored many books, including Corporate Governance Models and Principles, and so on and so forth. He's married and has 4 children. Congratulations to Professor Amupita. I don't know him that much, but I love that name. I think it's just beautiful. I know I've said it before, but permit me. Anyway, people have gone to town. Clearly, we mentioned that he's the chairman of the governing council in Jabu. That's Joseph Ayo Babalola University. So people have gone to town looking for his images and stuff, and they are sharing that he's a pastor, he's an elder in the CAC. So people are saying we're going to give him a benefit of the doubt. He's said to be a devoted Christian, and so on and so forth. So we're looking forward to that, but I'm really looking forward to him doing well in his role. I'd like to play something from a friend of his. They go way back. I think that's a good place to begin today's session. The person we're about to listen to is Ayo Olowoniyi, retired director, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. He's here to talk about his childhood friend, Professor Amukpito. Take a listen.
Charles, Prof. Amukpito Josh, as we all will call him. We all grew up together. I've known him for a couple of decades back. We grew up together, really. His father was my primary school teacher.
Wow.
Our fathers were teachers. And that's how we got together. We went to secondary school in the same town, Kaba. He went to St. Barnabas College, while I went to St. Augustine's College. We both proceeded to what then was the Kwara State College of Technology. From there, we both went to the University of Jos. Guess what? We both went to Bauchi State for our youth service.
Wow.
And then we parted ways. Amukpito went into the academics. Well, I chose law enforcement. And here we are. Amukpito, as Eniola Bello has told you, he's a dedicated fellow. He's a friend's friend, a friend in need. I have a story of Amukpito in my life. When I had a blip in my career, and Amukpito rose to my support, took my matter from trial court straight up to the Court of Appeal, and did not ask for a penny. Luckily, we won all matters, and I got reinstated back to my job. What do we expect of Prof. Amukpito? I think his legacy will be he will let Nigerians elect their leaders. And this is key. He's not going to be the INEC chairman that will say, go to court. Go to court. We're going to support Amukpito with prayers. He's a hard worker. He's dedicated. And as the and as the governor of our state pointed out, he's a man of integrity. Character is key in this that we are doing. The INEC job is a tough job, and the tougher, the harder he's going to work. So we have hope that Ampiton will take us up a notch, better than from where we are now. We thank the president for appointing him, and we have high hopes that Ampiton will succeed in this task that he has.
So that's something from his friend Oloni, who used to be with the EFCC, and that's something to celebrate, So looking forward to the fantastic things that he's going to achieve as the chairman of INEC. But I'd like to listen to him personally or directly speak on Channels TV, where he was interviewed by Sheon Okinbaloye. Please take a listen.
Professor Amputon, what is your own take on this?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, the concept of immunity arose as a result of tradition from England, where it is assumed that the queen can do no wrong. And the tradition was built over the years that the queen can be entrusted with anything, and then you can go to sleep. In Nigeria, the problem we have with immunity, even starting from the executive, is that the immunity leads to impunity. And you see that tradition, which Britain or United States, they have built around that type of tradition. We're yet to have it in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we play politics of power and not the politics of the people.
Apologies to both.
So I remember,
Professor.
That was in 2020 when he was on channels to discuss the implications of the immunity clause bill that year. So it also tells you the kind of person he is and where his mind is at. So that's actually very good. Back to Baranuga, the spokesman or the spokesperson for the presidency. Information and strategy to President Tinubu. He released a statement yesterday. President Tinubu pardons Herbert Macaulay. Vatsa Lawan grants clemency to 82 inmates. Major General Maman Gia Vatsa, one of these days we should have a session of Vatsa. We should. Well, himself and Vangida and what happened. One of these days we'll have a session on that. Major General Maman Gia Vatsa, sentenced to death over a treason charge in 1986, has received a posthumous pardon from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Vatsa, a poet, was among the 17 people who received presidential pardons following the endorsement of the National Council of State, which met in Abuja on Thursday. President Tinubu has also granted a posthumous pardon to Herbert Macaulay, a Nigerian nationalist and co-founder, along with Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. Macaulay was the party's first president, which played a pivotal role in Nigeria's struggle for independence. However, in 1913, Macaulay was believed unjustly convicted by the British colonialists and banned from public office. Macaulay died in 1946, but the stigma of being an ex-convict was not exorcised from his records until now. President Tinubu also pardoned 4 former convicts, including former House of Representatives member Farouk Lawan, Mr. Anastasia Daniel Nwobia, Barrister Uzeni Umar, and Ayinla Seldu Alanamu. They were pardoned to enable them to integrate into society, having demonstrated sufficient remorse. Nweke France Chibueze, serving a life sentence for cocaine, was pardoned, along with Dr. Nwogu Peters, who had served 12 out of his 17-year court. Paul Levera, Felix Norte, Baribo Bera, Barinem Kiobel, and John Uine were formally pardoned. At the same time, the president awarded national honors to the Ogoni Four: Chief Albert Bade, Chief Edward Kobani, Chief Samuel Orage, and Theophilus Orage. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. In exercising his constitutional power of mercy, President Tinubu granted clemency to 82 inmates and reduced the prison terms of 65 others. He gave a reprieve for 7 inmates on the death row by commuting their sentences to life imprisonment. So that's that about that. based on what the president did, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, had this to say. He said, since the president could pardon a cocaine pusher, that it's important for him to also pardon Nnamdi Kanu. I am still thinking, how would you pardon a person who has not been convicted of anything? But what do I know? Anyway, this is Omoyele Sowore and his understanding of how things should be in Nigeria. Take a listen, please.
I'm not shocked because I think on your show I once declared that Kanu's predicament, his ordeal, is as a result of some persons in the Southeast who took a decision that his release would jeopardize their political career and future. That I know as far back as when Tinubu freshly became president, because I was part of some conversation to release him. And they said at that time, Imo elections are coming. If it comes out, APC might not win. And subsequently, I realized that some of the communiques you see is just, word of mouth by day. When they go at night or when they meet Tinubu, it's likely that they have a different position. And when I started contacting them in the last 24 hours, I'm shocked. Some of them that I used to be able to reach just switched off their lines. The ones I sent messages never responded. I reached out to Soludo, who I know personally.
That's Charles Soludo,
the governor of Anambra State.
Right.
No response till now. I reached out to Alex Oti. Alex Oti used to be a columnist for Sahara Reporters, so I know him personally. No response till now. The only response I got was a nominal response that, no, we shouldn't have dragged us the way you did. Reached out to Peter Obi, they said he's in Rome. But I sent a message that, you can behave as the Romans do too, just be part of this. But some have been encouraging. Senator Abaribe, I reached out to him, he responded, he said, I'm in on this. And I know that Abaribe suffered when he was a shorty for Kanu. In fact, I was sleeping on Abaribe's bed at the DSS in 2019, shortly after he was released, because he was shorty for Nnamdi Kanu. So the rep from his state at the National House of Rep also assigned publicly, but there is no unified response from Southeastern political leaders or traditional rulers or even the religious priesthood there, which many had expected would happen. But a lot of young people have signed up to this, and you can see that the Nigerian government is already pushing back because they've seen the response to be unequivocally in support of the release of Nnamdi Kanu at this time. I don't think they were expecting that such a response would be so favorable and swift.
All right. So that's Omoyele Sowore. He also says here on his Twitter handle, on Twitter page, he says, okay, good. Today, President Bola Tinubu extended pardons to a long list of convicted individuals, including a cocaine trafficker serving a life sentence, an alleged coup plotter, Maman Vatsa, the late Nnamdi Azikiwe and Herbert Macaulay, and even Farouk Lawan, the former lawmaker convicted for taking bribes on tape. He also pardoned other known fraudsters and corrupt politicians. Yet in all of this, Tinubu refuses even to consider the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has been unjustly detained for years despite multiple court orders mandating his freedom. It is a glaring hypocrisy. Criminals and political thieves are forgiven, celebrated and rehabilitated, while a man demanding self-determination and justice remains behind bars and tossed around in courts with the pretense that somehow it is about the law. So Sowore wants us to believe that this man has done nothing. They're just doing this, because he's fighting for self-determination. Well, first I'd like us to listen to a particular recording on X, and then from there we'll listen to Nnamdi Kanu himself and see if people just hate him because, he's fighting for self-determination. And like Sowore said in another video, it says that Nigerians can do certain things. I think I should play that video so that you hear him say it directly. Give me a second, let me find it. It was on that, I think it was on the same thing where he said, Nigerians can do whatever they like or something like that, but that Igbo Nigerians are not allowed to do it. I don't know what the video is. Anyway, it's was on Arise TV. All right, that it's only Igbo Nigerians who are not allowed to do certain things. Because of course, once you, like someone said, if you want to get the Igbos to support you, just tell the world that the Igbos are victims. That's all you need to do. Oh, I found it. It says Nigerians can get away with a lot of things, but Igbo Nigerians cannot. That's Omoyele Shore. Okay, that's his own, idea of, how Nigeria is structured. Anyway, while he's being, supportive of Nnamdi Kanu, some people from the southeast had this to say. Please take a listen to this.
Move to Katsina, they will pardon you there. Pack your bag and go to Zamfara. You will be pardoned. If you like, go and join Asari Dokobo. You can get amnesty. And then they will start paying you. You know what happen in Igbo land. Ayi na so baranso. Igbo people na so baranso. Our barama no bonso na Igbo. Keep watching the leaders who are saying this from Igbo land to start with. The state of all that 2,000 head, human head, to bury Ikonso, a notorious criminal. And the Igbo politicians are going around telling Tinubu and the Nigerians that he hasn't done anything. He went on his radio and said he has gotten 400 heads of Ndune, 2,000 heads of Ndune.
Wait, I'll be back. I have a call.
Okay, Mama. 400 heads of Ndune, if not Umibo. And the people will ask questions. That is, Abayoko on the television, going around threatening the people. If you say one, they will tell you and they will catch you. In Igbo land,
Igurube, this person that you are responding to is not even an Igbo.
No, my own. Let him go and tell it to Oga.
Let us handle him like the idiot that he is.
Oga Igurube. Let him go and tell it to Oga. Go tell the Oga where be so worried. Go tell so worried, make him talk with him Nnamdi Kanu talk. Go tell so worried, make him talk with him Nnamdi Kanu talk. Not to come here and talk nonsense. Tell so worried will be Oga. Kayako here Nnamdi Kanu. Let's know that you work and life in Nigeria today. You come here and be talking nonsense. Let's go worry talk what why let's go worry talk offering consular. Let's go worry talk.
All right. Those are Igbo people talking about this, and one of them said, "Let's Showore talk." So let's have Showore talk, and then we'll go to other things. Take a listen to Omoyele Showore again.
He made an open declaration in court where he said, "Give me 5 minutes. If I'm released, I'm going to end the violence in the Southeast." He made the declaration in court last year. What does you want from him? And you are the government, at any rate, you have a duty to protect the public. It's not his job to protect the Southeast or the Southwest. But the truth is that I have said this, and I'll repeat again. If you are a Nigerian, you can get away with a lot of things. But if you are Igbo, Nigerian, you can't get away with a lot of things. Yes.
But you're not getting away with much.
Yes, but the odds are stacked against you because you're coming with zero, and they will do to you. I mean, it was in this country that there's a Yoruba nation movement. They even went and hijacked a radio station last year. Did you hear of any trial? Did you hear of any arrest? I'm not using that. I'm not saying that that should not be the case, but we must tell ourselves the truth. That it just doesn't look good that these the Igbos are marginalized in every sector, including in the justice sector. To get a trial wrapped up in 10 years is that so difficult to do, especially when you claim that you have evidence that this person has committed these grievous crimes. Nothing has been done. There's nobody who's been presented as a witness. The only witness that was presented in this case did not accuse him of any crime. He didn't say he found a gun on him or he was importing ammunition or weapons or had a grenade. Declaration that he wants Biafra. And I've checked the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution. There's nowhere it is stated that it's a crime to say that he wants Biafra.
Yeah. Well,
some people cannot just disappoint me again. They used to disappoint me before, but once you have low expectation, it becomes very difficult for anybody to disappoint you. But let me just quickly respond to some of the things they said before I play something from. I'll read to you. I'll respond to some of the things they said about Yoruba Nation agitators. Take a listen to this Igbo commentator.
Anybody that needs fanatical followership, the Igbos are always their target. Once they have access to the media and they want committed followership, they always penetrate the Igbos and begin to speak on their behalf because they know our weakness as a people. A lot of popular people, a lot of influential people in Nigeria have actually taken advantage of the Igbos.
Yeah. I think this other person wants to take advantage of Igbos. So let's start with some of the things he said. He said they took over a radio station. They did not. They were going to take over the secretariat, not a radio station. And it was last year. On Saturday, April 13, 2024, a group of people suspected of being Yoruba Nation agitators attempted to invade the Oyo State Government Secretariat and the State House of Assembly in Agodi, Ibadan. They reportedly wore military camouflage, carried weapons and other paraphernalia, guns, cutlasses, charms, uniforms, camouflage gear, and so on, and allegedly intended to forcefully take over government facilities. So what happened afterwards? Security operatives, police, and other agencies intervened, forcing them back and preventing the takeover. Initially, 20 suspects were arrested in connection with the attempt. Subsequently, 29 suspects were arraigned in court on various charges. They were arraigned before the magistrate court at Ibadan. The charges include treasonable felony, conspiracy, unlawful society, illegal possession of firearms, going armed in public, conduct likely to cause breach of peace, and so on. Some of those arrested are elderly, including women, and the list of names has been published. You can read the names later. The court remanded them in custody, that's the Agodi Correctional Facility, pending further hearings. And then the case has been adjourned. They had the hearing in August last year. That was adjourned subsequently. The idea that when Yoruba people did it, nobody did something is ridiculous. Because what I'm about to say right now, how do people do this thing? Oh, when Yoruba people did it, nobody did anything. I just read what happened. 29 suspects. And guess what? The reason Yoruba land is peaceful is actually because we spoke up against it. The reason there's no peace in the southeast is because they did not speak. They celebrated it. They didn't speak against it. It was another savior. Nnamdi Kanu. They sang a song. That same song they sang it for Ojuku. They sang it for Nnamdi Kanu. The idea that people are allowed to do anything because they're Yoruba is nonsense. And I don't care who is saying it. It's rubbish. They were literally arrested, arraigned in court. They are still in detention. They are still in prison. And about they always, in case you didn't mention Igbo, but some people also mentioned Igbo. Igbo was actually arrested in Benin Republic, and it was kept under house arrest. And Nigerian representatives, lawyers, representing Nigeria, were going there, right, to essentially as accusers. I'm looking for the word litigants, right? I think that's the proper legal term. The idea that if you are Igbo, you are marginalized, but if your Yoruba person does it, nobody touches him. It's nonsense. The person who is saying it is doing it because of what the young man here said, that if you're looking for a way to amass a large following, just start telling them that they are the best in sliced bread and they will be marginalized. Everybody just forgets whatever and start following you. So Igbo was arrested in 2021 in Benin Republic, and following a DSS raid in Nigeria, and the arrest was related to alleged crimes in both Nigeria and Benin Republic. And it was in 2023 that he was released by the Benin Republic government. So this whole thing where you're looking for a way to compare yourself with Yoruba people in order to assert, that somehow you're being marginalized is actually the reason people are still under this hold of nonsense in the South, is because once you think everybody hates you, you just start acting anyhow. And one of the people acting anyhow in recent times is this one who calls himself a prophet. I don't know whether it's a prophet or a comedian, or both. But I know he sings very well and he dances very well as well. And he has Indaboski Bahose. He has plenty powers. But the one he wants to release to Nigeria right now, please take a listen to what Odumeje had to say about what's happening right now. Again, Southeast, may God heal the land in the Southeast. May God give them leaders. Because I want only dealers, they are not leaders. But take a listen to this.
Igbo people did not take their right. If Igbo did not take their right to rule in Nigeria, I will divide Nigeria. I forget about when I talk, some people take things and ask about Dangote the way I speak. When I raise the voice of power, and no one can stop it. And once Igbo people did not take their right, this country has already decided and said, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, if that right is not given to the Igbo people, and for them to take their own right to rule, I will divide Nigeria. It's not a promise. Don't say how it will happen. A word of the prophet is irrevocable. Yes, sir. If he said it's impossible, then I will prove it to you. One thing is sure, and I have never ever conduct when it comes for battle, and then I do. Nobody. That is the lion for you. Igbo must take their right in Nigeria. And let me tell you, many fathers in outside Yoruba have spoiled the heart of their children. Only property you see destroy in Lagos are Igbo's properties because of jealousy and enviness. Why I am saying this? So that two people will not be using that they build it in a long, they build it in a wrong area. That is what they are filling the mind of people. Now lie, or governor, and all the people that you people are doing those rubbish, we know your heart. To setting on that demolishment again, it will not be that way anymore. And we have taken that rubbish enough for this country. It happened many years ago. Outside people started their own, destroying Igbo businesses. And now Igbo people has already relocated out of. Now Lagos people have started their own again. This is a last warning. Let such nonsense of demolition of Igbo property not repeat himself again. Because of progress of Igbo. And Igbo don't hide their progress. They will be showing in Lagos and gather themselves, celebrating money. And you see them, many of them, all of them, leeches men. And Yoruba people say, our people are not doing that. Igbo, Omo Igbo, Omo Igbo, Omo Igbo, Omo Igbo. Okay, you cannot stop who we are. God has only collected Igbo people to be people that struggle. And there is no place they enter they cannot develop. It is their destiny. If I can't say it now, nobody.
There's no place they enter they cannot develop except their home or their region. That one does not, you can develop. Why do people say develop? I don't like that thing. Just develop. Like, it's not that difficult. Apart from their own region, but they can develop every other place that need development. That's what is called rada. Many are mad, few are roaming. Many are mad, but very few are roaming. The ones who are roaming, may God heal them. The other ones who are mad, may God provide help for them because they need it. I'm looking for a longer version where he spoke. I think I saved it somewhere. I have the link somewhere here. This man, I found it. Was even giving warning to the governor of Lagos State because we know what they are doing is jealousy. Yoruba people are jealous. Yoruba people are Nigeria. Wait, I'll play it now. Just give me a second. Okay, it's part of the other video, but this is another, part of it. Okay.
I use this moment to warn Yoruba people and this governor in Yoruba land, respect yourself. Amen. Amen. The problem of Yoruba people destroying and demolishing the hard-earned money of Igbo people. There is no any property of any Yoruba man's there. It's only Igbo people. That is not something that they build those structure in a wrong part, It is what they call jealousy and wickedness. I asked God to listen. He said to me, there is no anywhere they build anything in any canal. Why? Because before an Igbo man will buy a land for you or a property, he must make sure that the paper is totally completed. Igbo man never joke with property. And they buy it and they get C of O, thousands of them. But listen, this is the same thing Hausa people doing in 80s. When Igbo people always enjoy Ugwu Hausa, there's a time Ugwu Hausa, our father is also there. And they see that Igbo people have been taking over, building their business in Hausa side. In that time, Sokoto, Kanu, Kaduna, Taraba, Oneko, Onobona, a lot of people, Igbo people specialize in Hausa side. Suddenly, enviness and jealousy, and they begin to say Igbo people, anywhere they come, they dominate. They start to killing Igbo people, start to destroying their business, doing also Sharia, Anokata, Abosonka, because that Hausa people that time, every time you will be hearing also, and they begin to say Igbo people, anywhere they come, they dominate. They start to killing Igbo people, start to destroying their business, doing a lot of things. Suddenly, Anokata Aboso Sharia, Anokata Abosonka, because that Hausa people that time, every time you will be hearing also Nobodonda Hausa. Now, Igbo people close northern business. The Igbo people that in northern is not like at 80s. Lagos know they learn for Igbo people at 80s. What rent on Igbo people at 80s is Hausa side, which my father is one of them.
This
is Hausa side, which my father is one of them. And hear this. Now, when the business of northern side spoiled on Igbo people, then the kind of development that Lagos is having now is not like before. Every areas in their water land has been already by Igbo people, and building a lot of what they call estates, developing it, doing a lot of investment. Now the jealousy and enviness have rise. Lagos Yoruba people and the governor there, respect yourself. In next such a thing, what will happen? It will be shock. because I am seeing a serious battle that will cause a lot of death of people in Lagos. Let that demolition stop. It is not for anything. It's for wickedness and for jealousy of Igbo people development in Lagos. There is nothing. There is nothing about buying a long property. It's better we speak the truth. My voice did not make by any human being to be going far. I'm a prophet of the nation. And when I say things and you stand to rise up against it, then I go down spiritually for it. When I go down spiritually for it, you will know why I'm in the Boskiba house. I don't buy by money. I don't buy by material. Amen. There are men of God on that area, not the lion himself. I am more dangerous than whatever you can think of me. And one thing that I am here on earth is to make sure I say the pure things that a prophet is supposed to say. And the Bible said, through by a prophet, a nation is saved. And without a prophet, a nation can be destroyed. Let me tell you this. Always let you to know this. You don't have leaders. What you have is businessmen. You don't have presidents and governors or senators. What you have is businessmen that are acquiring properties for the children and also acquiring money and banking money for their children. We know all these things. And the times that we have government and the leaders, we will know. And the time is coming. It may not come in peace. It may come the way the politicians of Nigeria did not expect it.
If they carried this one now.
See where they are dancing in this hard economy. See the way the politicians are buying.
If they carry this one now, they will start to cry. There's no way you are manufacturing stupidity at a very, very wholesale level. But anyway, there's something that he said that I think is important for you. Just in case you don't know who this is, you don't know him, you will know him now. Take a listen to his description of himself.
I have so many power. I have a bit of shaker. I have never touched those ones. I have the boost kabash. Yes. I have ganduka gandusa. Beg you alone.
Get him! Get him!
In the Boski Bahose. They carry this one now. People start crying that they are against them. Abi. You see war in Yoruba land. You are giving Yoruba people and their governors this last warning. And they should not demolish because they are demolishing because they are jealous. It's because of jealousy and enviness. That's why I said some people in Nigeria don't have leaders. They have dealers. Anyway, he said what he says because he was fallen. But the crazy part is this. It's amazing how just about every single person sounds the same way. A professor sounds like this. A doctor sounds like this. A lecturer sounds like this. A so-called prophet sounds like this. Regular people sound like this. Remove the so-called prophets sound like this. Pastors, because it's not the only one. I've heard pastors, ministers of different denominations sound like this. But here's the problem. You said they chased you out of the north. Why didn't you ask why? Because if you read this book by Chinua Achebe, The Trouble with Nigeria, is this idea that Nigerians hate them. Nigeria has an Igbo problem. Nigeria will not come to consensus about anything but the Igbos. That's what Achebe said in his book. In other words, the reason they are pushing you out everywhere is because they hate you. There's nothing like introspection, where you actually check yourself to ask yourself, am I doing anything wrong? It must be them. They hate me. You build on a canal, but nobody must say anything because we have to prove that we are one with you. And because of that thing, meanwhile, he said something that's actually quite nice, where he said that the politicians are building things for themselves and their children. Well, one of them, who last week was, still waxing lyrical about how the federal government owns trade fair complex, and that Lagos state government has no rights to determine what goes on within that space, as though it's a sovereign territory. His name is Senator Victor Ume. Well, he was on Channels TV, and Bible says that in the multitude of words, the sin will be present. In other words, if you talk too much, you will get yourself in trouble. So as they talk too much, you can't talk this one. More listen to Ram, and then I'll connect it with the other Ganduje Ganduza in the Boski Bahose. This is Victor Ume. Take a listen to this.
He was one of the developers of that trade fair complex, if you don't know. So he has a plaza there. He has a plaza there. Over 200.
Again.
Mr. P2P was one of the developers of that trade fair complex, if you don't know. So he has a plaza there. He has a plaza there. Over 200 shops, far back in 1995. Mr. P2P was one of the developers of that trade fair complex, if you don't know. So he has a plaza there. He has a plaza there. Over 200 shops, far back in 1995.
I thought he had no building outside Onitsha. Monsono. Little wonder. They talk. Who is speaking? That's Senator Victor Ume. They went together last week. Himself, Abaribe, Peter Obi, GRV. They all went to trade fair together. 200 shops, and he has owned it in the last 30 years, but he has no other property outside Anambra, outside Southeast. This one don't tell us what we're supposed to know, because when you see passion like that, it's the same thing that happened with the land in Ikeja, when he said it was his brother that owned it, only for us to not go that it was owned by the company that he owned. Nigeria needs help. May God help us. And speaking about help, let us listen to somebody who also reinforces the idea that certain people really, really do need help. Take a listen to Senator Ojius Okalu. It was on Channels with Sheon Okinbaloyi. Take a listen, please.
For Igbo presidency at a time. Do you have time for Igbo presidency at a time? Do you think it's still time for Igbo presidency in 2027?
Well, I'm in a party where we have made a decision to feed President Tinubu for the second time. Even if I feel that it's for Igbo president, those thoughts are no longer visible, because I'm caged up in a party where I have signed to nominate President Tinubu, so it's no longer visible. I don't think it is visible, but the party I belong to have chosen a presidential candidate.
And which is President Tinubu?
Which is President Tinubu.
But in the scheme of things, does he still leave a sour taste in the mouth of the people of your region?
No, let me tell you, we really need presidency, but if a president can be fair to all Nigerians, and be fair to all zones, and be fair and bring justice and equity, nobody should be thinking about where the president comes from. What Nigerian people is asking for.
Is President Tinubu fair to your people?
Well, I'm not in position to say now. All I know, you are giving them whatever constitutional to say. When you are in a position of authority, there are a lot of hits from everywhere. So President Tinubu is trying to address these issues.
But you don't think that the Igbos have been fairly treated just yet?
No, since after the Civil War, Igbos have not been fairly treated. I've told you this many times. I don't hide in saying it. Igbos have not been fairly treated in all over Nigeria. And I want Nigerians to know that they need to reabsorb the Igbos and play on the rules with the Igbos the way it's supposed to play, so that everybody will be equal, that the country will develop. As long as you want to clamp down the Igbos, the country will find it difficult to do.
How do you think
we have a lot? How do you
Please, after reading this thing, if you really know how Igbos are being clamped down in Nigeria, please, I'm begging in the name of God, please tell us. Please tell us. But before I get into that, because we're going to listen to that part of it again before we respond to what he said. On the trade fair complex issue, the Office of Physical Planning in Lagos State has released a statement, or the Office of Physical Planning of Lagos State Government. Trade fair complex, zero tolerance for unapproved development remains non-negotiable. Trade fair complex, OJO, pending full compliance with planning regulations and the attainment of a safe, orderly, and sustainable physical environment. Over time, the trade fair complex has degenerated into an enclave of haphazard and unsafe structures, posing grave risks to public safety and emergency response. In line with Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and the state government themes plus agenda, the Lagos State government is acting strictly within its constitutional and statutory mandate, as derived from the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Act 1992, as domesticated by the Lagos State Urban and Regional Planning and Development Law 2019, and reinforced by the Supreme Court judgment of 2003, Attorney General of Lagos State versus Attorney General of the Federation. This legal instrument empowers states to regulate physical development within their territories, including federal lands, except for areas under exclusive federal use, such as military formations. It's pretty long, but here's the point. All that nonsense that Odumeje is saying, nobody's doing something to anybody because they're Igbos. Before the trade fair issue happened, houses were pulled down. What happened? Most of the people in that place are Yoruba people. Those are people that even own the land. If you build nonsense, they will demolish your house. You are even Yoruba. How come it is when they touch your own thing that you remember that you are Igbo, and it's because you are Igbo and they are jealous? What? I really don't know this, because it's a particular statement I've heard since the war. You know, when you study these books, even before the war, they started talking about people are being jealous. I'm like, every book that you read from the intellectuals, they sound like, okay, what exactly is it that you are doing that people are? Is it like you've sent a man to the moon, or you have built Tower of Babel? Like, what is that achievement that you have made that, we never see something like that before? Everybody call it jealous. Jealousy and enviness. Where is the jealousy? What are we jealousy about? And then we come to what a former governor said. I'd like you to listen to that bit again before I respond to that. Just take a listen, please. Take a listen, please.
Now, all I know, we are giving them whatever constitutional say. When you are in position of authority, there are a lot of hits from everywhere. So President Tinubu is trying to address these issues.
But you don't think that Igbos have been fairly treated just yet?
No, since after the Civil War, Igbos have not been fairly treated. I've told you this many times. I don't hide in saying it. Igbos have not been fairly treated in all over Nigeria. And I want Nigerians to know that they need to reabsorb the Igbos and play on the rules with the Igbos the way it's supposed to play, so that everybody.
So, please, if you know the answer to this question, feel free to come up when the time comes. How is Nigeria marginalizing Igbo people, and how should they be reabsorbed? Is there a particular part of Nigeria where they told them not to come? When they are sharing federal allocation every month, is there a particular has there ever been a time when they said no money goes to the southeast? What exactly is the definition of bring them back and then don't clamp them? How are they being clamped down? If you're an Igbo if a young Igbo person here, please These people are destroying your mindset about your neighbors, and it's on you, and it's a shame. I don't know exactly what Nigeria is supposed to do. Is it to now open the door and say, because the only thing you have not had since '99 is presidency, and you cannot have it if you are playing the game like this. There's no coalition, there's no alliance, there's nothing being worked on. You will insult people because you're going to insult people to become the president. It's not happening. You are all over Nigeria. Nobody is sending you out. You are selling and buying and trading. It's okay. What exactly should Nigeria do to tell you that they have now brought you back in after the war? You were able to get a vice president 9 years after the war that you lost. A war that maybe not the people, but the leaders started the war. They got the people in trouble. They lost the war, and yet they were made. One of theirs was made the vice president 9 years after they lost the war. The one who started the old rockers got pardoned in '82. 12 years after the war, after he ran away. That's Ojukwu. How else? We have Igbo senators, we have Igbo House of Rep members, we have Igbo, we've had Igbo senators, not even senators, Senate presidents. Since between '99 and today, we've had 5. We've had deputy Senate presidents. The one Ekweremadu in the UK, he's the same Igbo. We've had Igbo deputy speakers. We even have one right now. He's the number 4 person in the country. Number 4. What does it mean to allow you to bring you back in? Is it that indigenous status bill, we must say yes to it because you are saying we should? What does it really mean? When like I've said several times, certain people, if you say equality, we are the same, it means that to them, that's marginalization. You have to say they are better than you for you to tell them that they're actually citizens. You're not better than anybody. And there's no proof that you're even better than anybody. That's the truth. Everybody is fine. Is speaker number 4? Oh, sorry, number 6. Is number 6. The president, vice president, senator, speaker, deputy senate, senate president, speaker, deputy senate president, and deputy speaker. Yes, it's number 6 person. Thank you for pointing that out. Benjamin Kalu is number 6 candidate, is number 6 citizen in Nigeria. And a few years ago, the number 3 citizen was Igbo. Like, we've had 5 number 3 citizens in Nigeria in the last 26 years. We've had number 3, we've had number 4, we've had number 6, we had number 2 in '79, we've not had number 1, and it doesn't look like we're going to have it anytime soon. Because nobody's going to make you a president just because you are bickering and saying, I have a right. I've said it before, I'll say it again. There's no region in Nigeria that can gaslight any other body in this country to become president. It's not possible. Nobody owes anybody presidency. They don't even own nobody even owes my own group Yoruba presidency. We are not owed. Nobody owes us. After the war, you got vice president because of the war. You can't say the war is the reason for anybody doing anything. You cannot use the war as leverage in Nigeria anymore. That was used 9 years after the war. You used it once and it's over. It's like view once on WhatsApp. You use it, it's gone. We used our own too in '99 because of what happened in '93. It's view once, it's over. The South used their own once in 2007. Jonathan got there in 2007. He repeated the success in 2011, and he couldn't repeat it in 2015. But at least he got something because of what was happening in his region. If you decide to bomb your region to smithereens now, nobody's going to give you anything because number one, you never had anything. If you do sit at home, it doesn't affect anybody. But I think that Nigeria is actually fair towards the Igbos. The only thing Igbos don't have is presidency. And guess what? Hausas don't have presidency either. Nigeria is 65 years old since independence. We have not had one Hausa president. We've had 2 Igbos. How about that? There's no Hausa president. How come there's no Biron president? There's no Idoma president. We've never had a thief president and a BBO president. And the Ijaw man who became president did not become president because he was crying all over the place. People have to stop this nonsense. All this, we have not become. So, if you want to become president, you join a party, you pay your dues. This man who is the president right now, Tinubu, he's had it coming for more than 30 years. And I've said it, clearly in Nigeria, there are two ways to become president. Unless, of course, you have a spiritual encounter that tells you you're just going to become president. There are two ways. Number one is this. You have someone who is backing you, like Jonathan. You have someone who is able to say, Majolo Mowenye, go, I'm behind you, right? He's your mentor, he's your benefactor, and then you get it. Number two is that you play the long game, like Tinubu did, like Buhari did. Buhari tried 4 electoral cycles. 4. Despite the fact that he was former head of state 4 times. He lost, he came back again. He lost, he came back again. It was on the 4th try that he became president. You have only tried once. And you will not allow us to rest. Somebody says Atiku is still trying. Yes. I mean, you may not like Atiku, but he's still trying. You may win, you may not win, but that's the game. Not like, oh, we've not had something since Kiniko. Who cares? I say, oh, you're sounding very harsh. Oga, if you allow people to blackmail you, that's your fault, though. And you keep playing the game like this, that thing is not going to happen anytime soon. I'm sorry. It's actually quite sad. Would I like to have an Igbo presidency? I'm neither here nor there for as far as I'm concerned. Somebody came on my video, one of the videos, and said, what I want is a Yoruba person. Igbos is unfair, they must have a president. They must also become president. I'm like, Igbo president too. No, before I used to say there should be an Igbo president. When I studied what happened in 40s and 60s, I said, if they're able to play their game and get it well, I would now be saying for justice. What does it mean to have justice? How about justice for Hausa people? Are they not more than Igbos? How about justice for Hausa? When are we going to have a Hausa president? Think about it for a second. We always shout nothing and nothing and nothing. We don't ever think of the ethnicities of the people who have led us. Whether it's the Kanuri man, Abacha, or the Nupe man, Babangida, or the other Nupe man, Absalom Abubakar, or the Northern minority, those ones, they even tried when the Hausa self. Go on. Or you talk about Murtala Mohammed from Kano. Those people have said he's not Hausa. And there's no like fairness, because we said, number one, we did not say Hausa. Nigerians. Nigeria is not Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. Nigeria is not Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. It is disrespectful, even if you're a Yoruba person, to think that Nigeria is just between the 3 groups. Nigeria does not belong to Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo people. Nigeria belongs to every Nigerian. I don't have more rights because I'm from a big ethnicity than a man who is from, say, Idoma or Igala. Igala is even more than all these things. And Nigeria cause all this nonsense. So people go to talk, Igala go to talk, people go to talk. How come you ever get Igala president? And Igala, they deserve him. I like Igala people. I have a very blessed, wonderful Igala friend. I love their family. It was from them I discovered that there's a lot of similarities between Yoruba and Igala. They're all over the place. How come we've not had an Igala president? Are you smarter than them because you have more numbers? Who told us that there's something called Wazobia because they use the name of those 3 groups? It means that we are the owners of Nigeria. Who says who? You should have a system where even the person from the minority, like it happened with Ijo, with Jonathan, can become something. Which one is all this to have? I was talking to someone about this yesterday, and the president said, but how about Buhari? He's Fulani. How about Yaradua? He's Fulani. Justice for Hausa. We should start the hashtag Justice for Hausa. Everybody should know their place. Your place in this country is a citizen. Everybody is the same. We are all citizens. Anybody who now wants to blackmail us by telling us that because I've not become president, that means that you hate me. I don't care. If you want to become president, do what politicians do. And by the way, let me tell you something, guys. We are citizens, right? For the most part, it's politicians that are pushing this ridiculous narrative. If the politician does not know how to play that game, leave it alone. As a citizen, just watch. You don't know how they do it. Just listen. If this election right now, you think Peter Obi is going to win? This one lost once. His people, not party. His people have not stopped insulting everybody that did not vote for him, including those who voted for him who happen to be Yoruba. Are those people going to now vote again the next election? Let me say something. If you are from the Southeast, just buy mirrors. Go to the market. Look for the section where they sell mirrors. Buy as many as possible. Fix it all over your house. And once you get home, that place where you have your telescope, take those telescopes and break them. Your problem is not outside, it's within. Look inside the mirror and look at yourself. Start with the man in the mirror. All they said, they are doing this for me. You are looking for everybody's problem. They are the reason. They are the reason. Nobody is your problem. And with people with this kind of leaders, you don't even need enemies. And one of them is the one who is talking, whose voice you're about to listen to. This is the one that said that has done nothing and has the right to be released because... Anyway, please take a listen to this fantastic speaker who is fighting for the right of the nation. Enjoy.
Also in Okota, people must go to the shooting where again? Shooting in Okota, they are shooting also in Okota. People must go to the bush, ambush them. Go to the bush, you need to cut them off from the back, ambush them, take their guns from them and kill them. These are animals, they are not human beings. They may be wearing police army, they are not human beings. These are terrorists from Niger. These are terrorists from Gambia. These are foreign terrorists from Chad. They are not human beings. Disarm them and kill them. If you allow them to scare you off the streets, your life is over. Your life is over. And I want Lagos airports to be on flames. Breach the perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Murtala Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Again, are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Hello.
Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideberugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
We was at Oshoda Papa Expressway. They was shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lassa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Select police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much. There is seeing the flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green, but green, white, and red.
That man did nothing. Nigeria is literally marginalizing him by keeping him there. Nigeria is bad. He's just asking for self-determination. Did you hear the report? This police station was burnt down. Destroyed this. Burned down Murtala Mohammed Airport. And we saw a lot of arson. The forensic center was burnt down. It was the best in Africa. Newly built. Burnt down. BRT buses burnt down. you have police stations being burned down, and the person is calling in to say this is what we are doing, and you say, Oshuko, a few more things before we move on. Take a listen to the Indaboski of self-determination.
I tell you the truth. It doesn't. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're holding my life. You take it. There's your Putin. Was Shoyinka not corrupt? Was Tai Solarin not corrupt? Name one Yoruba man that isn't corrupt. Name one. Name one that is good.
If you are attending a Yoruba church, you should be ashamed of yourself. Anybody attending a Pentecostal church with a Yoruba pastor is an idiot.
Abubakar Malami, the great order. Blame the bastards that call themselves Niger Delta.
Not fit to be a human being.
I blame Jonathan. I blame Jonathan. I blame the idiots that call themselves Niger Delta. I blame the bastards that call themselves Niger Delta. The hopeless fools, I blame them. POB, you have a standing order. I want to know everything there is to know about that little criminal. That boy called Abubakar Malami. The grades he scored in school. The schools he went to. The lecturers he bribed. I know he's a quota graduate of law. I want to know everything about him. I want to set an example with him that others may learn. This boy, Abubakar Malami, I will set an example with you that others may learn. I don't care.
When the national president of the Pentecostal Federation of Nigeria, Reverend Felix Omobude, is always Yoruba people. Always Yoruba. Pentecostal, the head of Pentecostal, head of Anglican, head of Catholic. Houses are killing us. Yorubas on one side sucking our blood because we can't reason properly. Myself included. I don't exclude anybody in this. I don't exclude anyone. If you are attending a Yoruba church, you should be ashamed of yourself. Anybody attending a Pentecostal church with a Yoruba pastor is an idiot, a complete fool, an imbecile. I have no time for them. They are worse than Boko Haram. They are very, very foolish. If your pastor is Yoruba, you are not fit to be a human being. Obasanjo, who stole your money, killed your children, is asking for prayer so that Nigeria will be one. Headed by Yoruba people, building universities with private jets, and we are still running around, claiming that Jesus is listening to us. We are deceiving ourselves.
I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day, allow me to, on the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to die. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. I know one or two idiots who carry their basket. We are going to market. Can get change home I'll hear you that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead. Any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. The land more. Highest thing they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and you will be forgotten. This is another one we put on the 31st. You know the way we love dead bodies. Your obituary will happen. At least we'll go there and eat rice. Ndara. Monday is the real deal. 31st, nobody should come outside. If you have relatives in Oman, go and tell them all. Go and tell them. Because they wait now, around 12, they'll start peeping out to see. Our people are very foolish. Let me try and see if I can open my shop to see what will happen. Until your brain will be on the floor. Then your eyes will open.
These are just few clips from the Messiah of his people who He's been persecuted by Nigeria, apparently. Nigeria is doing all of these things because they hate his ethnic group. Forget what he said. He didn't say anything bad. It's just agitation to have his own place. That's the definition of agitation in some parts of the world. It's a shame. It's a shame. By the way, Shore has put out a statement asking that people join him, and he says that they have fixed a date. It will be October 20 when they're going to agitate for this same person, Nnamdi Kanu, and ensure that they get some form of justice, whatever that means. But whilst talking about that, there's a particular guy who is quite popular on social media. He does skits. Some people like his skits, and then he says all kind of things about politics and everything. Of course, I think the plan is to hold people accountable. It's really in the Nigerian political space. I don't know so much about his own region, but it's quite popular. Anyway, he had, I don't know what came over him. He said that he heard some things that were allegedly done. It was even mentioned that he wasn't sure about the veracity about those things. He couldn't confirm the veracity of those claims. Yet he said to, say his piece. They call him Amunike. But like I always say, it doesn't really matter how popular or educated certain people are. Everybody sounds the same way. So take a listen to this, and if you tell me you don't understand the rhetoric of it, then maybe you're not listening to enough people. I'm sure you will get this. Take a listen.
If you're an Igbo man living in Lagos, Abuja, anywhere, go home and build your house in peace. Wait a minute. My name is Kevin Black. You can call me Chief Amuneke. Listen carefully to understand my point before you make a comment. Ex-footballer, Nigerian footballer, Emenike said something that got everybody thinking and got somebody like me thinking, and I decided to come out here so that we can discuss it, have that conversation. In several occasions, a few buildings seen, not allegedly, destroyed in the name of it is being constructed along your drainage system, blah, 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 blah. This very particular one that came up yesterday that Emenike spoke about, he said that this place was formally approved by Lagos State government, and all of a sudden, this is brought down. That's not, I don't know much about the story. From where I saw it is written as allegedly. I don't know, but I just have a piece of advice for most people. First of all, the country we are in, there's nothing to hold on to. That you have this land, you have this house, where, especially where you are a stranger, we all claim to be one Nigeria, but we know what happens, especially when it involves politics and tribe. But in a real sense, best thing you can do for yourself, go home, build, develop your place. As I am now, I cannot make a comment based on policies. During the time of Obasanjo, we voted a lot of Yoruba people against even our Igbo brothers that year. But you can see the very first time somebody like me now came out and said, I want to vote for P2B, I cannot make a comment. That is to say that to some, you are not even welcome. You are not part of the country. If I make any comment because I'm displeased, maybe by the way the government is going, if I make one simple comment, the next thing you say is go back to your east. Go back. You think about it, and you think you are being rational. Go back to your east. What has going back to the east got to do with the Nigeria that belongs to everybody? This is a story for another day. The topic of this video is to tell my Igbo brothers that you have a choice to go to your Anambra, go to your Enugu, go to Ebonyi, go to your Imo State, go to anywhere. Build. It is cheaper. It is easier. Everything, you have all the advantages to build there. Forget. You may not get the whatever quick money everybody is making and stuff. If you have business here, it's fine. Stay on rent. Go back and develop. Because there's no security in whatever you're buying here. a lot of people are clouded by envy, jealousy, and stuff. And we've seen these things happen. I'm not inciting it.
Did you hear those words? Envy, jealousy. The exact words that Odumeje used. Make of that whatever you will. Just says that people think the same way regardless of the exposure or supposed exposure. And it's a shame, right? By the way, what you said about people going back to their place to build, 100%, it makes a lot of sense. So I think they should begin to pack their things and really think about it. Because, I mean, no place is as good as home, you know. So it's important that they actually do something about that. I know we're still talking around this whole thing. A lot of blackmail going on, and that's the reason we're playing this. This is not about, nobody's so important for us to focus on. Just so happens that some people are disturbing the peace. We're almost done. We're going to discuss Asaba Massacre today. Asaba Massacre. I have a lot to cover, but I want to really read what's happening right now. Why? Because in Nigeria, the news and history sometimes they'll be like and the same. So our news is like deja vu. So at least as they talk, we're going to put something with it there. So yeah, people should not, they should build on soakaways or canals. Nobody should do anything because they're Igbo. Please make sure you quickly get back to the place where you can build, you know, haphazardly and do whatever you like. May God be with you in Jesus' name. Ami. I think Nnamdi Kanu's case postponed again over health concerns. That's from Politics NGR. Senator Kelvin Chukwu, representing the Enugu East Senatorial District, has officially defected from the Labour Party to the APC. Yeah. And then there's this news that I really want to read. It's bad news, but it's good news. Bad news because a lady died. Good news because the killers have been apprehended. Armed robbers involved in the robbery that led to the death of Arise News staff, Somtochukwu Maduagu, were arrested. According to the police, the suspects are Shamsuddin Hassan from Malumfashi, LGA, Katsina State. Hassan is they have 12 names, right? All of them from the north. Shortly after the robbery incident, 4 of the suspects, Shamsuddin Hassan, Alkamu Sirajo, and one other person were apprehended through the tracking of phones stolen from the apartment during the robbery. During interrogation, Shamsuddin Hassan confessed that he shot the security guard when he attempted to prevent them from gaining access to the apartment. Sonny Sirajo confessed to have tried to hold Somtochukwu Christella Maduagu from falling off the 3-story building, but was overwhelmed by her weight. Shamsuddin further confessed that he drove the white Honda CRV Jeep out of the apartment after the operation. The 4 suspects admitted that they each received 200,000 naira from the proceeds of the crime. For a person to die, 200k. I hear Somtochukwu used to live in the UK. It's actually doing well in Arise. So all of that for 200,000 naira. This one they should just forget them inside that prison. Recovered exhibits include 1 fabricated AK-47 rifle, 36 rounds of 9mm live ammunition, locally made pistol, cutlass, all kinds of things, right? But that 20,000 naira is actually what is. The girl is young. Or was young, like the master. It's sad. May God comfort her family. That's actually quite terrible. But the good thing is at least they've been arrested. The bad thing is that we can't get her back. So it's a mixed feeling. All right, let's move away from this sad news to something good. Again, may God comfort our family, and man, things have to get better, man. 200,000 naira. Anyway, recently, at the House of Representatives, Honorable Abbas Adigun made a statement, make a case for Ibadan as a state. And here is the video of what he said. Please take a listen to him as he discusses the need for Ibadan state. Take a listen, please.
Ibadan, as it is today, the size, landmark alone, is about 25,000 plus square meter. Why the whole southeast region, there are 5 states today, they are about 33,000 square meter. In terms of population, we have what it takes to be a state. One local government in Ibadan City, sir, Mr. Speaker, is bigger than 3 local governments in Bayelsa State. That's the fact. In terms of,
Order, please. Order, member.
No. Am I protected, Mr. Speaker?
Please.
Point of order, Mr. Am I protected, Mr. Speaker?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Protected, Mr. Speaker.
You have said that the John local government that is the biggest in all of Nigeria.
Okay. Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. This is wrong. This is assault.
Mr. Speaker.
You can't say that.
Mr. Speaker. Me to have
you can't say that. It's wrong.
Let him withdraw.
Okay, Honorable Abbas, there is a point of order.
Listen,
Honorable Abbas, there is a point of order.
Listen, I'm trying to correct my statement.
Correct yourself.
Am I protected, Mr. Speaker?
Can you say that? Honorable Abbas.
Our reverse speaker, my respected colleagues, Ofoji Abonsis Boboku is my name. Represented Yenegua Kolokmo Pokuma Federal Constituency by the special grace of God and from Bayelsa State. Bayelsa is one of the largest in terms of land mass in the federation. They bought the water and the upland, whether you like it or not. These are bitter truth. For the young man here reducing for the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, I think
You won't correct somebody, they call him young man. Person will pass your anyway. Speaking of Ibadan, the University of Ibadan emerges Nigeria's best varsity for 2026. University of Ibadan, your state, has been ranked Nigeria's best university in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings 2026. The ranking published on the website on Thursday placed the Ibadan-based Federal University between 801 and 1,000 globally and ahead of other leading Nigerian universities, a spot it last held in 2023. They surveyed 2,191 institutions from 115 countries and assessed them based on 18 performance indicators across 5 key areas: teaching, research environment, research quality, industry, and international outlook. UI came from 4th position in 2025 to emerge as Nigeria's best in the 2026 ranking. It dethroned Covenant University, which was the best university in 2024 and 2025. Following UI are the University of Lagos, Bayero University, and Covenant University, ranking 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in Nigeria, respectively. Out of 51 Nigerian institutions featured in the 2026 ranking, only UI and Unilag fell between 801 and 1,000. BUK, CU, and Landmark University fall between 1,001 to 1,200, while 5 School, Ahmadu Bello University, Federal University of Technology, Mina, University of Ilorin, University of Jos, University of Nigeria stand globally between 1,201 to 1,500. Also, 14 Nigerian universities were categorized categorized above 1,501, and 27 institutions were not ranked. So we have the list. So good. I mean, congratulations to University of Ibadan. They did that one. They did that one. Okay, and There's something I found here earlier that I want to read. I'm looking at the time. Oh. Best research environment in 2026 is Covenant University, number 1. Number 2, University of Lagos. Number 3, Landmark University. Number 4, University of Ibadan. Number 5, Obafemi University. 4 of those schools are in Southwest. 1 is in North Central. But all 5 are in Yoruba land. Make of that whatever you like. Actually, that's me flexing, by the way. Just in case you didn't get it. Me, I talk and where that was me flexing. Sorry, so on Ibadan, let me just play the other part of the. I don't know if this is loud enough. You know what? Let me just transfer to the other device. I'd like to listen to the other part of the conversation on the whole thing about Ibadan, the new state. Take a listen, please. Take a listen.
The second order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to create new Oyo State with Oyo Town as the capital city from Oyo State. Effect consequential change of the name of the remaining part of Oyo State to Ibadan State with Ibadan City as capital city, and define the local government areas comprising the 2 states and for related matters, standing in the names of Honorable Adeyemi Akim Adeni and 6 others. Honorable members who recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, October 10, 2024. I now invite Honorable Adeni to move that the bill be read a second time.
Honorable Prince Akim Adeni Adeyemi, I represent the good people of Afidio, Atiba, Oyo East and Oyo West, and from the Payseta State, Oyo. Mr. Speaker, I rise to stand in for the debate on the bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to create new Oyo State with Oyo Town as the capital city from Oyo State. Effect consequential change of the name of the remaining part of Oyo State to Ibadan State with Ibadan City as the capital city, and define for local government areas comprising the 2 states and for the matters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I so move.
All right. So that's people fighting for the same thing, but from 2 fronts, which is quite, interesting. The other people want a new Oyo State, and then the Ibadan people, of course, want their own state as well. So all the best to both groups. If they both get what they want, they are still getting the same thing. I don't know so much about that or your thing, Sha, but I'm sure they will sort that when the time comes. Quick announcement: if you own property in Lagos State but live abroad, the Lagos State government, through the Land Use Charge Assessment Appeal Tribunal, has made it easier for property owners in the diaspora to resolve land use charge complaints or concerns. No travel required. From 8th to 28th October 2025, you can schedule a remote resolution session from anywhere in the world. It is simple, secure, and stress-free. There are phone numbers that you can, there's a phone number that you can call. You can also scan a particular QR code in order to register. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in the Telegram channel. That's Redomi Global. So if you live abroad and you think this is something that will help you, please take advantage of it. All right, so it's right there on Redomi Global on Telegram now. All right, I think we're going to bring people up. We have some minutes, and then we'll get into Asaba. By the way, thank you very much. Someone on YouTube actually reminded me that I said I was going to respond to the question that somebody asked a while back. I responded to it, right? But then it was not on camera. So I thought I was going to do another session where we'll talk about IBB's book. A lot of people have talked about IBB's book and said, oh, IBB said this. They've never read the book. Oh. They've never read the book. But say IBB said this, IBB said that. Why are you saying IBB said it? So, of course, they're talking rubbish. So what we'll do is this. First, we'll do Asaba. And then if there's time, we'll do IBB. If there's no time, we'll talk about IBB some other time. Maybe Monday. Okay? Someone said which states are covered. It's not for all states. It's just for the particular one that I mentioned. All right. Lastly, as we begin to wrap up this segment, this is something interesting happening in Akwa Ibom State, and I don't see anybody crying over it. But let it be Yoruba land, and folks will find their voices. Anyway, this is Governor Eno speaking on what he thinks is best for his state. Take a listen, please.
We'll soon inaugurate the State Labor Labor Committee to monitor employment opportunities and ensure transparency and fairness in the process of employment. This State Labor Committee will ensure that all companies operating in Akwa Ibom will show transparency in their employment of Akwa Ibom indigents in their various organizations. No more will we bring people from outside where we have skills to do business in Akwa Ibom.
I see some of the comments on YouTube. I'm going to read those comments later. So that's that from Uyo, from Akwa Ibom State. The governor is talking about indigents getting jobs. They're doing it in Anambra. They're doing it in Enugu. I mean, we don't do all those things, but we are going to, if we start hearing that some things are getting more conservative, nobody cry, but we're preparing the ground. Okay? All right, moving on. A king who actually is quite active on X put out a statement that the Ooni, His Imperial Majesty Ooni Ojaja, has found him worthy as chief coordinator and arbitrator of Ooni Ojaja program on truancy. We will do everything to stamp out out of school children menace in entire Yoruba land. So the Ooni has this fantastic idea they're working on, and the idea basically is to ensure that we have less kids roaming the streets, that all the children should be in school. It's quite long what they wrote here. They're also going to be working, with the local government coordinator to be able to ensure that children are off the streets in Yoruba land, and different kings are working together to ensure that this is a success. So we're really happy that our kings are actually involved in things that will actually help the society develop. All right, and then lastly, and I'll bring people up. Somebody wants to come up earlier. I'm going to bring you up now. Is a person who put out this video, and then I'll probably just read his response from Peter B. Take a listen to Okonkwo again. We listened to part of it yesterday. This is another part. Take a listen, please.
Are the kind of problems that Vitobi has, attracting even street urchins, classless street urchins. These are the kind of problems that Vitobi has, attracting even street urchins, classless street urchins. So we buy you there. I saw another classless street urchin of the cooking. So to be a level of cooking. All those babies infested, dogs. That anything you do, because they are ill-bred, they are very ill-mannered, ill-tempered street urchins. These are kind of followers that he's attracting now.
That was Okonkwo speaking about the obedient movement. He called them a cookie, called them street urchins, and for some weird reason, I don't see anybody pushing back. It looks like they lost their voices as well. They'll find it once it's someone they don't fear. Peter B responds by saying that it's about humanity. Nobody should be called a street urchin. But the truth of the matter is that his followers are not right-thinking people. They insult everybody at the drop of a hat. They insult, thinking that will somehow make people vote for him. Throw the hat up 1,000 times. All right, so let them continue. They'll be all right. All right, we'll have some responses, and then we'll go now. We'll go to the topic. We have a lot of books to read discussing the Asaba Massacre. I'm going to explain all those things in a bit. Let me just read some of the reactions on YouTube to make sure that we also have our folks there with us. We're streaming on Facebook, on YouTube, and also on Twitter. But that Twitter stuff, you know, it's always breaking. But let's just stick to Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. All right, so let's do some feedbacks, and then I'll do that, and then I'll move on. Excuse me. So let me read some of the reactions on YouTube, and then we'll move on from there. Someone says, Ordinary Kalu was another Abacha boy who went to Uni Maiduguri with General Abacha's sons, who introduced him to their father, and General Babangida. The rest is history. Kubu also says, people who are jealous of Yoruba land are claiming Yoruba are jealous of them. Now you carry your leg and load, come Yoruba land, because you saw it as land of milk and honey. Says Otumeje is a footballer who gave up football to use church congregation to play his football. Oh, I know he's a quite good dancer. I didn't know he was a footballer. Dexter says, well, we didn't clamor for it in 1999. This was the North way of the wrongdoing of MKO. We didn't clamor for it. We did, but not the way everybody does. We didn't cry around and say, oh, we're marginalized. It was more of gentleman agreement. But whether we clamored for it or we did not clamor for it, the point is that what happened to the Western region, to Southwest in 93, was the reason everybody agreed that a Southwesterner should be president in 1999. And even then, Alex Ekweme still went against Obasanjo during the primaries in PDP, regardless of the agreement. Ogbonna Yaonu also did the same. It's also Igbo. So all these things that we voted Tinubu, sorry, we voted Kiniko is a lie. They tell you they've been voting Yoruba people is a lie. How many elections have we had? They didn't vote for MKO. MKO Abiola lost most states in the southeast. Tofa won, I think, 3 out of 4 of the states at the time. Abiola won in 1. So the idea that they've been voting for Yoruba people is nonsense. And in the 1999 election, the preferred Yoruba candidate, I mean, Obasanjo is Yoruba by ethnicity, but the preferred Yoruba candidate was actually Olufalaye. They didn't vote for him. And guess what? Whether they voted for him or not, that's not even the point. If they want to run, they have a right to run. But if they lost, it doesn't mean people hate them. It just means it's just a game. Like, you just keep trying, and then hopefully at some point you're going to make it. Please, if you're on TikTok, we have to power tap. We're still on the Amber Alert. I'm seeing the Amber Alert, so please just power tap. Thank you very much. Someone says, when General Ironsi was Nigeria leader, some Nigerians woke up and discovered that their leaders had been quiet in the night. General Ironsi as GOC was responsible for their protection. David Shoyemi says, they never listened to voice of reason. The fowl threatened to eat the fowler. Yeah, people, your existence is tied to Lagos, Abi. No, Mbinugo. But the war ye says Yaradwas are Tuareg, originally from Agadez, Niger. Okay. Well, at least now they claim to be what they are. Kubu says in the US, Kanu would be facing capital punishment for that. Olumide Lesomi says, I feel sorry for Kanu followers. Shore heard all this and still... Okay, so Kubu says Shore heard all this and still decided to be foolish. October 20 would be 5 years since NSAS protest almost burnt Lagos after Kanu's broadcast. Interestingly, that's the exact same date they are choosing to fight for his release. Wonderful. Damilola Odubanjo says, somehow I feel sorry for the Igbo youth who listen to this guy. He's really messing them up. Shaking my head. May God heal them. Abisola Mercy says, has Shore forgotten about Kanu's NSAS victims? Awaze Daberechi says, there still remains, why will police be shooting at people and you expect Kanu to keep quiet? Awaze Daberechi, you are Igbo. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. So that's Kanu's way of telling them to fight Nigeria back. Wonderful. We'll continue. Kubu says, people envious of Yoruba land accuse Yoruba of envy. Would envious people patronize their business? Abisola Mercy says, okay, it is not, and it's not a tribal insult for the Igbos to have claimed that Lagos is no man's land. Kubo says Yoruba land needs to revive its trading class. The Jebu, Ogomosho, Ijesha, Igbomino traders. They are still trading, no. Most of the markets are still occupied by our people. It's just certain markets are dominated by them, and mostly that's in parts of Lagos. Our people still trade though. They just don't do they don't do a lot of fake products like certain people. But I mean, and that's the truth, by the way, which is also one of the things we are speaking against right now. People are dying from kidney-related issues. They are always going. Young people needing dialysis now because some people are selling fake product. In fact, not today. I was going to read something to you from 1965 and from 1948 about this fake product thing from the southeast. It's been there since. There was a complaint about it in Cameroon in 48, in the House of Representatives, Lagos in 65. Was still complaining during Dora Quili. She also complained about it when she was DG of NAFDAC. Was still complaining about it, but you know, it's Nigeria who is other Nigerians are tribalistic. Anyway, Damlola Dubanjo says only a naive Yoruba person believes the Igbo really wants Biafra. Kubu says they want to turn Oyo into a state capital. This Alafin has good there though. It must be the statue of Jesus he had been carrying everywhere with him that got him God's mercy. They didn't say they want to turn Oyo State into capital law. There is a bill. Someone is sponsoring a bill. No, not that the government wants to do it. A senator is sponsoring a bill wanting that. Okay. Kubo also says Ojaja needs to appoint SM active Obas to save Yoruba youth from the reverse education bombardment from the Zikist. Even in Ife, they rewrote its history. Thank you very much for that. All right. Someone said I need the document. There's no document. It's a book. It's a book. I think I've read it in a video here before. If you look for this video, 1948, Al-Bakweri, Southern Cameroons pushed out Igbos, something like that on the YouTube channel. You'll find it there. One of the things I read here are books, right? All right, let's go to the topic of today. No, on the YouTube channel, Busui Ores on YouTube, you'll find, let me look for the title so I can tell you, so it makes your search easier. 1948 should be the keyword, I guess. It was in the Southern why Southern Cameroons tried to expel the Igbos. You also see it in Banned from the Land, why Southern Cameroons tried to expel the Igbos in 1948. Like three-part video or three-part series on YouTube. So yeah, that's it. All right. Last comment. The leniency and magnanimous, I think he meant magnanimity of our previous generation towards the Igbo has been detrimental to us. We need self-reliance now. Yeah. I hope people remember this proverb. Yorubas have a saying, what's wagging tail? Tonjuru. In other words, a dog that usually sees you and wags its tail, if it begins to bark, something is up. And most likely in many cases, maybe not you. In Nigerian case, not you. And I hope people fix up. Anyway, that's enough about that. That's the segment on news. We've spent enough time on that. Thank you very much for being here. Please power tap on TikTok. I want to get to 100K as soon as possible. Thank you very much. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Also share the live. Please click on the heart icon above my head. Drop a gift. Drop a heart me. Whatever gift you want to drop, please feel free to do so. This helps us to also reach more people. That's the way the TikTok algorithm works. If you're on YouTube, please double tap on your screen, like the live, and also share. If you're on Facebook as well, kindly share the live. Thank you very, very much. We're going to have to do a bit of reading. I have a number of books. I'm going to explain why we're even going this direction. So in case you're just joining us, when we started earlier, different patterns should I share? If you like. if you like. When we started earlier, I made a statement about why we changed the title of today's session. So we're on a series discussing Awolowo, Akintola, and the battle for the West. But a couple of days ago, the people of Asaba celebrated 58 years of 58th anniversary of the Asaba Massacre. And a lot of things were said, and I don't think a lot of us, have studied that issue. So when, for instance, the king put out a statement saying that they are still saying they are expecting, or they are essentially demanding Nigeria's president apologizes to them, a lot of people started saying things like, "Oh, is it because we now have a Yoruba president? He didn't say this when Jonathan was there. He didn't say this when Buhari was there." And that's true. We didn't really hear a lot of those things at the time. But so why are you bringing it up right now? Is it because we have a Yoruba president and everything? The truth is, you can say that if you like. You can, you can question, the timing. But what you cannot question is the moral. It's not even about morality. The need for that apology. And I say that to say this. Number one, not much has been said about this particular incident. And those who have talked about it in order to paint Nigeria as this monstrous people who are trying to destroy every other person. And one of such people, of course, is Chinua Achebe. Now, again, I don't say this because I hate anybody or because I hate Chinua Achebe. But to be honest, if you're an Igbo person, if you're young and you're Igbo and you read his books, you will understand why you are where you are. The man succeeded in planting hate in the heart of people, and the way he did it was to tell them that they were hated by Nigeria. And those people, whether they know it or not, hate everybody. And when you see anything right now, they say, "You hate me." That reaction you see yourself doing, that is jealousy, that nonsense that one was talking about. Jealousy. Ojumeje and Amunike, what does he call himself? They are jealous and envious. Those are statements that came out of the mouth of your own intellectuals, which is also one of the reasons everybody says the same thing, because if the intellectuals believe this thing to be true, why should the regular person in the street not believe it? After all, everybody looked up to the intellectual. But that's not what we want to do today. We're going to go through a number of materials. I'm trying to put it together. So this one, I'm just going to read out the different books. God help me today. By the way, let me start by saying this. It's a very, very emotional topic. I am not from Asaba, but we're going to tell the truth. However, in talking about the truth, we're also going to be looking at the broader, looking at it from a broader perspective rather than just looking for who to blame. Okay? All right, so let's start with, I like the introduction, by these authors, Elizabeth Bird and Fraser Otanelli. The book is called The History and Legacy of the Asaba Nigeria Massacres. Again, it's been 58 years, and those people have a right to be angry. But we're going to look at everything from different perspectives today. Please, if you're on TikTok, I really need you to power up. Please, we really have to. A couple of days ago, we lost the live because there was no engagement. Let's not do that today. So please power up. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's start with this. Again, I'm reading The History and Legacy of the Asaba Nigeria Massacres, S. Elizabeth Bird and Fraser Otanelli. However, we're going to read other books. We're going to read the book by Uilawa Oswanlele called The Midwest Reaction to Biafra's Invasion and the Liberation of the Nigerian Forces. We're going to read The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. We're going to read There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe and some other books. But let's start with this one. On the afternoon of October 5, 1967, 4 months into the Nigerian Civil War over the secession of the predominantly Igbo region east of the Niger River, Nigerian federal troops entered Asaba, a town on the west bank of the river. As one witness recalled, we had been expecting their arrival with fear and trembling since Biafran troops started withdrawing on the 3rd of October. We remembered vividly the fate of our people in northern Nigeria in May, July, and September 1966, and the threat that Igbos were going to be wiped out. When the federal troops arrived, some people had fled across the Niger, some into the bush, but some remained in their homes, waiting for what fate would bring. When the troops appeared, the worst fears of the 10,000 townsfolk were realized. Over the next few days, up to 1,000 Asabans died at the hands of the federal soldiers, the majority in a single systematic the anniversary that was celebrated 2 days ago. The killings at Asaba, as well as smaller events at other towns in the Midwest, remained little known outside the Igbo communities for many years, largely because they went unreported in the press at the time and subsequently received scant attention in histories of the Civil War. Our goal here is to reconstruct the history of the events, primarily using survival accounts in the absence of other primary documents. Well, we have other primary documents we're going to use today, but I like this just for that introduction, but you have to be very careful. It's let me read portions of this book, right? Then I'll now settle down on John de St. John, which is our main text for today. And there was a country. Okay. So he has some things that they wrote about the events preceding that crisis. It says, although a full history of the Nigerian Civil War is beyond the scope of this article, a brief overview is needed to place the Asaba events in I'll take that again. Although a full history of the Nigerian Civil War is beyond the scope of this article, a brief overview is needed to place the Asaba events in context. The origins of the war lie in the country's colonial past. Starting at the end of the 19th century and over a period of 40 years, the British took control of previously independent territories with distinct languages, religions, and customs, from the Bight of Benin along the coast to the fringes of the Sahara Desert in the north. In 1914, the Colonial Office decided to amalgamate this complex ethnic mosaic into a single entity called Nigeria by joining the British colony of Lagos with the Protectorate of Southern Nigeria and Northern Nigeria. British rule did not foster a pan-Nigerian identity. Colonial authorities promoted the development of distinct regional identities defined by common... I'll take that again, excuse me. British rule did not foster a pan-Nigerian identity. Colonial authorities promoted the development of distinct regional identities defined by common ethnicity and religion, mainly Christian in the south and Muslim in the north. When Nigeria achieved independence in 1960, it was a three-region federal state. The south had been divided into the Yoruba-dominated western region, separated by the River Niger, from the Igbo-dominated eastern region. The Hausa Fulani dominated the northern region. Nigeria also includes more than 200 other ethnic groups in addition to these three largest groups. A fourth region, the Midwest, which is the most ethnically diverse region, was carved out of the western region in 1963. This administrative structure promoted the formation of distinct regionally based political parties. Fears that one region could prevail over the others and gain control over federal assemblies and the allocation of the country's resources led to contested census counts, as well as elections marred by fraud and intimidation in 1964 and 1965. In the end, the combination of regional tensions and corruption of the electoral and political process opened the way of Igbo descent on January 15, 1966. One of their first actions was to suspend the constitution and consolidate the regions in an attempt to impose national unity. They were not imposing national unity. They did all of that in order to give the Igbos a higher hand, as you must have known from all the conversations we've had, but let's continue. Northerners saw the coup as an attempt by the Igbo to use the army to impose their domination over the country. They also seized this opportunity to express a long-festering animosity toward the Igbo, who, because of their early exposure to the European-style education and entrepreneurial entrepreneurial practices, as well as their knowledge of English, had become a visible presence in business activities throughout the country. Baker, in 1980, writes that by 1966 across Nigeria, one second please. Baker in 1980 writes, by 1966 across Nigeria, Igbos filled urban jobs at every level far out of proportion to their numbers, as laborers and domestic servants, as bureaucrats, corporate managers, and technicians. 2/3 of the senior jobs in the Nigerian Railway Corporation were held by Igbos. 3/4 of Nigeria's diplomats came from the eastern region. So did almost half of the 4,500 students graduating from Nigerian universities in 1966. The Igbos became known as the Jews of Africa, despised and envied for their achievements and acquisitiveness. Let me stop to say something. Now, this Oyibo people, they give people, okay, they were not envied or despised for their achievements. They were despised for the way they achieved those things. In other words, they were despised because they were, as a group, the most clannish in Nigeria, even till today, very nepotistic, if there's any word like that. In other words, when you say 2/3 of the senior jobs in Nigerian Railway Corporation were held by Igbos, did they ever ask how did that happen? There was a commission of inquiry into the Federal Civil Service, and the report, we've read it here before. We're not going to do it today because I don't want to change the topic, but it's important to mention these things because these things led to the coup and the war, right? The point where the idea of domination in Nigeria is not just something that's a figment of somebody's imagination. It's a... Yesterday, I was reading Papa's book, where he was talking about the events of, the early 60s, how the Mbanugo, who was one of the signatories to that document I always refer to, that was put together in 64, referring to what they had planned in 44, was actually planning to, one of the things they recorded was to assassinate Awo. Why? Because they wanted the Western region. And who wrote the document? Again, like I said a lot of things that we know, we'll be sharing it dear. The document about the assassination attempt or plan that they had for Awo in the early 60s was not written by Awo. It was written by the police in the Midwest, based on the plans they had for Midwest and later on for the Western region. One of these, I'm going to talk about it. I'm very careful with the information we share. But the point is, a person who is planning to assassinate Awo, who is planning to take over the places, is the same person who calls everybody tribalist, and is the same person who ensures the domination. Look at the word they use in the document in 44, perpetual rule of the Federation. And so when they got in government offices, what they did was to ensure that they saturated the entire place with their folks, not because of merit. That merit nonsense that Chinua Achebe was saying in his book is nonsense. Like I said, it is rubbish. It didn't happen because of merit, because we have documents from that era. One of those we have on the Redomik Global Telegram channel, right? So yes, you have 2/3 of the senior staff. Think about it, 3/4 of Nigeria diplomats, 3/4, all the ambassadors going out of Nigeria, whether it's the United States, Russia, UK, they were in alliance with the NPC, Northern People's Congress. They were in alliance with the NPC, Northern People's Congress. To be fair, the NPC did not have as many educated people as the NCNC. But here's the unfair thing. NCNC was not an Igbo party. It was founded in Lagos. And it was a coalition of different groups, most of them Yoruba, e.g., the Lagos Market Women Association, led by Alimoto Pelewura. NYM, which Zik himself had destroyed before he left. Some of the people in there eventually joined NCNC, but they're not one of the major groups. It's Lagos Market Women Association, NNDP, that's the party that was founded in 23 by Abat Macaulay, the TUC, Trade Union Organization Congress, Trade Union Congress, and the students. They were the ones that formed NCNC. So that if, for instance, at any point, NCNC is going into partnership with the NPC, the members of NCNC, people in their own constituencies, should also have a chance at that. opportunity. But no, everywhere was taken over by the Igbos because they used that party as a vehicle for ethnic domination of Nigeria. And that's the problem. So when you hear things and people say, oh, they are stopping them from doing something, because people have experienced it before. And it's not just, ancient story. It's literally happening right now in Anambra State, like now. A federal college of education in Anambra State recruited less than 900 people. 65 of them were from Enugu, 811 of them were from Anambra Place, Nigerian Railway Corporation, right? About 64% of people working there were Igbos. Nigerian Port Authority in Lagos had 70% Igbos. Chew on that for a second. It's a federal parastatal. It is domiciled in Yoruba land, but 70% of its staff are Igbos. But Igbos are not tribalists. Same goes for Nigerian Airways. About 70%. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan made sure that these VCs were Igbos. And when people spoke, they said, oh, you guys are doing tribalism in university. It's the kind of nonsense that Inibe was writing on Twitter the other day. Somebody was talking about Lagos. Say, oh, you have also joined the tribalism madness. In other words, the clown who thinks that one of the other guys that's always insulting Yoruba people and calling us all kinds of names, you say, oh, he's a troublemaker, he's a troublesome boy, and you wish him happy birthday. But the person that pushes back is a tribalist. If you allow anybody to gaslight you, now your fault though. So, dominated everywhere, even ensured that SUG in UI were told to, the Igbo members, the Igbo students in UI were told to occupy strategic positions in the student union government. So the Jews of Africa despised and envied for their achievement. They were not envied for their achievements. They were not even envied at all. They were despised, yes, for the style that they used in getting themselves into power and ensuring that they dominated everywhere, not because they were better than others, but because they were clannish. And we've tried to explain why. 2 reasons. Number one, they've never really experienced that kind of complexity in terms of politics before, ever. Which is why they would think that unitary system was a good idea. If you are clannish, who cares? Number two was that a lot of people that went to school in the 30s, 40s, 50s went to school based on communal support, especially in the 40s and 50s, not 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. They went based on communal support. There's a story, I've not read it, maybe I'll read it some other time, how in Nwafo Orizu took money that was contributed to send young people in his community to university in the US. He embezzled that money, right? Was found guilty of that crime, sent to prison. But guess what? Azikiwe came much later. Since he also steals, he stole 877,000 pounds from the Eastern Region Marketing Board. But guess what he did? He ensured that Orizu was pardoned. That's not today's topic. The point is that community would come together to send people to school because they had to raise money. So when those people got educated and go back home, there are 2 options. Either work to repay the community or use your powers or your influence to get your community people to work. Therefore, they felt they owed their people. And what did they do? Field everywhere. It was so bad that in NRC, a janitor or a messenger, a former messenger who was in service for many years as a messenger, was recruited, right, as the chairman of the recruitment board and also a contractor to the NRC, only because it was related to the chairman, Ikejani. Why is this important? Because you cannot know anything that happened in Asaba without understanding the events that led to it. Let's go back to the book now. The Igbo presence outside of their region was not always welcomed. In spite of the crucial roles that they played, and in the north, they were forced to live in segregated Sabongeri or strangers' quarters. In northern, by the way, the idea of Sabongeri did not even come from the Hausas, it came from the British. And it came before the Igbos got in there and en masse. The idea was the British themselves want people to segregated if they were not from that place. Just so happens that when the idea first started in the north, the Yorubas who were living in the north, most of them still lived with the Hausas outside Sabongeri because they were assimilated. One of these days, I should write it down. I want to do a session on indigenship or indigeneity between the Hausa and Yoruba people, and how far the connection goes. By the way, it goes back to the 19th century. To be honest, it actually goes back about 600 years. But in context of colonialism, it was in the 1800s. Indigeneity, Yoruba, and Hausa. I should remember with this. All right, let's continue with it. Excuse me. In northern and western Nigeria, please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. Thank you. On YouTube as well, please like and share. Thank you very much. In northern and western Nigeria, the unrest following the coup led to a series of bloody riots against the Igbo in May 1966. Actually, that's not why. Who wrote this book? I will soon move away from the book, by the way. The people did not fight because of the coup. The response to the coup was not in May. That was in July. July, August. That was when they really responded. The May thing happened because of the promulgation of Decree 34 on May 24, 1966. After the coup was executed in January, everybody was actually happy for a second until they discovered that only their men, that every other leader across Nigeria was killed, but Igbo leaders. Not one Igbo leader was armed. And that's why I say that we have to be careful with people who want to blackmail you and say, but there were other Yoruba people, there were other king. A lot, if you read the special branch report, a lot of the other people that were part of that coup did not know about the coup, even while executing it. And some of them were also Igbos. If you read special branch report, you'll find it there. If you read Ademoyega's work, you'll find it there. If you read Bengbule's work, Nigeria's 5 Majors, you'll find it there. A lot of people were part of it. The coup was an Igbo coup. All those revolutionary things, that's smoke screen. It was Igbo coup. It was sanctioned by the civilians who were in government at the time. It was sanctioned by the intellectuals. From the writings we read here last week? I read some of those things here. It was a combination of the people. Let me start it very well. The army, the Igbo officers, the Igbo civilian leaders, that's politicians, then the Igbo intellectuals and the Igbo people. And all of these things I'm saying, let me tell you where to find it. The Igbo officers, you'll find that one in special branch report. They planned everything to the T. Igbo civilians is also special branch report. Igbo intellectuals is in the educated elite in Nigerian society by E. Ayondele. The people, you find that in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. They owned it as Igbo thing. It's only when it backfired that they started saying, it's not an Igbo coup, it's revolutionary. It's not a revolutionary coup, it's Igbo. Just like the July counter coup was a northern counter coup. If you hate it, invent time machine, go back in the past and change history. But we're not going to change it to make you feel comfortable. In northern and western Nigeria, the unrest following the coup led to a series of bloody riots against the Igbo in May 66. Again, the riots happened because of unification, not because of the coup. These attacks escalated into systematic massacres, which the Igbo commonly refer to as pogroms. Did you see what they did here? Pogrom in Nigeria. There has never been, as far as towards the Igbos are concerned, there has not been a pogrom. Have there been massacres? Yes. Have people been killed? Yes. Was it a pogrom? No. Was it a genocide? No. If you're looking for genocide, what happened in Asaba will be a genocide, which is what we're discussing today. But the people who shout pogrom, it's not because they experienced it. It's because they are masters in propaganda. Am I saying it's good that they kill people? Of course not. You have to be insane to think it was okay for people to be massacred and killed. But you also have to be very simple-minded and be a simpleton to allow yourself to be blackmailed by people saying that just because people were killed, it was a pogrom, which means that it was a state-sponsored killing. How could it be state-sponsored when some people in the state did not even know? Let's get back into this. So it says here, which the Igbo commonly referred to as pogrom, says these attacks escalated into systematic massacres. That's true. Of Easterners living in the Muslim North after a counter coup led by Northern officers killed the Igbo head of state, General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, and replaced him with Colonel Yakubu Gowon, a Christian Northerner, on July 29, 1966. In at least some cases, soldiers actively joined civilian mobs. On October 2nd, 1966, Lloyd Garrison reported in the New York Times, 1966, that soldiers defying the orders of the officers. I'm going to read this slowly. Give me a second, please. I need to do something very quickly. Don't worry, it's for the best. It's going to help us really get into this. But I need to change something. Okay, one bit. Many books today, but all of those things will help us understand the past a bit better. There's something I'm looking for. Apologize. Give me 30 seconds. I promise it will be over in 30 seconds. Okay. History and legacy. I need to open it using other stuff. Emmanuel, Emmanuel, Minnesota. Koshio, Prof, please, people are asking me for the materials for the war and other things we've talked about. I mentioned it, books. There are books. If you go on Read Me Global, you find some of them, and then they can buy. They are hard copies, so I try to mention the title so that everybody, if you're interested, you could, but that's about what I can do, to be honest, considering everything. Where was I? Background to the Civil War. Okay. Oh, found it. All right. Let's go back to this now. In northern and western Nigeria, I read that part already, so let's just move away. These attacks escalated into systematic massacres of Easterners living in the Muslim North after a counter coup led by Northern officers killed the Igbo head of state, General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi, and replaced him with Colonel Yakubu Gowon, a Christian Northerner, on July 29, 1966. Now listen to this. So in at least some cases, soldiers actively joined civilian mobs. On October 2, 1966, Lloyd Garrison, defying the orders of the officers to keep the peace, opened fire on a large crowd of Igbos trying to board an airplane at Kano. These Igbos were attempting to join the estimated 1 million who, fearing for their lives, were fleeing to their ancestral homes in the east, which included both the region east of the Niger and portions of the Midwest region, such as Asaba. Now, why did I repeat that part? It's because it is true that soldiers killed Igbos in the north, but they did not do it. The action wasn't state sanctioned. Therefore, you can't call it a pogrom. The first time we heard the word pogrom was a magazine, a publication by the Eastern Region government in the last quarter of 1966. They titled it pogrom, and since that day, what's his name? Ojukwu has not stopped using that word, and his people still use it because, of course, it makes them feel like victims. But did people really die? Yes. But if you want to make the world actually feel sorry for you, you say that Nigeria hates you and so sanctions it. But the truth is that the soldiers defied the orders of the officers, and what they did, of course, is condemnable. There's no excuse for that. So you read that part. Now let's go to Asaba. The reason I'm stopping now is because if I continue, I want to go into what happened between Nigeria and Biafra, but at least I think we have enough, backstory. Kindly give us references for the plot to kill Awo. Adventures in Power, Book 2, The Travel of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Obafemi Awolowo. That's the book. All right. Please don't tell me to repeat it, I beg, so that we can move on. Let me repeat it. Adventures in Power of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Papa. All right. So yeah, a few more things I need to say before I start reading these books. Let me just do this thing myself. These books are going to distract me. The coup happened January 15. Leaders were killed in different regions. Nothing happened in the eastern region. People did not say anything. They were watching. 16th January, Iran began to, do everything. In fact, that same 15th January, Iran and some Igbo civilians, that's Igbo politicians, started doing everything to ensure that Deep Chima would not become the prime minister or the acting prime minister. They wanted him Badiwe. So we would have had a governor general, a president who was Igbo. Azikiwe would have had a Senate president who was Igbo, one for Rizu. They will now have a prime minister who is Igbo, Mbadiwe. While they were doing their nonsense, they came up with a plan of what they really wanted to do. By 16th January, I'm going to have another session where I'm actually going to go deep into all of the things that happened. 16th January, Ironsi made himself the head of state. The politicians that were there did not hand over power to him. They saw guns surrounding the entire building. They had to do what they had to do. It was Sunday evening during Ramadan. It was Sunday evening. It wasn't like, they wanted to get, they wanted the power. Anyway, 17th was when they dealt with Victor Banjo. And all of you Yoruba bots always talking, speaking English and philosophizing. You are the useful idiots. They'll use you and dump you. It happened several times. Anyway, so they did that, and then afterwards they entrenched themselves in power. By April, they promoted 18 Igbo officers. And when people said, but there are Yoruba people also, I said, everybody's Igbo. Everybody's Igbo. What should we do? Let's mix it up a bit. So what should we do? They looked for three northern officers and took them above 5 Yoruba officers who were their seniors and made them join the 18 Igbo officers, so that they had 21 officers promoted in April of 66. Where will you find that? You'll find that in Green Volume 2. All right. So they went through all of that. By that same March, if you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, he talked about how Ojukwu was already telling him about drafting a unification decree. He was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region. He wrote a book. That book is free of charge. It's available on the Telegram channel. It's called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. Ojukwu wanted him to write or to draft the decree, and he was against it because he was thinking that other Nigerians would not be happy with it. They're going to force this on everyone. And why do I know that? This is also one of the things that you might make sure understand that everything was Igbo, because that was the plan they've had since the early 50s. And with the soldiers, they actually accomplish it. Anyway, by May, they promulgated a decree based on one man's recommendation. The man's name is Nwokedi. Nwokedi Minority Report. Think about it for a second. You have a committee to sit on a particular matter. Everybody says no, one says yes, one with them is a majority. So they took that person's report, gave us Decree 34, leading to the riots. After the riots, things happened. It was unalived. By August 1st, what's this man's name? Yakubu Gowon was made the head of state. By the way, I found new information that August 12th, that we usually use as the date they released Papa, was actually the date that the pardon was gazetted. The release was 3rd of August. But we're going to talk about that some other time. Anyway, August out of prison. Because of the killing in Ibadan, in Abeokuta, Ikeja, and also in the north, killing of Igbo officers and some people, everything went to around 200 people. In retaliation for about 27 people that were killed by the Igbos in January of 66. When that happened, the Igbo people people were running home. They started killing Hausas in the east. Nobody talks about this, but it happened. Kill them in Umaya, in Onitsha, in Enugu, in Port Harcourt, in Oboloafo. Killed a lot of Igbos. That's why a lot of Hausas, a lot of Northerners generally. They returned, and then they also began to unalive the Igbos in the north. And then, all of that happened in August. By the end of everything, by end of September, a statement was released that between 7,000 and 8,000 people died. Some people say 5, some people say 7 to 8,000. But there's a particular writer whose book I recommend, The Nigerian Civil War. The writer is John Desenjo. He said that, 7 to 8,000, but it's okay to round it up to 10,000. So that by October, when the Eastern region released that document called Pogrom, which didn't happen, by the way. People were killed, though. Terrible stuff, but it was not state sanctioned. Again, like I always say, whenever we're having conversations with the Eastern region or Eastern books, please get your dictionary close by, because you need to have something called definition of terms. They twist words a lot. Anyway, Ojukwu comes along and says 10,000 people died in that stuff, which is terrible, right? January was Aburi Accord. Ojukwu said, no. Ojukwu said 8,000 people, no, 10,000 people died. By January, it had become, 7,000 to 8,000 people died, sorry. Ojukwu in the pogrom said 7,000 to 8,000 people died. That's in October of 1966. By January 4 and January 5 at Aburi Accord, he said 10,000 people died. By May 30, he said 30,000 people died. By 1969, during the Ahira Declaration, he said 50,000 people died. On that event, Ojukwu had 4 different numbers, and nobody questions him. So the first time they put out a statement in October of 66, in their own book, Eastern Region, called Pogrom, they said 7,000 to 8,000 people, Igbos, died in the north. That's what they said. By January at Aburi, Ojukwu said it was 10,000 people that died. And people were like, you know what? That was the stuff I was trying to explain earlier, that John Desenjo was like, you know what? It actually makes sense because, just round it up, it's okay. That was in January. By May, when he was declaring Biafra, he said 30,000 people died. It's not like people were dying, more people were dying. No, it's the same event that had happened though in September of 66. Ojukwu was just hyping. The word that John Desenjo used was irresponsible number games. It was playing an irresponsible number games. It became 30,000 by May, and then by 69, he referred to the event of 66 and said 50,000 people had died. And that 30,000 number is what you're going to find in Achebe's book, There Was a Country. If you're a young Igbo person, I'm very sorry. Your writers are not very good people. May God forgive them. That's what Achebe wrote. That's what Frederick Forsyth wrote. That's the number Chimamanda was quoting during the interview that we listened to yesterday. They just used that number. Did people die? Yes. Were they many? Yes. Was it 30,000? No. Was it good that they died? No. Now, Aburi Accord happened in January. By March, decree number 8 was promulgated by Yakubu Gowon, which, according to Easterners, was what they agreed to at Aburi. 2 sources. Number 1, The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan mentions how 95%, or better put, that the decree number 8 of March 67 was 95% of Aburi Accord. Interestingly, another person wrote about that thing. The person is Ilarin Joku. Ilarin Joku had gone to the office, to the governor's office, to visit, the governor, to talk about what they heard. So just to talk about whatever, like it was a work day. When he got there, he met the governor's private secretary. His name is Don Egwe, who was also a lawyer. Don Egwe says to Ilarin Joku, congratulations, we have 98. He says, Yakubu Gowon has passed Aburi. Then he talked about decree number 8, and he said that decree number 8 was 98% of what they requested at Aburi, that the other 2% are just military jargons that he doesn't understand. So one says 90, or not, he doesn't understand, like he, no, sorry. I have to read that thing. Sorry. The word I used there, he did not use. He didn't say he did not understand. May not be like say they put word for him out. Marry them. So he go here waiting the guy inside talk. In talk say, oh, brilliant. Don Egboe confirmed the news. He added that as a legal man, this is the governor's private secretary. He added that as a legal man, he observed that the news of the Aburi decisions and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. I know you did not say you didn't understand. Military jargons that could not fit into legal terms. We congratulated each other. As soon as the military governor entered his office, I followed him in a much more relaxed mood. The book I'm reading from is called A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku, who eventually became the military commander of the Biafran army. So N.U. Akpan was the secretary of the government, the secretary to the government, right? It's quite interesting, you know. N.U. Akpan, who wrote Struggle for Secession, was the secretary to the government of Eastern Region. Graham Douglas, who wrote Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion, was the Attorney General to that same Eastern Region. Hilary Njoku became the Oga of the Biafran Forces, Eastern Region. So these people are authorities, essentially. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, decree number 8 was promulgated, was passed in March. And this is what Ojuku says, or what he said. Let me read from Hilary Njoku's perspective. Let me start from the beginning. One morning, about 10th March 1967, I got to the governor's office at the State House. There were smiles on every face. Mr. N.U. Akpan, the one who said 95% in his own book. Mr. N.U. Akpan, the secretary of the military government, was the first person of note I met. He greeted me with the expression, "Shake my hand, we have made it, we have made it." I asked, "What?" "Gowon has issued the right decree on Aburi." He replied. I later walked across to the office of the governor's private secretary, Mr. Don Egboe. He confirmed the news. He added that as a legal man, he observed that the new decree number 8, contained 98% of the Aburi decisions, and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. We congratulated each other. As soon as the military governor entered his office, I followed him in a much more relaxed mood. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. I understand that a new decree on Aburi is out and embodies all you have been asking for." "Who told you?" No, I won't accept it. It is too late." My face dropped, and I was short of words. Indeed, Gowon had delayed in issuing the decree on decisions of Aburi. It is also a fact that the advice of the Committee of Federal Parliament Secretaries and Executive Council might have played a part both in the delay and the shortcomings of the decree. It would have been unbecoming of an officer and gentleman if Gowon had rejected the Aburi Accord completely. For Ojuku, history will fault him for this strategic mistake, that is, rejecting the decree on Aburi, no matter how late and relatively incomplete. Perhaps he bargained for more. If you want to know more about this, please check out the video on the YouTube channel Busui Oris on YouTube and look for how Ojuku rejected Aburi. Anyway, that happened in March. May 27, more states were created in Nigeria. We have 12 states. Thank you for that treasure chest. Who sent it? I don't see the person who sent it, but thank you. All right. May 27, new states were created. So we had 4 regions at the time. We had 4 regions at the time in Nigeria, and what Gowon did was to create 12 instead of 4. So was to make us have 12 states instead of 4. I should say something at this point. I read the book yesterday where some Igbos were saying that the government wanted to weaken the Eastern region, and that was why it was broken into 3. If you think like that, you are right. You are also wrong. You're right, because the reason you are flexing is because you are holding on to what belongs to others in that region. That's one. Someone says, please, what's their mention of the why do you ask for these things? No. What do you want to do with this specific military jargon? It's not because anybody had any meeting, but because it wants anybody had any meeting, but because it won't please you. But let's leave that matter. That's not even the point. Where was I? Ojukwu rejecting Aburi. May 27, the states were created, and some people said that it was because we're trying to weaken the eastern region. The reason, of course, is that the flexing way they flex now, because say you get and for other people provinces in that region, so it makes sense to break it. But remember that the same eastern region had moved for the western region to be broken into 4 in 1957. So why should you be angry in 67 that your region was broken into 3? By the way, the western region itself was also broken into 3. And the northern region was broken into 6. The western region became Midwest, West, and Lagos in 67. The eastern region became Rivers, East Central, and Southeast. Southeast, of course, is what we now call Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. Anyway, Gowon did that in May 27. May 30, Ojukwu declares Biafra. Please stay with me. Ojukwu declares Biafra May 30, 1967. Of course, he was declaring not Igbo land, he was taking other states. Someone will shout, but they were in Eastern region. Eastern region is not synonymous with Igbo land. It's not ancestrally yours. Thieving spirit, you wouldn't mind. Anyway, he was trying to steal the region, and they killed a lot of people, by the way. One of these days we'll have another session on it, but you can check the YouTube channel for details how they killed people in the Eastern minority areas, whether it was in Ikorekpeyong or in Asang or in Abonema or in Degema, all those places, Port Harcourt and so on and so forth. Anyway, there was a police action from May 30 from the federal government. There was no war in Nigeria until July. And what happened really was that Ojukwu went into Benue territory, raided places on a Sunday, did the same in different parts. Eventually, Nigeria had to respond, and that was what happened at Nsukka. You also find details of what happened in Nsukka in the book by Hilary Njoku. That was in July. By August, Ojukwu came up with this brilliant idea that they needed to go to Lagos through. 1 second, please.
Who is there?
Excuse me. Ojukwu felt that the best idea would be to travel to Lagos with, those men and everything. And when they were going, they had people go to Warri. Please, we are getting into what happened in Asaba now. People go into Warri, into Sapele, into Ogeli, into Benin, all the way even to Okene. Why? Because he was pushing to take over the space. Let nobody lie to you that Ojukwu was trying to get to Lagos because Lagos was the capital. It's a lie. Ojukwu was claiming territory. How do I know? Let me recommend a text. Oh dear. Oh shit. I need exercise. I think I may have twisted my arm. All right. Okay, it's good now. It's perfect. He decided to invade the Midwest. What happened in Asaba in October was actually the product of Ojukwu's invasion in August. Having said what I've said now, let's read Chinua Achebe first. Then we'll read John Desenjo. And if time permits, we'll play Uilawa. Okay? All of that was just intro. Just give us like the backdrop. Okay? So let's start with A little issue here. Please just power tap on TikTok. Thank you very much. Somebody says, don't worry, Professor Sean, go strong, Pastor Amadiwa. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to get to the page. Jesus, you, Okay. Let's start with Achebe's reportage of, I'll call it, it's not even reportage self, because the guy just a lie. But I'll go read within talk. We'll come go into other stuff. So this is There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. You know what? Let me even go back a bit because this man. I'm sorry. I said that from inside. I read this every time I see this thing. I just feel bad for Igbo people, especially the young ones. Anyway, let's read. Following the Biafran invasion of the Midwest, Gowon reorganized his war strategy. He placed some of his best military personnel in three key roles as part of his agenda to crush the Biafrans. Mohammed Shua was commander in charge of the 1st Division of the Federal Army. His orders were to advance from northern Nigeria with his troops. No, I shouldn't start reading now. No, there's something I should say. Nah. No, this is not fair. Let me read from the Midwest, I beg. We can't get into this with the propaganda. Let's start with truth. Then we'll come back to. We'll know his propaganda, we'll read it, but more no start with them because we already know saying a lie and go lie for us. Someone would wonder if I know he's lying, how come I'm reading the book? Because there's a bit of truth somewhere in there. Like I always say, you can't have propaganda with 100% lies. You need a modicum of truth for it to fly. That truth, if you read that stuff, you'll be able to sieve it in. You'll be able to sieve it, which is what we're going to do today. So let's just go back to how these guys entered. Oh, thank God I remembered. Crazy. Let me say something. This man says, he already even referred to Achebe because in recent times, this book is called Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses to the Biafran Occupation and Federal Liberation in the Nigerian Civil War by Uyilawa Osualele. By the way, Uyilawa is with the Department of History, State University of New York, Oswego. In recent times, the Nigerian Civil War has begun to receive renewed attention from scholars. One notable tendency in the historiography of the war is the increasing recharacterization of the war as genocide against the Igbo ethnic group who are identified as the sole victims. This perspective may be traced back to Biafran's war claims, which was popularized by the international, especially Western media covering the war, and by humanitarian organizations operating inside the secessionist Biafran enclave. Both the Biafran war propaganda and some recent scholarship have rendered the war in terms of Nigerian groups as victimizers and perpetrators of genocide on the one hand, and Biafrans, particularly Igbo, as victims on the other. For instance, the eminent scholar, I don't think he's eminent, I think he's a fantastic fiction writer, fantastic, but I don't consider him eminent because, please read the book, you will know whether what I'm saying makes sense. Anyway, because that book is supposed to destroy Nigeria, essentially. The war as motivated by ethnic jealousy. Did you see that word again? The same thing that Ojumeje used that we played this morning. It's the same thing that Amuneke used this morning, jealousy. What is the jealous for your body? We don't know. One more continue, Sha. It says here, the eminent scholar Chinua Achebe explained the war as motivated by ethnic jealousy and hatred of Igbo culture-induced achievement. Igbo culture-induced achievement drive versus the lethargic culture of non-Igbo Nigerians, which has constrained the latter's achievement in their competition with the Igbo in virtually every sphere in the ongoing modernization process in Nigeria. Far, 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 far. Achebe is saying that they have this Igbo culture-induced achievement drive. Didn't mention nepotism, but let's continue. Achebe further claimed that the non-Igbo Nigerians used every opportunity, particularly the failed Igbo secession bid and the civil war, as a means of pushing the Igbo out of the coveted positions they occupied in the Nigerian political economy. I thought they were still there. Don't we have Igbo civil servants and politicians and Senate presidents and speakers and deputy speakers and so on and so forth? Contrary to Achebe's claim, the conflict and war were not this simplistic and straightforward. It was a complicated belligerency that victimized many Igbo and non-Igbo ethnic groups as well. In addition, the Igbo also victimized their fellow Igbo and non-Igbo ethnic group members. So, without having to read everything, here's the point. After dealing with whatever they were dealing with in the Eastern region, they decided to move into the Midwest, and when they did, the idea was to take over the entire place. And what did they do that made us say that they're taking over the entire place? Number one, they decided to create, in fact, they created a structure, a new structure, and called the place Republic of Benin, and ensure that the head of that government was Igbo. What's his name now? Albert Okonkwo. And then they did the craziest things, is what I want to see if I can get into now. All right, so what happened was that the Igbos who were working in the Midwest, people like Conrad Nwanwo, people like Misiche, Okwechime, they allowed Biafrans into the Midwest, okay? What they did when they go into the Midwest, we're going to talk about it at the end of this session, because I just realized something right now. We're talking about Asaba Massacre, not just the history. So I want to make sure I'm not, going back and forth. But let's now read Achebe's book. We'll come back to that one later. Everything will be tied together very soon. You will enjoy this, but let's just go step by step. Achebe says, following the Biafran invasion of the Midwest, Gowon reorganized his war strategy. He placed some of his best military personnel in 3 key roles as part of his agenda to crush the Biafrans. Mohammed Shua was commander in charge of the 1st Division of the Federal Army. His orders were to advance from northern Nigeria with his troops to take the Biafran towns of Nsukka and Ogoja. How can Ogoja be Biafran town? Ogoja was not Biafran town. Biafra we have to redefine it to be just Igbo land. Anyway, Colonel Murtala Mohammed, in charge of Division 2, had marching orders to retake Benin and the other parts of the Midwest occupied by the Biafran army, and then cross the River Niger into Onitsha. Finally, Division 3 of the Nigerian Army, led by Benjamin Adekunle, aka Black Scorpion, would commandeer a southern offensive. 3 months later, the Nigerian forces, now more organized and armed to the teeth with British weapons, had staged a successful counter-offensive. The Biafrans were now in full retreat. The Nigerian army pushed back the Biafrans and arrived at the outskirts of the Republic of Benin in September 1967. This is not Benin Republic, this is present-day Edo and Delta State. That's Bendel. They arrived at the outskirts of the Republic of Benin in September 1967, led by Murtala Mohammed. His 2nd Infantry Division mounted a resurgent attack from 2 fronts, defending their advance and pushing forward in a classic Greek army offensive. 1 second, please. The Nigerian army pushed back the Biafrans and arrived at the outskirts of the Republic of Benin in September 1967, led by Murtala Mohammed. His secondary infantry division mounted a resurgent attack from two fronts, defending their advance and pushing forward in a classic Greek army offensive. The retreating Biafran forces, according to several accounts, allegedly beat up. Please, we are in it now. Introduction is over. We are in the meat of it now. So please stay with me. Power tap, share, enjoy. TikTok, please. Thank you for the 6.9K, by the way. Let me clap for you first. Me, I clap. You don't try. We already separated in May 27th from two fronts, defending the advance and pushing forward in a classic Greek army offensive. The retreating Biafran forces, according to several accounts, allegedly beat up a number of Midwesterners who they believed had served as saboteurs. Nigerian radio reports claimed that the Biafrans shot a number of innocent civilians as they fled the advancing federal troops. As disturbing as these allegations are, I have found no credible corroboration of them. This one will never find anything credible to corroborate any atrocities perpetrated by Igbos. General Achebe was a Biafran propagandist. And that is not an insult, it is a fact. He worked in Radio Biafra. The federal forces were soon able to snatch Benin from Biafra military hands and advance quickly. By the way, I'm going to explain to you later on what they did in those 2 months between August and October. What did Biafrans do in the Midwest? We'll talk about that, but I don't want to take away the story of Asaba yet. Let's finish Asaba before we explain. The federal forces were soon able to snatch Benin from Biafran military hands and advance quickly towards the River Niger, arriving in Asaba in early October 1967. There are multiple versions of what transpired in Asaba. The version I heard amounted to this. Murtala Mohammed, by the way, this man is always hearing things. I'm sorry. Let's focus. The version I heard amounted to this. Murtala Mohammed, Chief Commander GOC Division 2, and his lieutenants, including Colonel Ibrahim, an offensive. Is that what happened? No. What happened? I'll tell you later. Armed with direct orders to retake the occupied areas at all costs, this division rounded up and shot as many defenseless Igbo men and boys as they could find. Some reports placed the death toll at 500, others as high as 1,000. The Asaba Massacre, as it will be known, was only one of many such post-pogrom atrocities committed by Nigerian soldiers during the war. It became a particular abomination for Asaba residents, as many of those killed were titled Igbo chiefs and common folk alike, and their bodies were disposed of with reckless abandon in mass graves, without regard to the wishes of the families of the victims or the town's ancient traditions. His Holiness, Pope Paul VI, having received no commitments from either the Nigerians or the Biafrans for a ceasefire, sent his emissary, the well-regarded Monsignor Georges Rochaud, to Nigeria on a fact-finding mission. The horrified Roman Catholic priest spoke to the French newspaper Le Monde following the visit, recounting what he witnessed. Quote, "There has been genocide. For example, on the occasion of the 1966 massacres, 2 areas have suffered badly from the fighting. Firstly, the region between the towns of Benin and Asaba, where only widows and orphans remain. Federal troops, having for unknown reasons massacred all the men." Unknown reasons. I'll stop to say this. This, I believe, is one of the worst episodes in Nigerian history, and it's a blight, right? But when he says for no reasons, we'll go into what those reasons may have been. But here's the point I need to make. I am not suggesting in any way that these reasons are justifiable. But I think that if we are going to actually move forward as a country, we need to learn to go beyond headlines, which is what, you know, so I'm going to go to the book by John de St. John. I'm looking at the way I should do this. Also, I'm trying to open the book, please. Hold on, please. Oh, okay. Before I read that, let me read something to you from Frederick Forsyth. The book is called The Biafra Story. It says, he also quoted the same emissary from the Pope. And then it says, according to eyewitnesses of that massacre, the Nigerian commander ordered the execution of every Igbo male over the age of 10 years. The Midwest killings had nothing to do with the prosecution of the Nigerian war effort, and for the Biafrans, they represented what was widely interpreted as a taste of things to come. The fact that the overwhelming majority of the Igbo population of the Midwest stayed behind after the withdrawal of the Biafran troops under Banjo's orders indicated that they were confident neither they nor their fellow Igbos from across the Niger had done anything to warrant reprisals. I'm reading this also because this man is also a propagandist. He also worked for Biafra. You will understand why I'm reading it very soon, but more just take out small. There's something I'm looking for. I think it's page 165. I know what I want to say, but it's better for me to read it, and I think I found it. Oh, good. God is good. He has done me well. All right. Bad story, by the way. So if you see me doing this, it's because I'm also trying to make sure that I usually get overwhelmed by things like this, so I'm always very careful. All right, so let's go to the Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. Yes, I was right. It's page 165. I think it will help to go back a bit. Again, we're discussing the Asaba Massacre and how terrible that was. I'm just going to go back a few pages to create congruence. Okay, please stay with me. Let's get into it now. By the third week in September, so we already talked about what happened. Let me just go back a bit. But I'll just explain quickly. August was when they got into the Midwest. They took over the place. 17th August, Biafran troops crossed the Ofusu River after a small skirmish and were in the western states. That's in Ore. So the Ore thing happened, around that time. They're trying to get to Ibadan at that time. The next 24 hours will be crucial and stuff and things like that. An attack was imminent on Lagos. It said Biafran troops are also advancing towards Ibadan. Banjo, leading his men with his customary panache, pressed on through the town, but finally came to a halt at a bridge, blown up by the Nigerians on the Lagos side. Another bridge had been destroyed on the Ibadan road, blocking the Biafrans' advance in that direction too. It was the high watermark of the Biafrans' military fortunes. For several days, the struggle for Ore continued, and though probably not more than a total of 1,500 men were involved, it was a decisive battle. As decisive to the Nigerians as Gettysburg had been to the Unionists in the American Civil War. But it was typical of the confused military history of the war that even today, it is not absolutely clear whether the Biafrans were soundly trounced at Ore or simply checked by the blown bridges. Let's just move very quickly. By third week in September, the Nigerians were threatening to cut the Biafrans off by slicing through the Benin-Asaba road from the north. Troops began pulling out of the Midwest capital. Many Igbo civilians had left some time before, and rumors spread like wildfire that the Nigerians were approaching. It was with some surprise then that at 7 a.m. on 20th September, Major Okonkwo solemnly announced on the radio the birth of the independent and sovereign Republic of Benin. It was the world's shortest-lived republic. By 1 o'clock on the same day, the Nigerians were shelling the city, and within a couple of hours, they had occupied it. The only fighting that took place was when a Biafran motorized column retreating westwards entered Benin, not knowing the city had been taken. They turned a bend and met a federal detachment head-on near the general hospital and were decimated. Major Okonkwo, it transpired, was already with the rest of the senior Biafran officers safely in Asaba. Again, just like his Oga, they're always running. Always running. Safely in Asaba, his independence declaration had been pre-recorded. Federal forces continued to advance but found the toughest resistance of the campaign as they entered the Igbo areas of the Midwest at Agbo. However, within 2 weeks of the fall of Benin, Colonel Benjamin Adekunle, Black Scorpion, pulled back temporarily from Boni and cleared the riverine districts of the state with another seaborne landing, and Murtala Mohammed, dubbed perhaps prematurely the Monty of the Midwest, had captured Asaba. The retreating Biafrans streamed back across the Niger. I'll take that again. The retreating Biafrans streamed back across the Niger bridge to the safety of Onitsha and blew up 2 of its pans to halt the Nigerian advance. The Biafran occupation of the Midwest had lasted 2 months. I promise we're going to talk about what happened in those. What they did, why they did what they did, why the Nigerian forces did what they did, but that will be much later. For now, let's just continue talking about what happened in Asaba. We are becoming very adaptable. We have had 3 governments here in 6 weeks, a civil servant remarked dryly in Benin after the federal reoccupation. As with all territories which are suddenly converted into battlefields, adaptability became the keynote for life and survival in the Midwest. During the Biafran occupation, but what made things, I'll tell that again, as with all territories which are suddenly converted into battlefields, adaptability became the keynote for life and survival in the Midwest during the Biafran occupation. But what made things doubly difficult in the Nigerian context was the closeness of tribal animosities to surface. Even in the Midwest, which had hitherto been regarded as a model example of a nation's slogan, unity in diversity, the Biafrans, however, did make a genuine attempt to win the hearts and minds of the non-Igbo people. They knew that with their limited resources, it was the only way to consolidate their grip on the state. In the early days, in particular, they behaved well, but rather than stole, cajoled rather than commandeered, and treated the local population humanely. A few Northerners were killed, but most of them were either evacuated with the expatriates or hidden by Midwestern friends. There was a lot of coming and going by top officials and other leading figures who visited Enugu to discuss the situation with Ojukwu. But it soon became apparent that the Biafrans were not accepted. The bulk of the Midwesterners remained fearful and hostile at the Biafran presence was an occupation, not, as Radio Biafra claimed, a liberation. Perhaps the most significant and fascinating proof of this was the steady Igbo exodus from non-Igbo areas. In some places, like Warri, Igbos who had spent most of their lives there were beginning to move out within 10 days of the Biafrans' arrival. In Benin, top Igbo civil servants were also on the move, many of them commuting to work from the Igbo towns of Abo and Asaba. Even though their own tribesmen were in total control and the federal troops were a long way off, they felt the deep hostility of the local people and reacted in the most positive way imaginable to it. As the tide began to turn, these feelings gradually came into the open and invited a Biafran reaction. Lists of names of prominent non-Igbos were ominously drawn up. I'll explain. Lists of names of prominent non-Igbos were ominously drawn up. Great quantities of food and goods were commandeered and sent to the east. Transport was taken over by the army. Rapings, beatings, and a small number of killings by Biafran soldiers occurred. This oppression and atrocity syndrome of an enemy occupation had started. The stagnation of the economy, the exodus of expatriates, and the imposition of the federal blockade were primarily responsible, and it brought rising prices and added to the general discontent. Let me read something about this from another book, The Minorities' Rights by Ilawa. We're trying to build something. Please stay with me. The book is called Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses. An Irish priest reported the violence that was perpetrated by the Biafran soldiers who took Benin. The leper settlement in Osiomo had about 1,200 residents before the war, divided by the Osiomo River. The Igbos lived on the east bank and Benin's Yorubas and others on the west bank. When Biafrans invaded in August, they swept through the Igbo side and crossing the river to 6 weeks later, the Federals came from the other direction, set up the artillery on the Benin side and shelled the Igbo side, after which they crossed the river and killed any Igbos remaining. Virtually all the newspapers, including Nnamdi Azikiwe's West African Pilot, reported fighting in some towns in Midwest during the invasion. The Biafran capture of Benin City was not without resistance and violence. West Africa Magazine described it as a mutiny of the Midwest Military Area Command. We already talked about how people like Ochie and Isiche, Okochime, Conrad Nwanwo allowed the invaders to get into the capital. But let's go very fast. The entry of Biafran troops, where was I? Yeah, the entry of Biafran troops into Midwestern towns and villages was characterized by search for and torture and killings of suspected northern Nigerians, conscription of soldiers, and the seizure and looting of food, livestock, vehicles, machinery, money, and any item that caught their fancy, as well as raping of women. Eyewitness accounts and newspapers reported that the Biafrans targeted the Hausa quarters of most towns. Igbo residents pointed out the residence of northern Nigerians in addition to searching the houses of Midwesterners suspected of hiding northern Nigerians. In other words, when the Biafrans got there, they looked for the northerners living in those towns, whether it was in Warri, or it was in Benin, or it was in Ueli, or Sapele. It says here, Igbo residents pointed out the residence of northern Nigerians in addition to searching the houses of Midwesterners suspected to be hiding northern Nigerians. In Benin City, many resident northern Nigerians were loaded into trucks and taken out of the city by the Biafran soldiers, and it is not clear what happened to them. Some personal accounts provide clues as to the fate of these residents. 65-year-old Labo Sokoto, a northern Nigeria, claimed that he was shot in the chest and dumped in the bush, but helped by local people to later escape to the north. The northern Nigerian government newspaper, New Nigeria, reported various atrocities allegedly committed against northern Nigerians in the Midwest. Some Ẹkáàbọ people confirmed that they helped to hide and protect non-Igbos, which included northern Nigerians, from being killed by Biafran soldiers. The atrocities were also extended to all non-Igbo groups who showed signs of hostility from the moment of occupation. Let's put a finger there. We'll go to the other book. We're going back and forth. We'll tie everything together eventually, but let's just do it like this. So back to the book by John de St. John, Nigerian Civil War. It says here, perhaps the most significant and fascinating proof of that's people pushing back at the Biafran occupation was the steady Igbo exodus from non-Igbo areas. So a lot of Igbos left the non-Igbo areas because people were pushing back at, the fact that Biafrans were in the Midwest. Much later, of course, there were rapings and beatings like we read in the other book. There was no uprising, but the swelling wave of hostility undoubtedly persuaded the Biafrans to pull out from many parts of the state earlier than the military situation demanded. The Biafran troops and Igbo elites were the first to withdraw when it became clear that the Nigerian advance was not going to be rolled back. They often left several days before the Federals arrived. In Warri, for example, there was a 3-day interregnum. In Warri, for example, there was a 3-day interregnum. That was when the killing usually began. The Igbos who suffered most were the poorer people who could not afford to leave, or those who felt that their personal relations with the locals would protect them. Many tried to get out, but found that the Biafran army had commandeered all the available transport. A reliable and impartial eyewitness described the scene in Warri to me after the war. Benin fell on Saturday, that's to Nigerians. The following Tuesday, the Biafrans left town as suddenly as they had entered it. They took all the trucks they could lay their hands on and filled them with loot, although there were hundreds of Igbos clamoring to get out. On Wednesday morning, there wasn't a soldier in sight. Began rounding up the 600 or so Igbos left in Warri. Igbo stores were looted, and the police just stood idly by, though the police chief did try and intervene. But why were the shops looted? I'll go back to the other book and read it later, but let's continue. On Thursday night, the first federal soldiers entered the town, mainly seasoned and well-disciplined northern troops under Adekunle, who in those days was fairly subdued. On Friday, the killings of the Igbos began. It was done principally by the civilians. Friends told me the same thing was going on in Sapele. For the most part, the army and police stood aside. It went on for 3 days, reaching a crescendo on Sunday. The police finally made a move and locked up the remaining Igbos in the local prison for their own safety. The massacres were completely indiscriminate. Men, women, and children were hacked to death, and I reckon between 250 and 450 Igbos died in Warri. Similar massacres occurred in Benin and other Midwestern towns, again perpetrated mainly by non-Igbo civilians, though sometimes federal soldiers would join in when the victims had been pointed out to them. Signs like Uroboman lives here, Benin man's shop, and one Nigeria suddenly appeared on people's doors, and inevitably many old scores were settled before law and order returned. The worst massacre of all, however, happened in Asaba, in the direct aftermath of the successful federal assault on the town. Myth has grown thick and crustily around this disgraceful episode, but there seems little doubt that it fits in with the local tribal pattern of the killings. Elsewhere in the Midwest, that was a terrible region. Let me read this slowly. Myth has grown thick and crustily around this disgraceful episode, but there seems little doubt that it fits in with the local tribal pattern of the killings elsewhere in the Midwest. The differences, though, were the extent of the massacre. 800 men and boys were killed. Its cold-bloodedness, they were lined up and shot, and the fact that the federal army, instead of the civilians, were responsible. There had been a fierce fight for the town, and Nigerians entered it, according to an eyewitness, red-eyed. As they were rounding up prisoners, an Igbo shot at a senior Nigerian officer and hit him in the chest. That was the spark. Let's finish that part, and I'll read those in the top. As they were rounding up prisoners, an Igbo shot at a senior Nigerian officer and hit him in the chest, almost killing him. An Igbo 18 major from Benin, a Bini, then apparently took charge, herded all the Igbo men and boys together, and had them machine gunned to death. They were later buried in a mass grave. It was an appalling and bloody epitaph to the Biafran incursion into the Midwest, and with a later massacre in Onitsha, played no small part in strengthening the determination of the Igbos to fight on, whatever the cost. I'm going to read another account before I explain why they did what they did. Let me read another account. All right. Let me read something to build up to that. In a civil war memoir, Wale Nigerians in that conflict. Many of and after the Biafran incursion to the Midwest, the Midwest Igbos were considered to be a majority security risk. Why? They allowed them enter. I'll be saying it gradually. This does not in any way justify what happened. One of the first reasons is that there was already a threat of Igbo domination. There was a coup. There was all those things that happened already. Unification, all those things on the ground. Then the Biafrans did not get into the Midwest without the help of the Igbo officers amongst them who were living in Asaba and in Benin. Right? If you want to know more about that, please read a book by Brigadier Godwin Alabi Sama, Tragedy Without Victory. All right, but let's continue. In a civil war memoir, Wale Soyinka describes the Igbos of the Midwest as the most vulnerable Nigerians in that conflict. Many of the compatriots profoundly distrusted all Igbo, and after the Biafran incursion, the Midwest Igbos were considered to be a major security risk. For their part, while many Midwestern Igbos had sympathy for the Biafran cause, most were either neutral or believed their best interest lay in remaining Nigerian. They hoped that a July statement issued by a group of their leaders in support of one Nigeria and condemning secession would shield them from retaliation from returning federal officers. Will shield them from retaliation from returning federal forces. Some must also have been aware of the operational code of conduct for the Nigerian Army signed by Gowon and issued by the federal government in July 1967, which specifically instructed troops to treat civilians and captured enemy soldiers humanely and according to the Geneva Conventions. Nevertheless, by the time federal troops were approaching Asaba, many had reason to be fearful. It is well with this weather. We'll continue. By the time federal troops were approaching Asaba, many had reason to be fearful, especially as reports reached them of what had happened during the liberation of Benin City in late September, when troops stood by as local mobs went on bloody rampage against the city's large Igbo community. Emmanuel Wanze, an Asaba indigene, was 18 years old and lived with his aunt in Benin when the Nigerian troops arrived. He joined a crowd that assembled to welcome the soldiers, but the mood against Igbos turned ugly and he ran home. I went into the back of the compound knowing that the house was no longer safe because everything had been vandalized. The windows torn open, our foodstuff and the stove brought out and spread all over the ground, and then you could hear from around the corners youth with soldiers hounding and hunting people out, and you could see the people being dragged even on the streets, nude. They would take them out for slaughter, we'll call it now. Many Igbo fled Benin or went into hiding. Nwanze was initially protected by a Yoruba neighbor who claimed to soldiers that he was his son. Eventually, after spending time in prison camps, he made his way back to Asaba several months later. What happened in Benin was repeated as troops advanced east. Non-Igbo civilians attacked Igbos who had stayed behind, often those with the fewest resources, and the attackers were tacitly and actively supported by the troops. Quoting the book we read right now, that's John the St. John. In one of the few press accounts of the federal advance, Alfred Friendly Jr. of the New York Times described the situation in Benin as Igbos were attacked and their homes and businesses looted. Later, he reported in Warri 400 to 500 Igbos were killed by civilian mobs, with a similar number slaughtered in Sapele. Retaliation against civilians was not one-sided. Reports surfaced that Biafran troops retreating along the Benin-Asaba road killed scores of non-Igbo speaking Midwesterners in the towns of Abudu and Agbo Boji, as well as near Asaba, where they were rounded up, taken in 2 trucks to a rubber plantation on the outskirts of the town and killed. As federal troops advanced toward Asaba, the town was rife with accounts of the killing in the north and the Midwest. And this news fueled fears that the war was one of genocide against the Igbo. Again, you have to be very careful when you read Western report of this event. From what I've seen, for good or evil, Westerners somehow like to support the underdog. I'm going to read something now to balance this thing, because, by the way, they tried by saying, at least they talked about the fact that Midwesterners, non-Igbo people, were taken by Biafran soldiers and they were rounded up and killed. The question we should be asking ourselves is this: why were they against the Igbos in the Midwest, considering the fact that they've been together for so many years? What happened? Do you know what happened? Biafra happened. When those Biafran guys got to the Midwest, the things they did. Let me read some of those things to you. The West African Pilot newspaper reported, in fact, let me just go back a bit. The fighting and violence that characterized the invasion and occupation frightened many non-Igbo people and foreigners into fleeing the major towns without their valuable properties. This was Igbo getting there. I know I'm doing flashbacks a lot. Don't worry, I'll explain everything. So we're going back a little bit. When the Biafrans got in there, before we talk about what those people now did in retaliation. The fighting and violence that characterized the invasion and occupation frightened many non-Igbo people and foreigners into fleeing the major towns without their valuable properties. These properties became the immediate target of the Biafran soldiers and their civilian Igbo and non-Igbo accomplices. The West African Pilot reported that Biafrans confiscated foodstuff and other commodities, which were immediately taken to Biafra. Oyewole, who led one of the columns of invading Biafran soldiers, corroborated newspaper reports on how the Biafran army treated properties in the Midwest. This is Oyewole speaking now. Troops of the Liberation Army did not behave in a manner likely to improve their relationship with the people of the areas they occupied. The worst hit towns were Warri, Benin, and Sapele. Men of 18th Battalion based in Warri were notorious, looting anything they could turn into cash. Abandoned commercial houses were indiscriminately broken into and emptied by looters. Nothing was considered too big to be removed. Vehicles, bags of salt, and provisions of all sorts were favored commodities. Some of the things were either sold on the spot at giveaway prices or sent to Biafra to be sold later. It was not difficult to find ready markets in the Midwest, with thousands of Biafrans streaming into the liberated state to do business. In other words, soldiers went ahead, destroyed the place. The Igbo people now came there to do business there. Some of the things were either sold on the spot. Look, I already read that. So let me just read it again. Some of the things were either sold on the spot at giveaway prices or sent to Biafra to be sold later. It was not difficult to find ready markets in the Midwest, with thousands of Biafrans streaming into the liberated state to do business. It was not an uncommon occurrence to see a soldier in Warri dash another one the sum of 50 or even 100 pounds. Most of the beneficiaries were those who visited either from Biafra or some other operational areas within the Midwest. There were no opportunity for looting. In other words, they were looting in Warri, Benin, and Sapele, and people visited from other places. He went further to report all the cars that were abandoned in Warri, including those of people, mostly expatriates, who had left Warri by boat, disappeared fast. The easiest excuse for stealing a car was to claim that the car was required at Enugu. He also observed the few who manned checkpoints when they existed used the opportunity to terrorize and extort money from innocent civilians. Biafran soldiers also engaged in outright seizure and confiscation of motor vehicles from their owners and drivers. The excuse was that they were for military operations and were never seen again. The owners who resisted such seizures were killed. Benson Ubude, the son of one of the victims, alleged that his 39-year-old father was dragged out of his vehicle in Ugo by Biafran soldiers and killed. Though Oyewole did not report the killings by Biafrans, he noted the indiscriminate shooting at the slightest provocation. Numerous deaths occurred from such incidents, which were common under occupation. Defiance, resistance, and sabotage took various forms in various parts of the non-Igbo areas, while the Biafran soldiers and collaborators detained and killed arrested resistors. This is confirmed by James Akpenino, a teenager during the occupation, who stated, outright molestation, harassment, and killings of non-Igbo civilians became a common feature on a daily basis. In fact, the Biafran occupation was a nightmare of brutal excesses from Biafran soldiers on non-Igbo speaking indigenous people of the state. At night, suspected saboteurs were fished out of their homes, arrested, and oftentimes summarily executed. Senior non-Igbo civil servants such as Imokwede, Secretary to the Government, Joseph Adiola, the Commissioner of Police, Olu Akpata, a Permanent Secretary, and Samuel Nweni, engineer at Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, were arrested, taken to Biafra, and detained till the end of the war. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest was also regarded as an Igbo affair. As a result, many more Igbo were sent to the Midwest by the Biafran government. One instance of this was the appointment of senior Igbo civil servants into the Midwest Public Service without due process on orders from Biafran authorities in Enugu. Other Igbos on their own moved into the Midwest to seek their fortune. This made the local non-Igbo people perceive the Igbo as bent on domination and oppression of the people of the Midwest. The people's perception and negative attitude towards the Igbo was made worse by the fact that some of the Igbo were perpetuating these atrocities. I'll take that again. The people's perception and negative attitude towards the Igbo was made worse by the fact that some of the Igbo who were perpetuating these atrocities were their former acquaintances, neighbors, or friends. The Biafran soldiers included many Igbo who had lived in the Midwest before the crisis and knew the terrain and were well acquainted with the local people. The Igbo community was soon divided into two groups: those who were not connected with or active in Biafran activities, and those who were active agitators on behalf of Biafra, known as Enugu clique, named after Enugu, the capital of Biafra. There were also some non-Igbo who saw the occupation as the opportunity to gain position and all material benefits. This latter group and members of the Enugu clique were responsible for gathering and passing information to administration for action, particularly arrest, detention, and killing of suspected saboteurs. That's Sabo. To worsen the situation, the local administration appointed by the Biafran authorities demanded and appealed for donation of foodstuff and money to help Biafra at a time when Biafran forces had looted the properties and food was running short in the Midwest. The administration even compelled the Oba of Benin to broadcast an appeal to the people for donations to Biafra. By the end of August, the shortage of food and materials was so acute that the West Africa magazine reported that the invasion has brought Midwest to a standstill. All right, so that gives us a bit of what was also happening there. In some other parts, he also talked about how Biafran soldiers invaded people's farms. The non-Igbo peoples of the Midwest at home and abroad were united in their condemnation of the Midwestern Igbo betrayal. I'll take that slowly. The non-Igbo peoples of the Midwest at home and abroad were united in their condemnation of the Midwestern Igbo betrayal and treachery in the invasion of the Midwest. Various Midwestern Igbo groups resident in various Nigerian towns outside the Midwest were just as vociferous in their condemnation. Some, such as the Abo and the Ika, similarly deplored the looting of their farms by Biafran soldiers. So the point is that even those that they called Igbo-speaking people in the Midwest also got their farms looted by Biafran soldiers from the East. So when you read in the other book, by the American about how people became hostile towards them, it's important to also ask why and how did that happen. Having read that, now let's go back to so we talked about how they brought people from Enugu to work in the Midwest and to dominate the civil service. In spite of the deteriorating relations with the non-Igbo people, In spite of the deteriorating relations with the non-Igbo people, The Biafra appointed administration further alienated Midwesterners by signing a cooperation agreement with Biafra on economic, finance, and related matters, which included the use and acceptance of Biafran currency and free movement between the Midwest and Biafra. In addition, corporations and industries in the Midwest were required to remit their revenue to Enugu in Biafra. These are the people that tell you that they were just going through that place to get to Lagos. That's a lie, clearly. All right. With the routing of Biafran troops in Ore and Okene, the retreating Biafran forces Ore and Benin to delay the federal advance. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, who led federal troops from Okene, informed of the listen to this. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, who led federal troops from Okene, informed of the inhuman atrocities of the rebels on the road down from Okene in the north, claiming that they sometimes killed whole families who refused to give them food. In Sabongida Ora, the Federal Army uncovered a Biafran detention and execution camp and freed the surviving local Midwestern and Northern Nigerian inmates. The impending collapse of the occupation force in the Midwest became imminent by mid-September, with the increasing diminution of non-Igbo areas under Biafran control and the advance of the Federal Army in the Midwest. As Orabato noted, losses of Biafran troops were blamed on Midwestern saboteurs, and this increased their atrocities in the Midwest. The Biafran forces increased their screening of movement of the non-Igbo and killing at the slightest provocation and suspicion. These restrictions and killings, particularly in Benin City, led to demonstrations against Biafrans by women in Benin City. As federal troops closed in on Benin City, the Biafran troops became disorganized and retreated haphazardly. Since they were not very conversant with the terrain, they either shot their way through and in the process killed innocent civilians, or became easy victims of the federal troops and non-Igbo mobs that aided them. One West African magazine correspondent was told that when the federal troops arrived and the crowd was jubilating, a vehicle full of enemy Biafran troops drove up the Sapele Road, apparently unaware that Benin had fallen. The fighting that followed accounted for 20 or more bodies seen by many outside the general hospital. In addition, the large number of Igbo killed by the federal forces was a direct result of the difficulty in differentiating between Biafran soldiers and Igbo civilians. Even before the entry of the Federal Army into the Midwest states, Biafran soldiers were known to wear civilian clothes to disguise their presence, particularly when searching for northern Nigerians and saboteurs among the non-Igbo. After the federal troops entered the Midwest, the West African correspondent reported that the Biafrans drop their uniform and wear civilian clothes. So when there is any doubt about a man's allegiance, the federal soldiers have to shoot. Moreover, some Biafran recruits had no uniforms, and this made it difficult to differentiate between Igbo civilians and Biafran soldiers. The killing of civilian Igbo also was influenced, the killing of civilian Igbo was also influenced by a directive from the Federal Army leadership. On entering Benin City, the general officer commanding the federal troops gave directives to the inhabitants to assist the federal troops in locating an eventual destruction of the rebels that may be hiding around the Midwest. This was the signal for the non-Igbo to search and point out the Igbo, both soldiers and civilians, to the mobs and federal soldiers, who then killed them. Some Igbo refugees in Benin City told a newspaper reporter that the Benis did the pointing and the soldiers did the shooting. There are indications that the federal soldiers initially did not discriminate or exercise restraint in their killings. As documented by Akpenino, they also killed innocent non-Igbo civilians who looked like Igbo, were suspected, I'm taking that again, they also killed innocent non-Igbo civilians who looked like Igbo, were suspected of hiding Igbo or were identified as collaborators. The first 2 days following the Federal Army's capture of Benin City were characterized by indiscriminate killings by federal soldiers who were assisted by civilians, many of whom seized the opportunity to settle personal scores and loot Igbo properties. Reports of these atrocities committed by federal soldiers and appeals by religious leaders, particularly the Roman Catholic Church, resulted in new orders being given to the soldiers. There were repeated announcements of punishment for people who pointed out Igbos and looted their properties, and instructions to report or hand over captured Igbos to the police. Given the haphazard and uncoordinated nature of the killings, it is difficult to ascertain the precise number of Igbos killed in these towns. While early reports claimed that hundreds of Igbos had been killed, later reports cast doubts on this. What was certain, however, was that Igbo civilians were killed and some of their properties were looted. Let's go to the other book. Again, sad episode in Nigeria's history, but I hope I wanted to explain, but the thing is straightforward. So let me just continue reading. Please also power tapping on TikTok. Thank you very much. YouTube, please like and share. Thank you. Kubu says, waiting Midwest go take Biafran currency do. It was valueless and useless. So this was the beginning of the war. This was still in 67. They are essentially annexed Midwest. So when they said they should start, think about what they said. Start spending Biafran currency, repatriate money to Enugu, allow Igbos from Enugu to be senior civil servants in Benin, and then have an Igbo head of state for the so-called Republic of Benin. What they were doing was to actually annex the Midwest. Imagine telling corporations to be sending money to Benin. Sorry, to Enugu. Corporations in the Midwest. But they said they're on their way to Lagos. Let's go back to the book by what's her name again? Elizabeth Bird and Fraser Otelli. As federal troops advanced toward Asaba, the town was rife with accounts of the killings in the north and Midwest, and this news fueled fears that the war was one of genocide against the Igbo. Many perceived the federal army as composed mostly of the same Northerners who had recently killed so many Igbo, and fear that their arrival would... By the way, the reason I'm reading the other books is because these people are not explaining what happened before the federal troops arrived. The Biafran troops invaded in August. As soon as they got into town, especially Warri, Sapele, Benin, Ughelli, they went in search of Northerners living in those towns. Why? Because they were trying to, what's the word now? Retaliate for what happened to Igbos in the north. Those ones were also retaliating for what happened to Northerners in the east. Anyway, they would gather Northerners in Benin, in Warri, in Sapele, in Ughelli, and kill them. In some cases, they will put them in concentration or execution camps. Biafran soldiers were so bold to create concentration camps in Benin and in Sabugidaura. All right? People were treated like dirt. Now, the folks at the head of the army were Hausa, or at least Northerners. So, omitting that from this book by the Americans also perpetuates that victim narrative, or they just came because of what they had done in the north. They are now coming to continue to do it. Not talking about what had happened before the Nigerian troops arrived, which was what Uswanlele was trying to explain, because you have to put that in perspective, or else you're just going to have, these people, they didn't do anything, no, you just came and started killing them, which would make people feel bad, or at least give some people some killing, but it's not as simple as that. Again, to be clear, this does not in any way justify the massacre. It was terrible. And also, it doesn't in any way shield Biafrans. These are two different issues. If you ask me as a person, would I support the Asagba asking or demanding for apology? Yes, I would. Would I support the Igbos in Biafra demanding apology? Absolutely not. The Biafrans should continue to apologize to Nigeria till the end of their lives. Those ones who are saying that, especially those who are asking for reparations, until they go to meet their makers, they should be apologizing. But those are our people. It's okay if they're demanding apology. Nigeria owes them that much, regardless of what they did. And I'm not saying they didn't do anything, but I'm just saying that if they ask for that, oh, worth it. Because when you bring out 800 people, some people say 500, some people say 700, but between 500 and 800 people, men and boys, 10 years and above, and you line them up and you shoot them, that's, regardless of your reasons, this is not about the war. It's not even about civilian casualty. It's like directed, specifically targeted at those people. That cannot be explained or justified. So this does not in any way justify that, oh, it's good, at least they did it to them, let them do it back. I'm just trying to explain that, and by the way, I'm going to explain deeper when I get to what happened to Aruna at Oputa panel. But let's continue. So he says here that many perceive the Federal Army as composed mostly of the same Northerners who had recently killed so many Igbo and fear that their arrival will lead to another even greater pogrom in quotes. For some, the fear became so strong that they decided to leave. Among them, the Asaba, traditional ruler of Asaba, Obi Umeje Onyeteno, who fled to the east. According to Emmanuel Chukura, at the time of this event, the tension was so much. Every place you see people gathering, discussing what was happening. My mother-in-law was then at Onitsha, and I decided I should take my wife and my children there. I was with my senior brother, Christian Chukura, and my senior brother, Edwin Chukura. We were drinking along the road here when I took that decision. That was an interview that was conducted in 2009. The decision to leave saved Chukura's life. Both his brothers and his parents were dead within days. The progress of federal troops toward Asaba could be measured by the approaching sound of heavy guns and the rattling of machine gun fire. Okafor describes 24 hours of ferocious shelling, during which Asaba suffered its first victims. According to Emmanuel Chukura, his mother, Ngboke, whom he had left behind while taking his wife and children to safety, was the first person killed when shells hit the family home. He discovered her death when he returned to Asaba to check on the rest of his family on October 5. Other accounts name the first casualties as two elderly pensioners, Chief Ezoban Njotia and Eunice Chukuma. Federal troops reached the outskirts of town and occupied the grounds of St. Patrick's Boys College. St. Patrick's College Boys School on October 4, finally entering Asaba the afternoon of October 5. As troops took control of the town, groups of soldiers went from house to house, looting, raping, rounding up boys and men accused of being sympathetic. I'll take that again. As troops took control of the town, groups of soldiers went from house to house, looting, raping, rounding up boys and men accused of being Biafran sympathizers and demanding money from those who were spared. Males who had been singled out were either shot on the spot or taken to the police station on Nnebisi Road, Asaba Main Street, the High Court on the Opanam Road, the soccer field or the riverbank, where they were executed. Witnesses remember seeing the streets littered with corpses. Many families fled, while others hid in the ceilings of their houses. Patrick Okonkwo recalled that his compound was crowded with extended family members who had fled to their home community to escape the violence elsewhere. Please, I have to switch the audio source. Please, let's keep our tapping on TikTok. I just need to switch the audio source. Give me a minute, please. Someone on YouTube says here, good evening, sir. Please, what is the name of the book in which Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala talks about Baba Awolowo in an unsavory manner due to his position as the vice chairman to go on? No. She talked about Awolowo not because he was the vice chairman to go on, but because of a supposed agreement that Awolowo made with Ojukwu, which is a lie, which did not happen, by the way. But the book you are looking for is called Chinua Achebe, Teacher of Light. That's that of that book. Please power tap. We have an activity on TikTok right now. We don't want to lose this live. Please power tap. If you're on TikTok, please do that, or so that we don't lose this thing, because this thing, the way it's showing now, it's been on amber all day. Well, I appreciate your, thank you for your help, but we really have to push it. Please like, comment, send gifts on TikTok. By the way, you can do the same on YouTube. Comment, I'll read your comments. And you can also send gifts on YouTube apparently now. Anyway, so back to YouTube. Ogunju Emmanuel Ayobode is Chinua Achebe, Teacher of Light. And the claim she made in that book is false. It did not happen. How do I know? Because I've read the transcript of the meeting they had, and also the reports of the unofficial meeting. The transcript of the meeting you will find in a book by Papa is called Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. The unofficial meeting they had, you will find in Wole Soyinka's book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, where Awolowo was interviewed by Soyinka. What's my handle on YouTube is Busui Oris. Thank you. I'm just trying to take a short break. We're going to resume reading very soon. Awaze Dabereji said, you that is condemning Kanu's broadcast, did you also condemn the police shooting at Innodes Protestant? Protestant? No. I condemn shooting at Catholic and Protestants. All the Protestants must not be shot. Catholics too must not be shot. Where was I? Let's just continue. Let's go back to the book now. Again, it's a very, very touching. I'm going back and forth because I didn't want to get overwhelmed by the emotions of the event. It was terrible. But let's get back into it. As troops took control of the town, groups of soldiers went from house to house, looting, raping, rounding up boys and men accused of being Biafran sympathizers and demanding money from those who were spared. Males who had been singled out were either shot on the spot or taken to the police station on ABC Road, the High Court on the Opanam Road, the soccer field, or the riverbank, where they were executed. Witnesses remember seeing the streets littered with corpses. Many families fled, while others hid in the ceilings of their houses. Patrick Okonkwo recalled that his compound was overcrowded with extended family members who had fled to their home community to escape the violence elsewhere. Soldiers entered and shot his two brothers, a cousin, and two other relatives. His father buried them in shallow graves in the compound. Fabian Owezim, who was 12 years old at the time, describes being at the home of Ogbeshi, that's Chief Leo Okogu, secretary of the Senior Age Grade Council, when troops arrived. Another leading citizen, Chief Michael Ugo, had arrived at the home seeking refuge with his wife, and the troops proceeded to harass and humiliate the family. You have money, Okugo. Bring me money. Mrs. Ugo went somewhere where she had kept some money and brought a can of Ovaltine beverage, and she had stuffed money in and gave it to the guy. The guy stuffed them in his bag. One of the soldiers with him, he had two, was literally crying. He said, "Boss, it's okay. Let's go." He curled his whip on the face of the guy and told him to shut up. At this point, he told Mr. Ogo to roll on the ground. The man rolled on the ground. When he stood up, he must have been dizzy. He fell. Emmanuel Chukura, who had already moved his family to Onitsha, fled to join his family. But Patience Chukura, the wife of his brother Edwin, 27 years old and pregnant with their fourth child, described what happened on October 6. Somebody came looking for my brother-in-law and said, "You open the door and tell them that no Biafran troop was there. Then the house will be burnt. Everything will be burnt." People who went into the streets were stopped and soldiers gathered men together. My husband and brother and all those about 400 people who were following them, they were shot in front of the police station at Asaba. That made me hysterical. I held on to the person I saw, the soldier. I said, "Why did you kill my husband?" The man with the butt of the gun hit me on the chest and said, "Woman, if you're not careful, you'll get killed as well." Papa, that's my father-in-law. When he heard that his 2 sons were killed, he went out. They shot him. They killed him. We were in fear that they were going to wipe out everybody in Asaba, especially male children. When Emmanuel eventually returned to Asaba, he learned that he had lost both parents and 4 brothers, Eddie, Christian, Dennis, and Samson. Many other survivors also gave vivid accounts of acts of brutality carried out against individuals and groups in the days immediately after the troops' arrival. On the main road, I just heard one young boy, a secondary school student. He was begging. He was saying things like, "Please, come and tell them I'm not a soldier. Come and tell them I'm not a soldier." Then I heard this shot, pop, and the boy screamed and said in our language, "They've shot me, they've shot me." And they were kicking him, lying on the ground with a gunshot wound. The next thing I heard was something like indescribable noise. And I looked again, and the lorry had gone over him. In an attempt to bring violence to an end, the Asagbain Council, a group comprising members of the most senior age grades, approximately 50 to 70 years old, along with the town's chiefs, met in order to discuss the best ways to impress on the troops that Asaba had played no role in the Biafran incursion and that the community welcomed the return of federal forces. The leaders decided that each of the town's 5 quarters would raise a levy of £50 for the troops, while the Omu of Asaba, the most important women's leader, would present a traditional woven cloth to their commander. Testimony of John. This is from John Kanayo Utsin Odita, Ohaneze Petition 1969. An initial donation of £50 to pay for drinks was delivered immediately to a federal officer, who expressed regret for the number of civilians killed by what he called stray bullets. Early on the morning of October 6, 4 men from another quarter were dispatched to deliver their contribution, and when they failed to return, a second group of 4 was sent to find out what had happened. They also vanished. A moment, please. All right, let's go on. In the evening of October 6, in the hope of bringing violence to an end, leaders ordered town criers with gongs to summon everyone to assemble the next day to welcome federal troops and offer a pledge of loyalty to one Nigeria. People were encouraged to wear akwacha, the ceremonial white woven clothing that signifies peace. It is unclear exactly who had come up with the idea of the assembly. Fabian Oweazim recalls that he was ordered to bring a typewriter to a man named Mr. Ogu, who typed the welcome address to the troops and had it sent to a leader in another quarter. Another witness recalled that criers informed him that announcement was made at the order of the Vandals. Whatever the origin, many believe this would be the last painful sacrifice that we would be called upon to make. Although there was much trepidation and some refused to participate, hundreds of men, women and children, including some who had originally fled to the bush, assembled for a parade. With community elders in front, up to 4,000 people participated. Many gathered by a large tree on Nebisi Road, where they were joined by groups coming out from houses throughout the 5 quarters of Asaba. With many singing, dancing and chanting One Nigeria, they advanced past St. Joseph's Church and continued east. Any expectation that these gestures of goodwill would appease the troops was quickly dashed. Marchers were flanked by federal soldiers to prevent them from fleeing. and witnesses report that the soldiers also selected males at random and executed them in full view of participants. Sorry guys, I'm stopping because again retards come here from time to time, but we'll just mute them. Marchers were flanked by federal soldiers to prevent them from fleeing, and witnesses report that the soldiers also selected males at random and executed them in full view of participants. Survivors recalled seeing dozens of bodies, including that of one of the town criers, along with the mangled bodies of the 4 who had been sent earlier to deliver money. Once the crowd reached the corner of Ogbogonogo and Ogbeke markets, troops separated out women and small children who were corralled into the maternity hospital at Nnebisi Road, while the men were channeled between 2 rows of soldiers between the side roads that led to the square at Ogbeosowa. According to Peter Okonjo, women who came with their sons were removing their skirts and gloves to disguise, so that their male children, they are no longer men, but women. So when I saw this scenario going on, I felt something is wrong. If these women can disguise their children and my mother is not here, what do I do? And I looked at the whole place. There's nowhere for escape. Once the women had gone, machine guns both mounted on trucks and freestanding were revealed, and mass shooting began. Ifi Urei, then 13 years old, had joined the parade with his father and 3 older brothers, Paul, Emmanuel, and Medua. Some people broke loose and tried to run away. My brother was holding me by the hand. He released me and pushed me further into the crowd. They shot my brother in the back. He fell down, and I saw blood coming out of his body. And then the rest of us just fell down on top of each other, and they continued shooting and shooting and shooting. I lost count of time. I don't know how long it took. After some time, there was silence. I stood up. My body was covered in blood, but I knew that I was safe. My father was lying not far away. His eyes were open, but he was dead. Exactly how many died is not clear. Between 500 and 800 seems likely. In addition to many who had died in the previous days. Oh boy. Exactly how many died is not clear. Between 500 and 800 seems likely, in addition to many who had died in the previous days. Sporadic shooting went on for several hours until it was growing dark and the soldiers began to disperse. Survivors lay still under the heap of bodies for a long time before feeling it was safe to wriggle out and run into the nearby bush. Ifi Urei lost his father and his brothers, Emma and Paul. Medua was shot repeatedly but recovered. Community elders had been at the front of the parade, and large numbers of the leading age grades, including Michael Ugo and Leo Kogu, were among those who died. With all the surviving men in hiding, it was left to women and children to attempt to find the bodies of their fathers, brothers, husbands, and other relatives, and then drag them home for burial. Joseph Nwanje had escaped into the bush from the family compound earlier. When he returned a few days later, he learned of the death of his uncle, George Nwanje, killed in the family compound by occupying soldiers, as well as of his 2 brothers, ages 12 and 17, who died in October 7 mass shooting. Mom told me that in the evening hours of the 7th, she had to go look for their corpses at the mass place where they were shot. Mom in the evening was able to identify their corpses, took them in a wheelbarrow, pushed them to the family house where they were buried. So I never saw their corpses, I never saw their bodies. Most victims, however, were dumped in mass graves or thrown into the Niger. When it was safe to move about, Frank Ije, a local Red Cross worker, enlisted surviving men to dig hurried, shallow graves wherever they found bodies around the town, without observing crucial ceremonial practices. There are so many, I cannot remember. So many. In spite of these efforts, many lay unburied for several days. One eyewitness interviewed in 1977 reported that for nearly 2 days, the soldiers wouldn't let us come near without opening fire. It was only when the stench of decaying corpses was all over the place that the soldiers relented. She retrieved her husband's body, but not that of a Catholic lay brother, Ignatius Barma, who had died beside him. She was able to put tinielia, a white cloth, over him, an important ceremonial act usually done by close relatives. Graves were dug once people began to trickle back into town, such as 13-year-old Patrick Obelwe, who recalls, "Some were already decomposing, where you can poke somebody and their head will roll off, and we just put them into one grave. There was no coughing, nothing. We were the youths of the village, just dug shallow graves and then put them there. Everywhere was stinking. We knew it was our duty at the time to bury the dead." Emeka Okonkwo was a small child in 1967, but he recalls that his father also helped bury the dead. He left the house with a shovel, and he took this scented leaf and put it in his nostrils. That would enable them to stand the stench. Following the events of October 7, the worst killing stopped. However, federal soldiers remained in Asaba, waiting to cross the Niger into Onitsha. Some were billeted in the houses of families whose men folk they had executed, and individual acts of violence, and particularly rape, continued. Gertrude Ogunkeye recounted how soldiers abducted a young woman for a week before they brought her back to her father. When she came back, she was a different girl. She wouldn't talk to anybody. She was very weepy. You see, we come from a culture where talk like rape is taboo. You know, a girl says she's been raped, getting married is like an impossibility. Just as mothers had tried to shield their sons from execution by dressing them as young girls, now families try to protect their daughters by disguising them as older women. I carried my younger brother at the back, and my grandmother gave me a dress so that I would look like an old woman. The Saji also reported that the family protected her older sister, then age 18, by disguising her as an older woman. By the second week of October, most Asabans had found refuge in nearby bush or in small towns in the area. Others had gone to Biafra and did not return until the war ended in 1970. The once thriving town now had a ghostly appearance with empty streets, most houses burned, and everything of value stolen. There's one book I've not read today, but time is gone already. It's a book by A.H.M. Green. But to be fair, most of them just mention Asaba in passing, including the book by John Desenjo that we read earlier. I decided to focus on this one because it had individual accounts, eyewitness accounts of the events in Asaba. I'm going to round up by going back to There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe. And the reason I want to do this is because at the Oputa panel, Colonel Aruna was there, and he was asked if he was sorry, for what happened. I'm going to read his response to you. By the way, we all know that Murtala Mohammed was the commanding officer of Division 2, and but he had his lieutenants, and one of them was Colonel Ibrahim Aruna. So you could call him the operational leader of what happened with the execution and all that. I want to read something to you. Give me a second. Let me find that page. Yeah, I think I found it. Before I read what, okay, let me read what Colonel Aruna said first. He became Major General, by the way, much later. By the time he was Colonel. Testifying at the Justice Oputa panel, a Nigerian version of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Major General Ibrahim Aruna, belligerent and unremorseful as ever, proclaimed, as the commanding officer and leader of the troops that massacred 500 men in Asaba, I have no apology for those massacred in Asaba, Owerri, and Ameke Item. I acted as a soldier, maintaining the peace and unity of Nigeria. If General Yakubu Gowon apologized, he did it in his own capacity. As for me, I have no apology. Did Gowon apologize? Let me read you what Gowon said. And Gowon said this about 35 years after the fact. Gowon says, General Gowon broke his silence 35 years later on this matter. I'll take that slowly. General Gowon broke his silence 35 years later on this matter and apologized for this atrocity to the Igbos in Asaba. It came to me as a shock when I came to know about the unfortunate happenings that happened to the sons and daughters of Asaba. I felt very touched, and honestly, I referred to the killings and asked for forgiveness, being the one who was in charge at that time. Certainly, it is not something that I would have approved of in whatsoever. I was made ignorant of it. I think until it appeared in the papers, a young man wrote a book at that time. So, yes, you could say Aruna was the leader. This is how Achebe described him, called him the leader of the massacre infamy. But here's the point. Why would he feel no remorse? Was it because he was a bad person? Maybe. But that's a very simplistic take. We have to understand the events surrounding this particular period. That before they arrived, the Nigerian forces, a lot of Northerners were killed by Biafran forces. And as far as they were concerned, if the Igbos, listen to me, please, if the Igbos could kill Northerners, mostly Hausas, because we're the ones who traveled a lot, if the Igbos could kill Hausas, then they also had the right to kill the Igbos. They didn't care whether those Igbos were from the Midwest or from the East. Does that make it right? No. But you know, sometimes you read and then you see, oh, he's like Achebe puts it, belligerent. Let me see if I can find the way he said it. Use big English. Let me see if I can find more. It says here that Major General Ibrahim Aruna, belligerent and unremorseful as ever. You can say that, but why wouldn't he want to apologize for the death of people? Because his own men were killed. Could it be that he also saw that his own people of his own ethnic stock were killed by the Biafran soldiers? In other words, here is the thing. There will be no October 7 if there was no August 27. The push by the Biafrans into the Midwest, the massacre of the Northerners in the Midwest, the creation of detention camps, the killings of Benis and Yorubas a lot of Yorubas were killed, by the way, by the Igbos in the Midwest, Benin people in the Midwest. That thing got to the Nigerian forces. So by the time they came, was told they were retaliating for that occupation, not necessarily for what happened before them, because that one they don't settle scores already. That was in 66. The coup happened January 66, counter coup July 66. The massacres in the north, September. Actually, the massacres in the east was August, September. In the north in September 66 was actually response to what happened in the east in August of 66, where a lot of Northerners were killed. And that number goes into thousands. I've had a session on it here before. So the real issue is when Nigerians came, when the Nigerian forces just got, they were like, you know what, we're going to deal with all these people. Here is the problem. The Midwest is not an exclusive Igbo area. Were there Igbos there? Yes. But there were other people there as well. And some of them suffered for this. These are sometimes the consequences of, like, what's the word now? I'm trying not to say some things because I don't want to also lessen the weight of the Asaba Massacre. And that's why when somebody asked me yesterday, you know, I was laughing. Well, I wasn't laughing. I was surprised the way people were responding. I was concerned, actually. It was the image of the Asagba talking about the fact that they haven't had a sitting Nigerian president apologize for the massacre. And people in the comment section say, why are they talking about it now? How come they didn't say when Jonathan was president, when Buhari was president? It doesn't matter when. If you ask me, they deserve it. They deserve the apology. They deserve that thing. Because for them, that'll give them closure. A lot of people, imagine 500 to 800 men and boys above the age of 10 killed. Just like that. Mothers lost sons. Fathers lost the generations. Some fathers even died themselves. Mothers also lost husbands. And I think this and the Onitsha massacre as well, but specifically the Asaba massacre, is something that, you know, we should be very careful. Whilst although we speak a lot against Biafra propaganda, Asaba massacre is not about propaganda. It's what happened. However, Biafrans, starting with Chino Achebe in his book, in this conversation, have used that to score points by saying, after all, they're also Igbo. But let me make something very clear. Nigerians do not owe Igbo apology for anything. Nigerians owe Igbo compassion, understanding, empathy, but no apologies. Because what's happening is people using a particular incident to blackmail the entire country to say, yeah, come up, yeah, nobody. But if you're talking about the Asaba, in my opinion, I think it's important that we actually acknowledge the fact that terrible things happened. And that's probably one of the worst things to happen in Nigeria, because nobody said the people even, yeah, they did something. To be fair, this whole thing was triggered by the person who tried to kill a Nigerian officer. While the Igbos were running away, where they were, retreating, guy cocked his gun and shot at the Nigerian officer in his chest. He didn't die. That's according to John de St. John, and then that led to the killing of those people. But like I said, we can all talk about the reasons, and I decided to talk about the reasons and the context, but that doesn't in any way justify the killings. Someone says the Anioma people have said they are not Igbos. So let me say something about Anioma. Anioma has always been a mixed space. That's the mistake the Igbos of the Southeast are making. In other words, there are people in that space who have Igbo origins, but there are people there who also don't have Igbo origins. There's something like Anioma. Anioma is an acronym. Please, let's power tap on TikTok. Anioma is an acronym, right? It's not like an ethnic identity. There are different groups that make up that group, whether it's the Aniocha, or Ndokwa, or Shimidi, or what's the other one? Aniocha, Ndokwa, Ika, or Shimidi. Each of those groups, some of them have Yoruba amongst them, some of them have Igala among them, some of them have Bini amongst them, and then they have Igbo. Those are the four groups that make up most of those Anioma communities. Igala, Benin, Yoruba, and Igbo. It takes a lot of people who are not cultured to keep shouting they are Igbo, especially when they are saying they are not. But all of that to say that, it's a very sad tale. Oshikubo, I think, is enough to stop. We should stop now. Boy. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to this matter. If you'd like to contribute, please send your request. We have about 20 minutes. before we end the live. No, we're about 15 minutes. But depending on how many people want to speak. Anybody? Anyone? Or should I continue? I'm not going to continue reading because this thing is... By the way, Gertrude Ogunkeye is a Yoruba woman who also spoke to the things that happened. Anyway, let me read the conclusion of this thing. There are so many things I don't want to get into. By the way, the Biafrans, like I said earlier, used that incident to further talk about genocide. See what happened in Asaba. So let me tell you what Biafrans did, and I think this is what anybody would do if they have no other thing to do. Everything they found around them, they used to their advantage, even events that had nothing to do with them or the ones that they caused themselves. And I'll say this: Biafra caused Asaba Massacre, but they are not the ones responsible for it. The Nigerian army is responsible for that massacre. But the Biafrans, will now use that as an advantage and say, oh, see genocide against Igbo people. So Biafran authorities define secession as centrally a struggle for political determination. Following the failed invasion of the Midwest, the central theme of Biafran troops was that the war was a defensive struggle against federal troops. But in the wake of the massacres of Igbo in the north and west was an important factor in this. But there's something I'm looking for. The rhetoric of genocide thus became one of Biafra's most effective tools to stiffen the resolve of the Igbo in the east and to obtain international support. Throughout the war, Gowon and his government strongly denied such a characterization, maintaining that the only goal was to restore federal authority over the entire country, and assuring the Igbo they would not be harmed if they would give up the fight. Nevertheless, this official position was undermined by reports from the field, and when news of the killings in Asaba reached the east, it awakened in Igbos across the Niger the worst fear about genocide. That's from Asiodu. Indeed, in February 1968, in a memo to the United Nations Secretary General Youthant, Biafra cited the massacres as one example of proving that this was a war of genocide. So Biafran caused the wala in the Midwest. Nigeria now did the terrible thing. The Nigerian army massacred the folks in Asaba. Biafran now used what happened to justify the need for secession when they sent report to the United Nations by calling it genocide. But if you don't go back a bit to understand how everything happened, you can run around with what Biafra said. Is genocide? Was it genocide? It was. But it wasn't something targeted at Biafra. It was something Biafra itself caused. But again, it's a war, so people use anything to their advantage. I mean, Asaba was not the only location of civilian massacres during the first few months of the war. In late 1968, Jack Shepard, a senior editor at Look magazine, reported from Nigeria that perhaps 8,000 Igbo civilians died when the Midwest was liberated by troops under Colonel Murtala Mohammed. I don't trust this Jack Shepard because those ones they used to do for numbers. The worst massacre is one we just talked about right now. And the numbers are between 500 and 800. But let's go to the next paragraph. I just want to read that one because they wrote it, but not because I believe that one. Witnesses in Asaba also mentioned Ishiago as well as killing in other nearby communities such as Oguasheku, Ibusa, and Igbodo, all of which are largely ignored in media and official reporting. Most of these killings can be attributed to general indiscipline and intensified by ethnic hostility. However, the October 7 massacre in Asaba's Ogbiosowa Square displayed planning and coordination from the moment that hundreds of people assembled and began to march, dance, and sing, to the removal of women and children, to the final systematic killing of men and boys. In the oral account of what happened, a consistent theme is outrage at a despicable betrayal. The people of Asaba assembled to declare allegiance to Nigeria in a traditional display of dance and music, only to be slaughtered, and thus this news sent a uniquely chilling message to other Igbos in Biafra, effectively helping prolong the war. 4 decades after the war ended, Asaba still displays many scars. These are visible in the derelict buildings that remain unrestored and on the bodies of those who survived. There are also invisible scars, fresh in the minds and lives of Asabans, who have kept alive the memory of the cruel death of their fathers, brothers, and uncles, even as their trauma has remained unrecognized by institutionalized public memory. As one informant recounted, nobody seemed to know about it. Even in the military history books, there's no mention of it. It has got to be part of our history, because if you don't have a history, you cannot go ahead in life. That's from Gertrude Ogunkeye. In 2002, after the veil of secrecy had been lifted at the Oputa panel, former President Gowon, while stating that he had no knowledge of the atrocity at the time, offered a formal apology to the people of Asaba, a deeply symbolic moment that has paved the way for more Asabans to speak out, with some survivors working now to create public memorialization. Finally, the story of Asaba speaks to larger issues of trauma and potential reconciliation that extend beyond Asaba, Nigeria. As Francisco Fernandez wrote, describing the exhumation of the victims of General Franco's troops during the Spanish Civil War, the recovery of historical memories speaks of the resilience of traumatic memory through years of silence and fear. In Nigeria, the unresolved burden of memory has become a potent symbol of festering injustice that has stood in the way of meaningful reconciliation by keeping alive ethnic tensions. The Asaba massacres were ultimately a product of the same ethnic hostility that simmers today. Yet, they were not inevitable. They resulted from the decisions of individuals, and they provide us with opportunities for moral reflection. Strikingly, the people we have interviewed have repeatedly spoken to the pressing need to use their experience for good. As Francis Wanje told us, for Nigeria to be great, people have to be educated to understand that you cannot resolve differences by conflict. It's good that we have lessons from there. Tony Owarisen says, hello Busui, the whole of Anioma Igbo, the civil war. No, you are making a mistake. You're making a mistake. You're making a mistake, and I think it's also disrespectful to those people. Those people have talked about, even the Asagba himself, the very first person who was the leader of that place, Asaba, was an Igala man, and he had 5 sons who went on to rule different communities in that space. I think we should respect people when they tell us their history. When you say everybody is Igbo, are you telling me that everybody in Ugbodu, in Ekwefun, they are all Igbo? The Olukumi are Igbo? No, now. No. I'm not saying there are no Igbo there. Please try and understand. There are a lot of Igbos there. And some of them are also indigenous to that place. Many of them, by the way. But when we chalk everything down to that, the civil war happened, that's why they don't want to be Igbos. Really. You can say because of the civil war, they denied being Igbos at a particular point, and you could be right for that. But to say that 55 years later, the kings, the Omo, the most important woman in the town, everybody's telling you the history, and still saying that it was the civil war that made them change their identity. Let's respect them. If you notice, I'm also not telling you what I think about them. I'm telling you what they say about themselves. And it's important to respect it and not to find a way to try to explain and say, oh, it was the war. The same way people explain for Ikwere, it was Kiniko. Somebody says, I once met an Igbo that said that the Olukumi are actually called Olukwobi. You see the kind of stupidity that these people do in that place. Originally, you know what they call Olukumi? Even what they still call them today, they call them Odiane. Indigenous people, aboriginals, which is sign that they met them there. But again, because the Igbos have very small land size, right, they move out a lot. The sheer numbers of people of such origin in that place, right, Tony, can you stop this thing? There's nothing like Yoruba Delta. They say they're Yoruba, they're Yoruba. Can you not respect people? Like, will it kill you to respect people based on their identity? Just because you have something called Igbo Delta, there's nothing called Yoruba Delta. They've never called themselves that. I've read their books. They've never called themselves that. They're not the ones that. What is it with certain people in Nigeria that they just go around changing people's stories just to make them what they expect them to be? This happened during the. Let me tell you one funny story. I finished about the massacre. Let me tell you one funny story. When the war was going to begin, this actually happened. You know what? Let me read to you. I'll tell you the source. The source is Midwest Minorities' response to Biafran invasion by Uyilawa Oswanlele. They were there, Jeje, in the Midwest. So people now came from Enugu. Listen, no, this is 67. Traveled from Enugu to present-day Delta State. They were also escorted or joined by some native folks from Delta. They now came and said, originally, in your history, you're supposed to be from Arochukwu. They were telling them their origin. Those ones said they are not. They said, no, you are from Arochukwu. This was in 67. This was before the Asaba Massacre. They were saying that, listen, we are from here, we are from here, we are from here. They said, no. We have, you know what, let me read it, because I think it will not be sweet. You know, some things that you say, they sound very wild. Like, it's like, but I'm trying to get away from, if you notice, I'm trying to get away from Asaba because it is a very painful thing. Very, very painful. And by the way, if you are, wherever you are, and you hear people from Asaba talk like this, please don't feel the need to try to reduce the pain by saying, "Go really matter." Is it because we have a president from Yoruba land? That's not the point. Just let them vent. Let me read something to you here. To actualize the agitation for merger of the Midwestern Igbo areas with the Eastern region, some Midwestern Igbo residents of Enugu and Igbos of the Eastern region soon infiltrated the Midwest and started propagating Arochukwu origin for all the Midwestern Igbos, like Tony is doing in the comment section right now. So some of your forebears did it in 67. They started, let me take that again. Some Midwestern Igbo residents of Enugu and Igbos of the Eastern region soon infiltrated the Midwest and started propagating Arochukwu origin for all the Midwestern Igbos and denying the cherished affinity of some of them with the Edo people. This agitation was re-echoed in the United Kingdom by Midwestern Igbo Students' Union of Great Britain and Ireland. Ejo alleged that the agitation was sponsored by the Eastern region's government, which promised to contribute £2 million to the development of the Midwestern Igbo area. In addition, the agitators demanded the government of the Midwest region to support the position of the government of the Eastern region and rebel against the federal military government. The propaganda of the Igbo agitators created more tension. Some of the Igbo involved in the propaganda activities were promptly arrested for organizing meetings to incite people into supporting the Eastern region's cause and merger with the Eastern region. You cannot know people more than themselves. Tony, what you are doing right now happened in 67. Sure, they are for Arochukwu. They say they are not. The title of that book is a mouthful. That's why I said it once. Let me calm down. I'll tell you the title again. Francis OK says, bro, why tribalizing this thing? Wasn't Igbo and Nigeria? It is the Eastern region. Francis OK, your head is not correct. Whenever they want to take over what belongs to others, they will start telling you there's something called Eastern Nigeria. Is Eastern Nigeria, who created Eastern Nigeria? Wasn't it the British? Oh, your nepotism too much. Francis, okay, again, you're not serious. Your head is not correct. If they're looking for the definition of nepotism, what is nepotism? You You guys don't even know the meaning of what you are saying. What's nepotism? What I'm saying? You don't even know what nepotism is. Nepotism is your people filling spaces all over the place with Igbo people and calling everybody tribalist while filling positions in parastatals with 70%, 60%, 70%, 64%, 65%. But everybody else is a tribalist. That is nepotism. And that's what your fathers did. I said it last week. It depends on the argument. If they want to dominate, it is Igbo. If they want to fight outsiders for that territory, it is Eastern region. If they want to fight the Northerners, they'll come to you as Yoruba people and say it's a Southern thing. If they want to fight Ghana, they'll say you are Nigeria. We are all Nigeria. It depends on who they are fighting. If they are fighting everybody, if they want to stand up for themselves, just to dominate is Igbo. Igbo is better than everybody. We are smarter than everybody. But once you notice that someone wants to do something in parts of, also we are all Eastern region now. This is Eastern region, so that the Akwa Ibom person, the Port Harcourt person will say, "Oh, he's my brother." It's a lie. In the thick of things, we've talked about it here before. What happened to people in the so-called Eastern region during the Biafran occupation? What happened? Whether I was in Enoin division, in Asang, in Ikorobot, no, Ikorekpeyon, in Degema, in Abonema, in Port Harcourt, what did Igbo soldiers do to those minorities? You use East when you want to gaslight people. Well, you can. Then when they discover that, oh, you know what, we must deal with this North Clinical. Look at the letter that Ojukwu wrote to Victor Banjo in August of '67. See what he was saying? South. He was talking about the South. And was hyping Yoruba people. Why? Because you're not, there's another enemy out there. And this is what you see today. I mean, recently it happened a couple of years ago. They said they're doing Southern Alliance. I was just laughing. One of the people that were doing Southern Alliance went to one of my videos today. I don't want to read it because I don't want to disgrace the man. Went on the video and was writing a very Igbo-centric comment. I was shouting Southern Alliance 2 years ago. Then the only problem of Nigeria was Fulani. Now, if you let them blackmail you, now you mess up. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. Ade Royal, I really appreciate it. Now that Ghana is dealing with them, now you say, oh, we are all one Nigeria. Which Nigeria? Nigeria that is a zoo. I use a zoo. Hey, baboon, live in the zoo. Is that a zoo? Portable. Zazu. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you, Prof. Damdala Odubanjo says, I know the execution his comrade in arms was to send a clear message, but no surrender to the Nigerian army with our parents. I don't understand what you wrote, though. Olagunjo Emmanuel says, please stop the nonsense. You're right. Oh, he's talking to the other one. Igbos are always looking to expand more. So, one of the things I've noticed is, and it's something that they did with that Southern Alliance, I noticed, you look for somebody that's a common enemy. Now, it will not be a friendship based on mutual enmity for another. Fulani. Are the Fulani good? Of course, they have their own issues. Plenty issues, but you can't be my friend in order to hate them. You know why? Once you are done hating them and you get what you want, now me you go hate next. Now me you go hate. So let nobody deceive anybody. There's no Southern anything, Southern unity. I beg you. The Eastern region was created in 1939, and this is to you, Frank. The Eastern region was created in 1939. Eastern region, Western region, East and West divided into two. Sorry, South divided into two, East, West, 1930. God did not create Eastern region. Your ancestors did not conquer Eastern region. Your people did not grow organically. It was created by the British. Your people just got the opportunity to lead them because we're the majority group in that region. Not because you are related. Okay? And so when it's time for you to occupy positions, read the book by Elechi Amadi, Sunset in Biafra. Read that book. When it's time to occupy positions, you rarely remember those Easterners. It's always the Igbos. Don't bring their name now when you're trying to look for people to help you take on victim narrative. They are not victims, by the way. Which I want to end by saying this. One of the things I've noticed, right, in studying folks from River State and Akwa Ibom State, that side, and also the Midwest, there's something they do that I don't think people actually acknowledge. I don't think we even notice, let alone acknowledge. They are healed. They are healed. Sunset in Biafra was written in 1973. When you read that book, Igbos hate the book. They always cursing the man out. But if you are an objective person and you read that book, you even see how he was making excuses for even Ojukwu. 3 years after the war. In other words, it was still fresh. But even at that, it was still able to give grace. Nigeria, or showing pushing the victim narrative. They are not victims of the story. They were killed. They are the victims of the event, but they are not the victims of the story. And that shows that they are healed. And that's something to learn from. Even in our lives, things will happen to you sometimes, or things have happened to us, and some of us have not healed from them. We've got to find a way to actually, move on. Not that it's so easy, but they did it. Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa, Delta, Edo. Those 6 states in particular, the way they approach the issue of the war, if they taught their children the way Igbos teach their children, we will not be able to live in this country. They didn't. How do I know? Look at the way they talk now. The pain is there. It's not like, in the sense that they know it happened, but they don't behave based on it. I've lived among them. And I think it's something to learn from. It's something to learn from. But federal government, if you are hearing this, please, next year, it doesn't have to be next year, it could be before the 59th anniversary. Please, what Gowon did helped a lot of people during the Puta panel. There's nothing wrong if a president says it and says, listen, we apologize for the massacre. It doesn't take anything away from Nigeria. But Nigeria would never apologize to Biafra. Never. I need to change this audio source 1 second, then I'll answer the question in the comment section. All right, somebody asked a question. It says here, my brother, are the Igbos related to the Yoruba? No. Winsome says, but aside being healed, they have some empathy for the initial. I don't want to go into that one, of course, because that sort of Stockholm syndrome. Onyebo in Nameka says, oh, I have to tell you the title. Thank you for even reminding me. The title of the book is Midwest Response. Number Midwest Responses to Biafra Agitation. Well, let me look for the full title for you. You are from, by the way, I have somebody who is Olukumi, who comes around from time to time. Excuse me. By the way, you may not know if you meet them now, that's why these days they've actually taken it very seriously, like speaking their own dialect, even reading Bible in their own dialect of Yoruba language, because they changed the name of their towns. Eko became Okunzu because they thought they were just living, all of us were growing together, until somebody now came and said that their father owned the land. The book is called Minority Rights and the National Question in Nigeria by Uyilawa Uswanlele. The actress Rosodika Olukumi. One day I'll tell you a story about Rosodika. Rosodika. Rosodika taught me in 1989. One day I'll see her again. It's been a long time. Auntie Rose. Anyway, that's what I want to say about Rosodika. That's all. That's all. I think I met her the other day. That's all. That's all. But she's a fantastic actress. She's Olukumi, that's true. She's Olukumi, that's true. So Onyaba, I hope you got the title. Minority Rights and the National Question in Nigeria by Uyilawa Oswanlele. Question from Middle Belt. Did the Asaba people aid the Biafrans against the federal forces, which was the reason of the massacre? Yes, they did. Let's be telling themselves the truth. Asaba people actually aided them. Again, this doesn't in any way justify what happened. But the first set of people, the people that even led Biafra into the Midwest, were the same Midwest Igbos. There was no gunshot to even get inside. Number one, the military formation in the Midwest was already dominated by Igbos. Right? One of them wanted to be the regional governor, and he gave Ejo a lot of trouble. Ejo, who was the regional governor, was Robo. But you see, it's in the nature of the Igbo man to dominate. It's not about, and there's nothing good about it. It's unbridled ambition and disregard for order. It got to a point they will be having meetings away from Oga, because majority of the people in the cabinet were Igbos. Himself, Ejo, Ogbemudia, Chimnel, they were like the top guys who were not Igbos. When you look at Oche, Isiche, Okechime, Conrad Nwanwo, all these people were the top guys. They were Midwestern Igbos, but they were the ones who made it very easy for the Biafran forces to get in, and who also helped in almost unaliving David Ejo. They helped Humphrey Chukwuka, who led the battalion, to almost kill him. So is it true that some Midwestern Igbos, it's not even some, the Midwestern Igbos, a lot of them helped starting, you know, since you asked that question, let me read something to you from this book by Gordon Labi Sama. Oh boy, wait, you know. 1 second. All right, let me read something. I think it's a good question. I want to read something from this book, The Tragedy of Victory by Gordon Labi Sama. The Biafrans depended on the Midwest Igbo officers, who in the end were not helpful to their cause. A traitor is always a traitor, and what you compromise to get, in the end you lose. Some of the Midwest officers that sold out and went to join Biafra were Lieutenant Colonel Conrad Nwanwo, Lieutenant Colonels Conrad Nwanwo, Okwechime, Ben Waje, Igboba, Oche, and the worst of them all, Captain Joe Isiche. All these officers had appointments in Biafra. Some even commanded Biafran troops in battle. These officers had their parents and families at Asaba and their hometowns in the Midwest, but they were fighting for Biafra across Niger, where most of them were later relieved of their duties in Biafra as saboteurs, including Ben Waje at the Owerri front. Then it says the man called Achuzia, a civilian Midwesterner, fought for Biafra. By the way, Achuzia, the way John de Senjo describes him, is like the Igbo version of Benjamin Adekunle. He was ruthless. It was even worse because he's the same person. give me the books I can buy to get some of this history. I can't. Just go to Redomi Books on Telegram. You'll find lots of books there. Redomi Books on Telegram. You'll find lots of books there, right? And then when I mention the books, just take it, because sincerely, I cannot sit down and be writing list of books. It's not possible. Sincerely, because the time it will take to write books. As I talk, I beg, just take it like that. But if you check Redomi Books on Telegram, you'll find there are different sections. There's the Nigerian political history, civil war, and things like that. So that would help. But let me read a few more things before I respond to the gentleman here. The man called Achuzia, a civilian. Okay, I was saying that John de St. George described him as very ruthless. He was the one, if you read the book by Adewale Ademoyega, he was the one who was sent by Ojukwu to fetch Adewale Ademoyega, right? And he was going to shoot him, but that's not the topic. Let's continue. The man called Achuzia, a civilian Midwest, but it was from the Midwest. That's the point I'm trying to make. It was from the Midwest too, but it was one of the most ruthless officers or soldiers that Ojukwu had. He fought for Biafra, as did Lieutenant Mora, who became the paymaster in Biafra. How could Biafra have won such a war? As soon as the firing was too heavy to bear, they thought of Mama and Papa back in the peaceful Midwest, then they ran away. Most were losers. What part of Biafra would they have belonged to? Never thought of the consequences of their actions, as most of them believed that they would live forever. When the federal troops re-entered Asaba, when the Midwest was recaptured, many of their kith and kin were brutally massacred in hundreds. Could this have happened if they were there? Thank God, the Lord wanted a united Nigeria, and this happened to these well-decorated senior officers of the Nigerian army, who defected to become Biafran army officers. Thank God also for people like Gowon, who let all of them go free, unlike what happened to Nazi officers of the World War. An estimated 2 million Nigerians died in the Civil War, including women and children, because of wrong leaders. In other words, at the time that Murtala Mohammed was getting into that place, these clowns that opened the door in August were already working for Biafra. So when you ask the question, did Midwestern Igbos help them? Of course they did. Also, when they were trying to find the houses of Hausas to go and get the Hausas out and kill them, it was the Midwestern Igbos that told the Biafran soldiers where the Hausas' houses were. It's in that Midwestern book, the book by Uyilawa Swalele. So yeah, they did that. But again, I still think they have a right to ask for apology. So someone says something up here that I really like. He said, "Busui, my people have healed, but we have not forgiven or forgotten." And I understand. I don't know what I think you are forgiven. That's why you are healed. If you have not forgiven, you will not be healed. But what you have not done is you have not forgotten, and I don't think you should ever forget. You shouldn't forget. And I think it's also fair to have conversation with Nigeria and say, acknowledge what happened. You have every right to do so. But I think your elders forgive, to be honest. You and I would never know how. I mean, I read some of those things here and I was taking breaks, and there are other things I didn't go to a particular chapter because I don't like reading, I can be very soft. I was going to read something I don't want to break down. So, but for them to experience that and still engage Nigeria the way they do, no, they forgave. But they still need closure, and that is fair. And they still don't forget. And nobody should forget Nigeria's history. Everybody should remember. You know why? Because the ones who remember what they Jesus Christ. Most of us are forgetting the history, but the people who remember, who are always shouting, they will always remember, are people who are remembering propaganda. If propaganda becomes the only thing we have, there's a word that this man used in this book. He called it the myth of the Civil War. The myth. The myth surrounding the Civil War, 9 wars past the events of the Civil War. The events were terrible, but the myth, you just cook something up and everybody takes it. I think we were here the other day when we were reading the book by Nelson Otta, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders, was talking about how they so filled the minds of the people with lies For instance, they ran away from Musuka, Biafran forces, but they told the people that they had captured the entire place. So when folks were coming, when Nigerian forces was coming through that corridor, and they were shelling the town, folks in their own homes in Enugu, they were like, it's Biafran scientists practicing their new inventions. What I just said right now is literally in the book by Nelson Otta. Say they were shelling, and let me tell you, when they were shelling the town, the Nigerian forces just throwing grenades, say, with the come. People in Radio Biafra were broadcasting that everything is fine and that they were good. It took the Nigerian forces to bomb that radio itself. Well, not bomb everything, but like throw grenades in there. Then they now ran away. For the people to not hear that stuff, but even then, the people still thought that the grenades were inventions of Biafran scientists. If you maybe one day we'll read it again, but I've mentioned the book so you can read it for yourself. Nelson Otta, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. People believe lies to the point where even in the face of death, they were still telling themselves, our people don't conquer those places. If there's anything Ojukwu did, it was something that Achebe did, that Azikiwe did, now to they give propaganda. May God help everybody. May God heal Nigeria, and my heart goes out to folks in Asaba. It was a terrible thing. I'll bring up one person, that will be Prof, who will speak, and then we'll close the session. But thank you very much for listening. I hope we've learned a bit about Biafran forces. We went about Asaba Massacre. We went round and round and round and round because I didn't just want to talk about what happened without providing a backstory, but I hope that helped with understanding the events of October 1967. But we're going to have Prof's response, and then we'll call it a day this evening. Thank you very much for listening. Someone says Biafra should score. I'll come. Prof.
KBSO.
Ele. Shewa.
Agua.
Ẹkáàbọ. Ẹkáàbọ, are you professor?
It's a master class. I hope your students are paying, because this is master class. No, but jokes apart, right? So it's the way you try to balance it, you can't. It's an uncommon thing, right? So good job, Ekushe.
Thank you, Eshen. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't know if you, because I joined late. There's a material from Odigwe Nwankocha. I don't know if you also reference it here.
No.
Remembering the massacre of civilians in Anyoma land during the Nigerian Civil War. So I'm going to probably read out some things here just to buttress some of the things you said. But
please,
overall, I'll say it's a sad event, right, in Nigeria's history. And I can't imagine if I'm from that area and I'm passing through Murtala Mohammed Airport every now and then, knowing that this is a man that masterminded the massacre. So I think even naming that airport after Murtala Mohammed is a big FU, to the people in that area, right? So it's a constant reminder of for people in that area, and I don't know how the government will resolve it, but they should. We tend to sweep things under the carpet in Nigeria, and everyone moves on. But those latent issues, remain there. But sometimes I want to.
Is it sorry, Prof? Is it in Brazilian Journal of African Studies?
I don't even know.
Remembering the massacre. Remembering the massacre of civilians.
It's a Brazilian journal. Yeah.
Okay, I found it. Please continue, sir.
Okay. It's in Brazilian journal. I can send it to you if you need a copy. Yeah. Okay.
I have it already, but please continue.
Okay. Yeah. So so some of the things like you mentioned, part of the things that made that war very, very sickening was also, we have to remember the impact of the January 15 coup that wiped away the officer corps, right? And then the subsequent one that also led to the massacre of even some non-officer corps too in both areas. So massive recruitment was done during that war. And a lot of those people were untrained. A lot of those officers were young. The set of guys that graduated NDA, I think that was the first set, they just threw them straight to the war front, right? At that period. So you don't have experienced officers, and you just have civilians that just join, right? So indiscipline is bound to be high in such a troop. Like if you look at, I don't know if it's Alabi Sama or a book examine that, if you look at their Benjamin Adekunle's troop and they had more officers and there was more discipline. The guys that came in through the Midwest were instantly recruited, right, with the Midwest invasion. And that area, unfortunately, our soldiers used to do it, was what they used to bled them, right, to harden them up. They exposed them to a lot of tragedy to harden them up for war using people. So that's an unfortunate thing, but it's a cascade of events. The other thing there was also, you've mentioned it, this killing of, this buying of, what do you call it, the Hausas and non-Igbos, right? You know, it's also documented here, and people in that region also participated in it. And we're talking of people that have been living in this area, you know, even pre-Nigeria, right? A lot of them came with the Royal Niger Company in the 1890s, and they've lived there for years. And that buying even shocked some of the people in that area. So why there's the angle of the northern troops getting angry because of those people, we also have to know that there were also Midwestern people that joined the Nigerian, the federal troops, with the intention of revenging what happened in the Midwest. So people don't talk about it, right? So it's not just Fulani. Right? So I'm going to read something out from this work that we mentioned now. There's a particular guy that was kind of very notorious, right? Let me read something. It said, on page 195, it said, at the spread of this rumor, a particular Yoruba officer friend, Lieutenant Paulinius, informed him of the impending attack and advised him to relocate. So this was in Ishagu. And there was a Yoruba officer there telling, he saw the rumor, he saw what these people were planning, and he told people in Ishagu that, look, these people are planning on buying you, right? So he told a friend of his there that, look, this is what is going to happen, take care. So that's a Yoruba officer. So the man he told these people who doubted him, he alleged that some troops friendly with the townspeople, including Paulinius, they were transferred before the arrival of the murderous troop. So they transferred the Yoruba officer and some other, the ones that are friendly, out of that place. Then the murderous 68, an attack on the next day under the leadership of Captain Patrick Idahosa. So this Captain Patrick Idahosa was very notorious of buying people in that area because of the role that they took in the stuff. So if I go down, say this angle.
Sorry, so because of the role they took in the occupation.
What?
Is it because of the role they took in the occupation?
Yes. So let me reset. I'll read it and I said, let me read this. The attack wiped out the whole Ishagu. On a visit to the town, no house sighted older than 1970. A source at Ishagu says an Ewulu man and his pregnant wife trekking to Ishagu after the crime were accused of being Biafran spies and shot dead by federal troops. The nature and consequences of the Ishagu attack was simply too vicious and its larger ramification to have been just aimed at giving the federal side an advantage in the struggle with Biafra for Anyoma land. This angle becomes important against the background that the attack was not waged by northerners alone. Unoshai had insisted that federal troops of Ika, Urobo, Edo, and Ijo origins were actively involved. So these were the people that Biafra invaded their land. So it's not a Fulani affair alone. He said, it is difficult not to conclude that some of the killings in Anyoma land were a continuation of the earlier September 1967 killings of Pines in other parts of the Midwest against the Anyoma. An ex-Nigerian soldier of Edo extraction who fought in Anyoma land during the war justified the attacks on the Anyoma by arguing it was in retaliation for the Igbo invasion of Benin, which he alleged the Anyoma supported actively. It described the invasion of Benin in sacrilegious terms and said those who aided it had to pay anyhow. Right. So again, so it goes, beyond, the Fulani, and so there's the Fulani angle because of the Ogbe. There's a lot of Midwest soldiers join to avenge the invasion of Benin, of the Midwest during that time. And I think I don't know the numbers that you have. What number do you have of the total people that by the Asaba?
So the least is 500. The highest is 800.
Okay.
That's well, Ojukwu said it was thousands because Ojukwu is
because some people now their number just go at geometric progression rates. Maybe next year now they will say it's 10,000. But Emma Okocha documented is as 472, and I think the highest was Bud and Alternately, which is still people don't agree with, where they say
I just read the Bird. I read Bird earlier, but Bird also I think is more she and the Alternately guy. I think they were more about pushing that underdog story, like just creating that victim thing alone without the context.
So that's why their number seems to be highest. But I've been seeing things on Twitter like 5,000, 10,000. So yeah. So I just want to throw that angle to it.
That was very. It's a very very important. It's a very very important angle, though. And thank you for also mentioning that. Apparently, the book was here the whole time. Thank you very much for creating that stuff. Because when you remember that during the invasion of the Midwest, like we said earlier, Midwest Igbo officers helped Biafrans to get in. And they looted shops and houses in Benin, in Warri, in Sapele, in Ugeli, even in Asaba. They were indiscriminate in the things they did. They sold people's wares, sold people's cars, all those things. Apparently, some of them also felt like it was an opportunity for them to also, get their own pound of flesh. So, again, all of these things that it's just also understand the different components so that we also don't run with the idea of, oh, look at Murtala Mama is such a bad person. Look at all this Northerners, they did this. It was not just a Northern affair, it was a Nigerian army affair. And Major General Aruna, who refused to apologize, who Achebe called belligerent, I think it's important, and unremorseful. I think it's important to also understand his own context. His people were also killed in that Biafran invasion that was supported by Midwestern Igbos. And so for him, it could be, this is just me looking at the event, it could be that he saw that as a legitimate way of also exacting his own pound of flesh, because after all, a lot of Hausas were killed in the eastern region in 66. A lot of Hausas were now killed in the Midwest in 67. Maybe that's why he felt he wasn't sorry for it. But whatever his case was, I hope we've learned a lesson here that there are so many things in Nigeria that is not talked about, and this is one of those things, or many things that are not talked about, and this is one of those things which we don't even mention at all. But we have learnt about it. And by the way, like I said earlier, the Igbos, the Biafran used this particular incident to push the narrative of, genocide and how Biafra was inevitable. Recall that they were also trying to annex not just the Midwestern Igbo areas, but the entire Midwest. So all of Benin and Delta, out of all of Edo and Delta states, are supposed to be part of Biafra today, and then much later, everywhere in Yoruba land, from Lagos all the way to Jeba, was going to be under Biafra, and then much later, the northern region as well will be under Ojuku's reign. That much was discovered, but that angle, Prof, that was very important. All right. Someone says they will attack you when you respond. They cry like victims. They'll be fine. They will be all right. So please, guys, support what we're doing. Something tells me if I bring these two people here, we might be here for long. Shoot. Two minutes each. Rewaji will go first, and then Ebi Mene. If you'd like to support us, please use the bank details displayed on the screen. Thank you very much for your generosity. All right, let's have Rewaji then go to Ebi Mene. Please go on.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Afternoon or good evening from your end. It's pretty interesting that people don't change. And I think there's something they're currently doing now, which I would want to relate to what they did to the Northerners. I'm a little bit laid back that in no more time, these people, the way they poked and gassed up the Northerners, they will do it for Yoruba people. It is pretty interesting that people that I actually look like a little bit more liberal, particularly on spaces like Twitter, they are now speaking up. If you know this guy that started the NSAS movement, right? You know he's a lawyer. I've forgotten his name.
He's not a lawyer, but people think he's a lawyer.
Sega
Links. He works with lawyers. He works with lawyers, but he himself said he's not. But he's actually, he could pass for a lawyer because he knows a lot of legal things. This is what he said, by the way.
Yeah, I saw some things he wrote. You know, there's a current trend that Igbos are doing. Every trick necessary possible. What they are doing now, and they are echoing it, maybe from the old, the young, on Twitter particularly, that I'm trying to be specific about there. There's this idea, Yoruba people of other states should leave Lagos indigene. I don't know, maybe they have... No, I'm being honest. I think there's a mental problem and generational, what, just like you did said at the point in time that Ohaneze Indigo requested that they pay them 3 trillion because of some of their people are perpetually mentally deranged, or I don't know. I think that thing, and I'm saying it out, not from a position of even apology, because I don't understand. Sega literally wrote it that because you people practice a kind of behavior in kind of culture in your place, you want to import it to somewhere. I wrote about it on Twitter because I'm a sociologist, so I understand social engineering very well. It is called ethnic segmentation. So the Franz Fanon in one of his books, Creature of the Earth, I've read that before. He said it was one of the templates of the colonialists. What they do is that they scapegoat one amongst a group. They scapegoat a section of that group out in order to be able to ease themselves, in order not to foster group cohesion. Like
they isolate one group.
Yeah. So there's this tactics of isolate. This I've forgotten how I wrote it in such a way like they kind of isolate one group in order for them to be able to do their to be able to have easy access road, and they are hammering on it. All of their influencers on Twitter are doing the same thing, and my fear is this: that when the shit hit the fan, even the innocent one amongst them would not like. This is the same thing. And kini yẹn man, kini yẹn then do me ni pe and people one more cotton show. My prayer and my fear is that what they want to create is a monumental crisis in the West, particularly in Lagos. So now they want to create a platform whereby Lagos indigenes, by the way, who I mean the Aworis and Ijebu and the Eguns, Ilaje on the long run will start making that as a case. And then when there's a crisis, they come and take the spoils of war. Exactly the same template the Fulani used in Ilorin, right? My fear and my concern is for our brothers in Lagos not to allow these people to gaslight them, because kò sẹ́ni tọ́lọ́run ò ṣe fún, and tí Ọlọ́run bá ti dá wa bá a máa mọ bá ẹ máa yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ ara wa láàrin ara wa. You see, I think Igbos don't always understand the consequences of what
Let's
they do.
begin to wrap up now.
They don't always understand the consequences of what they do until, and again, they don't learn from history. It is very unfortunate, honestly. Kini and do me go.
Thank you,
So
thank you.
Don't do me go.
Yeah, I know. So here's the thing: two things, right? Number one is the fact that you have a people who want something, and then they create like a scenario for the group that. So, for instance, you are two brothers. I want something that belongs to one of you, but then I see the other person always supporting the other person. So what I need to do is to create division between them, and then make myself the friend of this person, make him hate the other person. So both of us become friends based on the fact that that person is now our enemy. And eventually dispossess the one I really want his own stuff, and then get what I really want. Number two is that, and this is the truth, the Igbos speak based on, this is human, by the way, it's natural. People speak based on the cultural reference or cultural framework. The culture, and this is very important, I'm going to find a way to say it so that it doesn't sound like a jab or anything, but it's just the truth. The Yoruba people have a common identity, ethnic identity. So it could be Ijesha, or Oyo, or Ife, or Awori, or Ijebu, or Okun. Whatever group you are, Igbomino, whichever group you belong to, you are Yoruba and you are connected, and we have the same history. We even have the place we call our source, and we have a common ancestor and progenitor and things like that. That gives us a sense of camaraderie, right? And then the connection that we have based on that is actually very strong. It's a national identity, whether we call it a nation or not. The Igbos don't have that. The Igbo identity as a common identity was created by the British. I'm not saying the Igbo identity was created by the British. I'm saying the Igbo as common identity for those people was created by the British. In other words, people were okay in their cephalous and autonomous communities, and everybody could be king in those places or be the head, whatever they want to do in those places. It didn't have that togetherness. There's also no sense of connection, which is why you will see Anambra indigenes going to meet the governor of Enugu, because that connection does not exist. Sorry, guys. From time to time, like I always say, even in the Bible, the book of Job, when God's children, the sons of God gathered, Satan also came. Satan's also come here sometimes, from time to time. I don't have to read the book. Read Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Okudiba Noli. He talked about it, that what the Hausas had with Bayajida and what the Yoruba. Why is that important? Because when you speak up for Lagos and you are from Ilesha, An Igbo person doesn't understand that. Where he's from, he can't even speak for his state. He speaks for his clan. And he can't speak for a neighboring state because that's not where he's from. In other words, his identity is literally attached to the things that the colonial government created and the Nigerian government has created. That's why, I don't know if you've ever been invited to any wedding in the East. You see Kinikon off, Kinikon local government. It could be Uchechuku something off Idiato or MBC or whatever. Kinikon local government. That becomes the basis of identity. If you do that in Yoruba land, they will think that something is wrong with you. If you have to write anything, which you don't write, but if you have to write anything, it will be the town, not creations of Nigerian government or Donibo. Now, because we are so connected, even though we respect boundaries, for instance, no matter how connected I am with Lagos, I know I'm not an indigen of Lagos. And the Lagosians, the indigens have rights that I don't have, which is fine. They are the Omo Eko, me, I'm Eko. But if something is going to happen to them to hurt them, I'm going to speak up for them, not because I have to get anything from it. And if you think because you have to get something from it, it means that you are very stupid. In other words, your mindset is full of transactions. You cannot do anything for your brother if he's not paying you. You cannot say anything about, you can't do this thing to my brother unless your brother is going to give you a special thing. It's not about transactions. It's about Ajumobi. I want to buy you about my there's something I'm saying is Ajimobi, but there's another word for it. Alajobi. It's about Alajobi. Now, this does not mean that we have a perfect name. You can just move anywhere and you can just become anything. No. We have boundaries. I know my hometown, you know your hometown. But Alajobi, we are connected. I don't even have to ever have been in Lagos for me to hear you speak about Lagos. And let me give an example. And I've said this several times here. The founder of Lagos is Ogufuminire. Olofin Ogufuminire is the one that founded that is the Awori, is the progenitor of the Awori people. This is why non-Yorubas would never understand it, because they think that we are like them. They are clannish, they are acephalous, they are in those spaces. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just what it is. When they had issues about, I won't go into the details because it's confidential. When they had certain issues in Isheri, I am from Ife. Ogufuminire, the Olofin, who is the progenitor of Awori people, left from Ife. In present day, that would be Osun State. So you have Osun State, Oyo State, Ogo State, and then Ogun State and Lagos State. That's where you have Awori people. They don't have an issue there. Guess where they went? Ife. When they got there, they now said the family where they are from, they now came to our house. Kabesi now sent my Baba, elder cousin, to now travel to settle that stuff. And when he came back, I looked at the minutes of the meeting, which I still have, by the way. The meeting was many years ago. It was essentially history. When this man left here, he went here. When he came here, he did this. Because of this is how it should be. It's history. I still have the document. Something that happened there, they had to settle it there. That has nothing to do with whether you're in Lagos State, Ogun State, or your state, or Osun State. The man whose neighbor has to have indigene association in his state, how do you expect him to understand that Lagos will need Ife to sort some things, or that Lagos people sent a delegation to Ibadan to settle a particular conflict that century, this night in the 1990s, in the 19, I think it was in the 1970s or 1960s. Something was happening in Ibadan. This has nothing to do with government or anything. Something was happening there, and they wanted to. They felt that they had to help them. Let me read to you what they wrote. It was called the Ibadan Trouble. This must have been. Let me see if I can find the date. I found what I want to read, but I want to see if I can find the date. This was in 1907.
1907. I saw the document recently.
This was in 1907. The White Cap chiefs held an interview with the acting provincial commissioner, Mr. A.B. Arkot, in October, when they informed him that it was the intention of Priseleko and themselves to dispatch messengers to Ibadan to intercede in behalf of peace and reconciliation between the Bale and chiefs of Ibadan. They have been led to this intention as they felt that the existing misunderstanding made against good government and peace and order in the country. The acting provincial commissioner expressed himself as pleased with the intention of the prince and chiefs, and which showed they had the welfare of the country at heart. He intended to proceed to Ibadan shortly himself to investigate the misunderstanding, and if on his return he found the good offices were needed, he would inform them. The acting provincial commissioner also informed the chiefs that he had sent for Ojosi and cautioned him against wearing chief's cap in Lagos and so on and so forth. The point is that folks in Lagos, not because of government, though, Yoruba people in Lagos knew that there was a problem between the Bale of Ibadan, because at that time Ibadan had Bale, the Bale of Ibadan and his chiefs, and they thought they had to do something to settle that issue in Ibadan. These are Lagos people traveling to Ibadan to go and help them settle an issue in 1907. A person who in 2025, the governor of Enugu State is receiving Anambra indigenous in his state, he thinks Yoruba people are like them. So when you look at you say, you are Osun State, you are Lagos State, why are you supporting them now? Lagos elders went to solve an issue in Ibadan. When folks in Isheri already had to sort an issue, they went to Ife. Somebody wrote something in the comment section, that's very powerful. The most important, well, let me not say most, but the most popular masquerade in Lagos is from Ogun State. It's from Iperu. We are connected. We are different. We are one, but it's like brothers. It's like an extended family. That's Eyo. Yes, Eyo is from Iperu Remo, but it's the main masquerade in Lagos. It is one person that just came down from a tree where he's swinging the last 100 years, and now comes to Yoruba land to tell us that you cannot talk about that state because you're not from that state. I'm like, are you dumb? This is not your state. This is not where you are from. You were put together by the British. These guys go way back. So when you speak nonsense about Lagos and they speak it, doesn't, but you're not from Lagos now. What's your business? Let the person from Lagos tell me to keep quiet. You don't understand complex society because you don't come from one. And I'm talking specifically to those ones I was talking. You've been insulting me in the conversation as if I didn't sue you. This is your response. You don't understand complex society because you don't come from one. And your frame of reference is your culture and your background. But what same people do when they move into other people's spaces is not to judge those people by their own cultures or by their own standards. Is to judge those people based on their own standards, which means that they have to be humble enough to learn their ways. They have to be humble enough to understand their own standards so that they are not using primitive understanding to judge a highly civilized group. May God bless you and increase your understanding. Somebody says you are not talking about the attempts to divide and conquer the people. That's the first thing I said. That's the first thing I said. You move to this one, you break this one. That's the first thing. I said there are two things. Divide and conquer. The second thing is actually the real thing. Every sane human, when they go to, when you are in Rome, you behave like Romans, not behave like what they call these people? Barbarians. Say it's my culture, it's my culture. If it's your culture, stay in the bushes. So nobody will come to Lagos and tell us that you are not from Lagos, don't look for it. I'm not saying that I want something from Lagos. Again, I don't know. You know, some people, where they come from, everything is transactional. You can't do something for someone if you're not getting something from it. Why can't you speak up for your brother? Must you be paid? Do you need to get anything? Can't you just say, no, you can't beat my brother. You can't say that to my brother. And that's it. And you defend his honor. Everything is not money. Money not water. Anyway, our final speaker will be Ebi Mene. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but that's what I see. Good evening. Please let's make it very quick so that we can close.
Yes, my name is Ibimene. It's an Ijo name.
Oh, okay.
Ibimene.
Where are you from?
Ibimene.
Where are you from, please?
From Delta State. Delta
Oh,
State,
nice.
Bomadi local government. Ibimene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to have you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Apparently, I've learned a lot of things from. Thank you very much for having me, Busi. I've learned a lot of things from you. And growing up, when I was in school, yeah, I read Chinua Achebe's let me use the word fucked with my mind, and I'm an Ijo guy. I started feeling bad for the Igbo people. How will Nigeria do this? Why will Nigeria do that? Then I stormed upon your videos recently, about a couple of months ago. And I started listening to your videos and stuff. And I started doing my own research. I was like, wow. I have been deceived. The propaganda worked for me when I was, because I was really an advocate for the whole Biafra situation stuff. I didn't know that these people were against my own people. I didn't know that these people were killing my own people. I swear, me and my friend, we're all Ijo guys. We're like, we have to be part of Biafra. Why did our people not join Biafra? Why did my own, Then, reading all these books from Nebo Graham Douglas and all, I was like, wait. The story is not clear. Then, as a kid, my grandpa used to talk about Igbos, like how the Igbos are not people to do dealings with. Because my grandpa used to work in Enugu before, and at the time when he used to work in Enugu, the people there didn't really like Ijo people, to the point where my grandfather had to name my father Chukwuemeka and his sister Chukwuamaka, so that they can mingle with Igbo people. Imagine, just to get jobs. So these things you were saying, you said it's true. Then I still have there was a country book. I can't read the book anymore because to me it's just rubbish. You understand? It's just nonsense. Why are Igbo people doing like this? They don't give the narrative that their people invaded our lands. And the worst part is our own people, that's my own Ijo people. I don't know about the Ijo people in the South, but my own Ijo people don't still tell the story to the next generation, that this is what happened. We should watch out for these people. We should be united in a front for these people. Because these people they go to their eastern village and do their meetings every year. What are we doing about it? You understand? At this point in time, my people don't sell land to Igbo people anymore in Bomaji local government. I don't know if you people know that they don't sell land to Igbo people anymore. You see? I can't hear you, sorry. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear anything. No?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, you said in Bomaji, they're not selling lands in Bomaji. There are about two communities in River State who are not selling land to Igbo as well.
There are two communities people in Bomaji local government.
Wow.
They don't sell land to them. It's a rule. I've seen my father going to meetings about it. It's a rule. Don't sell land to Igbo people, because if you give them small space, they'll take over. You understand? Yeah. So it's a really serious problem that we have with these people. And I did not know about all this till I stumbled upon your videos, and it really opened my eyes. And I joined your Telegram. I was like, wow. I read that Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. That book really opened my eyes. I think Nebo Graham Douglas is a Calabari man, right?
It's Abonema.
You understand? So that is almost Ijo related. Abonema, you understand?
Abonema.
So I was like, wow,
yes.
People did all these things, invaded Benin, where they were on their way to Ore. We didn't know all these things. There was also a video that was in circulation in around that 2014-13 about the Biafran. I don't know if you guys saw that video. It was just Igbo propaganda, and it was that video that was circulating all over Nigerian schools, brainwashing everybody. I wish I can still find that video and tell people the truth, because if videos like that keep circulating, it's going to be trouble. You understand? Because that video really, if me and my friends were really advocates for Biafra, and we are Ijo guys, we're really advocating for Biafra at that time. When I started reading your from your Telegram, I was sending those my friends some of your links that they should watch this guy's video, because we have been brainwashed. Because if we use that same, we have been brainwashed. These people are really good in their propaganda machinery. I'm not going to lie. That's all I have to say. I don't have to say much. I just came to thank you and say my piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your good work. We'll keep supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Amen. Well, that's actually good to know. The power of the propagandist is your ignorance. If you are ignorant, you empower him, and whatever he says, you accept it because you don't even know any better. And so, if that's happened to you before, don't knock on yourself too hard because it's happened to all of us. It just so happens that when I read there was a country, somehow I just knew something was wrong. I just knew. I was like, wait, this is not adding up. How come everybody hates you like this? And to be honest, this is for Nigerians to ensure that we actually know what happened and so that we can learn lessons. Because two things, if you sweep the past under the carpet, you learn nothing because you're not acknowledging what happened, which means that you are condemned to repeating the mistakes. Number two, you also don't address wrongs done, e.g., like we're talking about Asaba today, because you've swept it under the carpet. I think that for the most part, the Igbos might actually need these things more than all of us, to be honest, especially the younger ones.
Definitely.
Yeah. Try the younger ones. Yeah. And I hope they actually get it that this is not from, if I hated anybody, I'll be cursing you out like some people do. I'll be shouting and, say, nobody hates you. It's just that the history is terrible. And it's so terrible that what your fathers have done is to create a new reality and make you the center make you the main character in that story, and everything happened to you in that story. You are the supreme being in that story. You are the victim in that story. You are the hated in that story, and the story revolves only around you. Anything that brings another person into that story is to hurt you or to do you harm. But I hope you heal. And if anybody here, Achebe's books are products of propaganda. I said it. And by the way, it's not even there's nothing new in what I'm saying. It was literally a propagandist from Biafra. He worked what they call the Bureau of there's a word they used to call it then. Radio Biafra. Was it Radio Biafra? Essentially Bureau of Propaganda. Right? And he also believed in what Azikiwe said, that there's something special about the victims of Nigeria, just like Azikiwe. It's amazing that from generation to generation it's the same rhetoric, but I'm praying that with the younger ones that we have, even people like me, even if you are older, they'll actually take the time to research these things. What will happen to you is this: you'll be angry when you first discover these things, especially if you're Igbo. You hate me. Well, I told you these things. You hate the author of the real books, then you hate your own parents, your own people. But that's fine. It's part of the process. Eventually, you will heal once you find closure. In other words, I find it easy to read Achebe's books and trash it, but I will read it because it helps me understand his mindset. A lot of their books are here. Even if you notice today, by the way, today we didn't read any Yoruba book at all. No Yoruba author, just Oyinbo, Benin, Igbo. Igbo, that's American, 2 Americans. So you have to be open to be able to read those things. But even if you're not reading it, at least if you're listening to this, things, even if I come across as harsh sometimes, trust me, it's tough love. I don't hate anyone. Nobody hates anybody. But we also can't allow propaganda to continue. And I've said it several times. One of the number of things that got me, talking about these things, one of those things is the reparations that the Ohaneze Ndigbo asked for. Around about 25 years ago, they asked for 8.6 trillion naira from Nigeria. 2025, they asked for 10 trillion naira. For me, I think it's a very, very insulting thing. Which means that every new generation who is ignorant of what really happened can be blackmailed. So what's going to happen in my children's generation? I'm going to have for 15 or 20 trillion. If anybody should be paying reparations to anybody, it's the Igbos to Nigeria. Am I sorry that people died but can I apologize for it? Never. Why? Because I'm not responsible for it. The person who should be apologizing for it is the one you have made your Eze Gburu. The man Have you ever thought about it? I mean, we are done with today. You know, if you read, what's this man's name? Professor Wole Soyinka, The Open Soul of a Continent. He was talking about, Odumegwu Ojukwu. Open Soul of a Continent. How he was very close with the military, and he was against anything Yoruba. He told them to hang Abiola. He told IBB that what he was doing was right, cancelling and annulling the election. He was on their side for one reason and one reason only, in order to get back his father's property, and he succeeded. That man lost nothing. Not one of his family members died. Apart from his brother died, the one that fought in the war, his half brother. How they even became different colors, that's a totally different story. That's something to do with his mom, but it's not today's topic. His siblings, apart from the one that actually went to fight in the war, that's his half brother, nobody else died. His wife was good, his children were good, his parents were okay. He was all right. He now ran away. He still got pardoned in 82. Then started saying he wants to become senator. Listen to old tapes from Igbo leaders in the 1980s. The contempt that they had for Ojukwu. The contempt. Just I look at this one just sharing Guru. He came back. Like, listen to the elders. When he criticized the former governor of Imo State, what did he say to him? They told him to find his place. They knew exactly they knew what the story was about. They knew that he was a fulefu. They lambasted him. One day, maybe I'll play the recording here. It's the younger ones that think something of him. He got pardoned. He got his father's properties back. He lost nothing. And you celebrate him. It is me. I'm Nigerian. Nigeria lost soldiers. All the Eastern minorities whose people Ojukwu's army killed, or the folks in the Midwest, or the ones in North Central, in Okene and in Benue. Are we the ones that will not be apologizing for stuff? So Prof said I should tell you why the brothers have different colors. Away match. Kai. But that family, they try, the sister and the younger brother are one color. He is another color. So the mom played the away match. I don't want to say more than that. No, not that bad. His mother was not like that. It just so happened that buru. Anyway, the point is that if people are looking for apology, to be honest with all, for Asaba Massacre, Nigeria should apologize. For Biafra, I don't know how they're going to get Ojukwu to apologize, but it's gone. So, many of us just go like that. Someone said, no wonder he's behaving like Omale. You know, there's a book I brought out yesterday. I won't read it, shall. Under Three Masters, Jerome Udoji. I read part of it yesterday. He was talking about how Ojukwu's father was telling him how he should work with his son. He had been in the civil service for 20 years, since 1940s, before Ojukwu became governor in 66. No, I'm tempted. Let me resist temptation. But I love belief. It's a very good book. One of these days we'll have a session on these things. The important thing is that if you're an Igbo person, just ask God to clean your heart to yourself. Nobody hates you. That propaganda of people hate you started during the war. The propaganda that you are the victim of everybody started in the 1940s. The beautiful thing about Igbo is that you can at least date those things. So if you are, and by the way, most of you go to church. If you just use the Spirit, Holy Ghost to you, you can find a way to healing. But your healing is not based on anybody. So I was saying, I just remember, what made me start talking when I heard 10 trillion naira, that the president should pay Igbo people 10 trillion naira. If I let me read to you what they said. I don't finish it, but it's weekend. I can't believe I'm doing this. I was going to go before I now brought people up. Hey, Jesus, where you go? Who is there? One second, please. I need to get something out. You're going like this. I'll show something to you. I think you're going to like this. This was in December 1988, I guess. Yeah. Was it? No. This was Oputa panel. Sorry. No, it's Ohaneze Ndigbo, a call for reparation and restitution. They even made a book, page 64 to 65. Let me read to you what they wrote there. So I know that you better know this, so your children will not be blackmailed. Remedies sought by Ohaneze. Against the background of the alleged violation of their rights, Ohaneze sought the following remedies from the federal government of Nigeria. This book is called Witness to Justice, an insider's account of Nigeria's Truth Commission by Matthew Asankuka, that Bishop of Sokoto Diocese. Against the background of the alleged violation of their rights, Ohaneze sought the following remedies from the federal government of Nigeria. Compensation for, number one, compensation for the Igbos over the atrocities of the past. Number two, reverse discriminatory allocation of industries. FLA. Number three, give the East a steel rolling mill and petrochemical industry. Okay. Number four, give the East the second Niger bridge. We've done that one. Praise God. Number five, dredge the Niger, Imo, and Oguta lakes. Since you are having a unitary system, our governors are not. Number six, appoint 2 persons into the National Security Council. Number seven, appoint an Igbo man a divisional commander. Calculation of human losses during the Civil War. 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. That's the number from 1969. That's the number from 1969. If you were here earlier, you must have heard me like run through it. And if you were not here, maybe I'll do it in a minute. Thank you for the gift. Yes, there was a massacre in the north. But when the Eastern region reported the event in October of 66, they said it was between 7,000 and 8,000 people killed. Some people actually said 5,000. But the Eastern region created a magazine called the Pogrom and said between 7,000 and 8,000 people died. By January at Aburi, Ojukwu said the number was 10,000. It wasn't like new people died though. The same event. Ojukwu said it was 10,000. By May 30, 1967, Ojukwu said there were 30,000. By 1969, during Ahira Declaration, Ojukwu said 50,000. If you check the book by Chinua Achebe, there was a country, he said 30,000, going by the May 66 data. Frederick Forsyth in his book, The Biafra Story, also says 30,000. But Ohaneze Ndigbo says, no, let's not go with that 30,000, even though it's a lie. Let's go with the bigger lie. That's 69,000, that 50,000 of 1969. So they wrote here, number one, 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. It did not happen. The people die, yes. A person dying is one too many. And it is not good for people to die. But also not good to be playing irresponsible number games. Number two, 10,000 Igbos killed in other parts of Nigeria between 1967 and 1970. Number three, 30,000 Igbos maimed in the pogroms between 1967 and 1970. Number four, 50,000 severely raped women. Number five, 50,000 assaulted and maimed. I thought they were maimed already here. Okay. Number six, 600,000 killed during the war. Number eight, 500,000 women raped. Now intellectually permanently retarded. That's why I said those people that are coming to insult me, they are the descendants of the 2 million children who now intellectually permanently retarded. I didn't say it, Ohaneze said it. Number 10, 2 million Igbos who were psychologically traumatized. Number 11, 2 million refugees. Number 12, additional liabilities not based on human beings. Total financial claims based on the above, 8 trillion 680 billion 150 million naira. 8 trillion. Oh boy, how do I calculate this thing? 8 trillion 680 billion 150 million naira. That was what we were supposed to pay during the Oputa panel. I don't know the sleep they slept. Now I woke up in 2025 and said we should pay 10 trillion. Kobo to yo. You know what they call Kobo to yo? The US Kobo ain't coming from Nigeria to anybody. Finally, Ohanaeze presented a summary of his prayers covering some 10 pages. From all indications, the Ohanaeze Ndigbo petitions had sent out ripples across the nation, and understandably so. One would also imagine that the Igbos had been boiling for a fight and wanted to use the opportunity to draw public attention to their conditions and the failure of the Nigerian state to adequately address the issues of power sharing in Nigeria. Of course, by the time the Ndigbo finished the presentation of his petitions, the media spotlight had excited some people and angered others. Thus, when the commission ended the sittings in Enugu, general reactions were beginning to indicate that there will be a showdown in Abuja. The chairman had already drawn the attention of the members to the fact that some Northerners, especially of the military, now felt that there was the need to set the records distorted by Ohanaeze straight. These groups felt that Ohanaeze had manipulated history in the course of their presentation and also twisted many facts. The commission acceded to the request, and the stage was set for a new dimension in our work. In the North, let's talk about what happened in the North. I just want to read that. Some people had to stand up to say, we're going to set the twisted facts straight. Every generation, even if you break Nigeria, you still have the lies, but at least you'll be lying to yourself. But as long as we're alive, we'll be debunking the rubbish. 8.8 trillion, 680 billion, 150 million naira. Easy. Now they say it's 10 trillion naira. Who will pay that money? Who will pay the 10 trillion naira? The mother whose child was, I'm going to read that thing. It's Friday, Abby. I'll give, let us do take home, I beg. Let me read to you the people that are supposed to pay 10 trillion naira to the Igbos. By the way, if you're able here, again, like I said, the folks that died, I mean, you can't politicize it. You can't even act like it's okay. It's not okay. It was terrible. Of the death, it was needless. If you're looking for someone to blame, please read the book that Eno mentioned earlier, Ebi mentioned earlier. Please go on Telegram channel, Redomi Global. Look for Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. It was written by his own Attorney General. Please read that. It's not big. Read it. In that book, he talked about how those of them who were from rivers and those who were from the Cross River Akwa Ibom area that had houses, their houses were burnt down. He had houses, he's a lawyer, of course, Attorney General, had libraries burnt down in his house. Why? Because, I mean, it was not able. Is it the one that's going to pay? Let me read something to you from Cross River, so that you can see the people that are supposed to be paying reparations to the Southeast. If you are from the Southeast, God bless your land. In Keme, that's the nose, man. Dr. BJ Inkeme from Calabar, a retired senior medical officer in the employment of the former Eastern Nigerian government, who is well known to the other side, gave a resume of rebel atrocities in Southeastern states. Southeastern state is present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. All right? It was created in 1967. And this is what he said. It says here, it was clear to all right-thinking people. It was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria. I'm reading, by the way, I'm reading from Anthony Nauro's speech in 1968. He was now referring to, so this was happening at Addis Ababa, but it's referring to what happened at Kampala, where Dr. Inkeme spoke up. It was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria, but with states of their own in which they enjoyed the right of self-determination, which the Igbo National Caucus already wrote about in 1964 that they would never have. That they would never have their own state. These were their own words. It says that their desire for, what's that word? Their desire or something like that had been crushed. So forget about the fact that they will have any states. That's folks in he called them the Efiks and the BBOs and Rivers people. They crushed the desire for states. Whenever you hear somebody tell you that the minorities wanted to be part of it because there was something called Eastern Consultative Forum, tell them to shut up. There's not. Eastern Consultative Forum was a rubber stamp assembly. Read the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, and the book is called On a Darkling Plain. He mentioned how they did their thing there. And the one by Elechi Amadi, Sunset in Biafra. It was, by the way, even the Igbos were not the ones. even the Igbos were not the ones saying, come and do it for us. It was a group called Nnewi Clique. The more you read this thing as an Igbo person, the more you begin to feel like they're even taking you for granted. Igbo people did not even sanction everything they were going to do. It was in a week click. It's also in Nebo Grandma Douglas's book. They just say, oh, this is what we're going to do, and we'll go and do it. And you have also mentioned them. Everybody cannot be lying. Let's continue. Well, everybody could lie, but they didn't lie because the way they wrote those things and the fact that they wrote it in the presence of the people taking HLSC, like the main players, and nobody could controvert what they said, tells me they didn't lie. So he said it was clear to all right-thinking people that these people, the minorities, wanted to remain within the Federation of Nigeria, but with states of their own in which they enjoyed the right of self-determination. This did not suit the Igbos of the newly declared Republic of Biafra, and so they were determined either to force the 5 million non-Igbos into their republic or to exterminate them systematically. To this end, Igbo soldiers were quickly sent to all non-Igbo areas with instructions to keep down the people, detain or even kill all who dared raise a voice in protest against the idea of Biafra. The provincial 811, I'm almost done. The provincial secretary for Calabar, an Igbo man, called a mass meeting in June 1967. Calabar people, say you want a state of your own. Let me tell you that by the time the federal troops come here to enforce this mad idea, there will be no one left but grass and weeds. For we shall have flattened your land and killed all you Efiks. Those are people that come and pay you reparations. From then on, the non-Igbos of the eastern region were subjected to torture, detention, all forms of human indignities, and even killing. In Asang, a town in Enion division, where I come from, and which is just a mile from Okpo, my own village, all the inhabitants, numbering about 400, were carried away to an unknown destination. 2 women, one a relation of mine who had been bedridden for 2 years, were slaughtered in cold blood because the soldiers said it would be a burden to carry them along, and they were under instructions not to leave alive any person in the town. On the way out, a woman gave birth to a babe, Ade, and was groaning in her travail. The soldiers bundled her out of the canoe, which was taking them away, shot both mother and the innocent child, only a few minutes old. In Atanonoyo, another town in Enoyin division, the whole town was burnt down together with all the people the Igbo soldiers could lay hands on. An uncle of mine was killed together with his wife and 4 of 5 children. The only surviving child is a girl of 10 years, a right arm severed, who now lives to tell the tale of how they were all lined up by the riverbank and shot. Luckily for her, she did not die and is being cared for by me now. In Ikorekweyon, 3 miles from my hometown, the Igbo soldiers rang the church bell one Sunday afternoon and forced everybody in the village at gunpoint to assemble in the church building for a special prayer for the survival of the so-called Biafra. When all were assembled, the Igbo soldiers surrounded the church, set it on fire, burning down the villagers and shooting those who tried to escape. It is estimated that more than 300 men, women and children were massacred in and around that church that day. Are these the people that will now contribute money to pay reparations to the same people that did this to them? Are we joking? I'll tell you the book. I just need to mute one clown. The book is Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2 by A.H.M. Kurt Green. At Ikoroport, 2 wells were filled with the bodies of men, women, and children, all thrown in there by soldiers to die, by Igbo soldiers to die. In Idro, a village 4 miles from my village, the menfolk were forced to dig 3 large pits, each 7 feet deep. All the men and women were tied hand and foot and thrown into them. Children were dumped in with their parents. 5 men were left to cover each pit with earth. When this task was done, the men were themselves all shot dead and their bodies placed on the mounds. I saw these bodies and the mounds myself when I arrived there 3 days after the gruesome and inhuman incident. On the day federal troops landed in Calabar, that was 18th October 1967, there were 160 soldiers in the Calabar Army Barracks. They were all lined up, 169, they were all lined up and shot dead by Igbo soldiers. Those dead include Mr. Effiong Spats, ex-member for Calabar in the Nigerian Parliament, and Mr. Ekpeyong, a senior lecturer in Nsukka University, well known to Professor Njoku, who was there to represent the Igbo side. Even as I speak, these acts of genocide are still being carried on by the Igbos in minority areas still under their occupation. When they were being chased out of Port Harcourt, the so-called Biafran soldiers killed off almost all the rivers people they could lay hand on. In accordance with instruction from their high command, the killings continue now in the riverine areas not yet under federal control. Recently, 200 Ibibio men and women who had been under detention in Humaya were taken out to face a mob who brutally murdered them in cold blood outside the Progress Hotel. There are many other gruesome incidents of children and pregnant mothers killed in marketplaces by Igbo soldiers. You said that's so gruesome. It's terrible, but it gets worse. But I won't read it today. If you read Nebogram Douglas's Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion and Resource Set in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, you will see things. So here's the question. A lot of Nigeria's earnings come from crude oil, right? I wish I could read to you the stuff, but if you want to know what happened in rivers and all those places, please just go on the page, look for the Massacre of Eastern Minorities on Busuyori's YouTube channel. You'll find it there. Now, those Eastern minorities are some of the highest oil producing states in Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa. Those are the big four. So these reparations we're talking about that Igbos want to collect, is it from the people they killed like this? Those people died. By the way, this is not the worst though. This is terrible enough. It gets worse. Are these the people that will now contribute money to pay reparations to the Igbos? Are we joking in this country? And why wouldn't he say it? Because all of us don't know history now. All of us just we are the world, we are the children, we are good people, great nation. Okay. The other side know exactly what they're doing. Planned. It's just that their plans, no matter how many times they do it, it will always fail. Of God. It's demonic in nature. So it will fail. Toba kudie ko succeed. Mona share model follow or for long. O ma ba share won je. In other words, if it remains small, make that thing work, it no go work. If now thunder go strike, that go destroy that work, it go strike. Am I saying that an ethnic group in Nigeria, Igbos, are terrible human beings? Of course not. They're human beings. Am I saying everybody in Igbo land agrees to these things? Of course not. There are exceptions. Who don't talk, by the way? They're the most quiet human beings I've seen in my life. They don't talk. Their other members can be insulting everybody, curse you out. The wise ones don't talk. You know why? If it works out, they will benefit from it because they didn't condemn. If it didn't work out and you want to condemn them, you say, after all, you didn't hear me say it. So if you are wise, be like the few ones who are actually speaking up. Maybe you can rescue the next generation. But here is the point. That era of gaslighting and blackmailing Nigerians, it is gone. Somebody says, bro, that account number is for what? It's for people who want to support what we are doing. Are you one of those money in our water? Let me see your name. If you want to support this, that's what the account is for. So if you're money in our water, just pour the water there. God bless you, I should do so. I'm not going to talk about the other part today. On Monday, we're going to continue our series, Awolowo, Akintola, and the Battle for the West. We'll go into part 3. Somebody said earlier when I said that Awolowo was going to be assassinated, and one of the major people that were there was Mbanugo. Surprise, surprise. The same person who had the plan in 64 to dominate the entire country. Yeah. We'll talk about that some other time. It's in that same book that I'll read on Monday. I don't think I'm going to read that part because it will derail the conversation. But one of these days we'll talk about it. You stay long today. Now me say make I bring 1 or 2 people up. So I can't start to the talk. After one person talk, I can't respond. Can't carry book. Now I feel like I am that book, but I got to go. Thank you very much for a great run this week. We've had a great time here. We have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So someone says, I'm shivering and crying. It's a pity that those people went through. I can imagine. That's why I try not to read those things sometimes, but we have to read it. The day the Eastern minorities speak out, they've written books, but the day they say it, say that Kinekon is not able, you will be cursed. Let all of us just know our place right now. Everybody just know, say, people don't make mistakes, address the issue, stop acting like you are the sole victim or the perpetual eternal victim of every story. You are not. Acknowledge the wrongs that were done. Like today we said Nigeria messed up as far as Asaba Massacre was concerned, and the government should apologize if the people are the king Asagba of Asaba is talking about it. The government should also apologize. That's the not right thing to do. Don't go around blaming everybody for the mistakes that your fathers made. Everybody's fathers made mistakes. Even though Murtala Mohammed is not my father, but he was representing Nigeria now, so he's not even the founding father. He's on our 29 note, and we fly through his airport, the airport that bears his name. Anyway, may God bless Nigeria. I see a lot of responses on YouTube, but because of time, General Abisama published 81-page reply to Achebe's There Was a Country with photos, and it is free to download. But Ojukwu sons have tried to block the download links. Really? I didn't know. Sorry, guys. This is why I like coming here. Even me, I learn. I'm going to look for what she just wrote. If I find it, I'll let you know. So you two can download it. Let's try. Let's all do this exercise together. Do you know the title of the response? Fola essay. And if not, maybe you'll send it to me later. But I can only listen to Chino Achebe. Achebe just destroyed people's mindset. May God forgive him in wherever. I mean, does God forgive the dead? I don't even know again. My theology has to be. We are going to work on our theology very well. Some of them are trying to speak up, man like Ijele, Ikenga, and they call them Sabo. Oh, I think you can find it online. But this is not a PDF. This is in the Nation newspaper. Lies Achebe told about the Civil War by General Abisama. I'll read it later. I think it's going to be interesting. So I'm telling you now, you can find it online. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to check it out once we're done. I think it's going to be a good read. But if I find that book, I'll put it on the Telegram channel if I find it. What I'm seeing here is like a you can find that one on the Nation newspaper. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Someone says Ojuku's mother didn't go after cheap men. She went after heavy hitters. Even Azikiwe was a customer. Ojuku's mother was a madam who even had her own hotel later. Jesus. Jesus. It is well. Let's play the anthem and go home. We're going to play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Lola, I mean, I know exactly. I mean, all I need to do is to show you the pictures of his older sister and his younger sister, and then show you his own picture. You know that something is off. It's not that difficult. You can tell that there's something going on here, but we'll just leave it for today. If you want to request anything, please send me a message on TikTok. I really have to go now, please. Just send a message on TikTok at Busui Oris. Thank you very much. Please try and understand it's 8:25. Far. As go to Lati Ileya Odumole. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Into the night, you will have more views. Most people are available. If you want me to do that, then that means I can't be starting at 1 p.m. I'll probably start maybe 3 or 4. If we can talk about that on Monday. You know, if I start late, but I can't stay from 1 till. I mean, I would love to be here even at 9 p.m. So maybe we'll start. I don't know. We could push it maybe by 3 o'clock start, and then we'll push it till. So I say, yeah, start by 5 p.m. That means I'll not be welcoming my children when they come back from school. I'll not be able to, I'm a family man, no. I have to be able to play with my family. 5 p.m. will be too late. So maybe 3, I don't know, 3 to 5, 3 to... we'll find a way. We'll talk about that on Monday. Weekend, no, I can't do... Weekend. I used to do weekend before. I'm working on something soon, so it depends on what happens. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. People are already talking about it, though. People are at work at 1 p.m. Okay, is that what you want us to talk about? Jesus, I have to go. Please start around 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Folks on YouTube, is that okay? Wow, quite interesting, isn't it? Let's start by 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. Sorry, let's vote. I can't believe I'm doing this. We have strength. That Saturday, that thing, I'm not sure about Saturday. Just leave those two days weekend. Just leave them alone for now, please. You know, I spend more hours editing than actually sitting in front of you. That's the funny thing. So let's also include weekend. We'll think about that later. We'll do one by one. You said we should change it to evening because of time. So what time is good? 4? Most of your viewers are diasporans. You have a point there. So 4 p.m. Okay, so you guys are saying 4 or 5 p.m. So let's do it this way. Please write in the comment section, YouTube and TikTok especially. 4 or 5. Please just write one. This is going to be interesting. It will not be 6 hours though. 4, okay. Somebody says 3 p.m. is good, honestly. Okay, let's do like this. So I'm sorry, let's scratch that because I'm seeing different numbers, even the one we're not talking. Okay. If it's 3, say yes. If you like 3 p.m., say yes. If not, say no. You just do yes and no. This will help me. The news review, that news review is part of the session, no? But okay, so 3 p.m. No, Tipoju. Okay. I'm in Nigeria, by the way. How about 4 p.m.? Let's see how many yeses we get for 4. Or just write 4. If you like 4, just write 4. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot of yeses for 4. How do they do this thing? You know, wait. Let's use technology. Part of your man shaking it. Hello, Mohini. Only your man say pose, right? I think I've done it here before. Let me do a poll. Let me see if I can quickly get it done. Let's do a poll, right? I just need to find. Okay, I found it. Okay, quick poll. This is quite interesting, though. I didn't know we're going to be doing this today. I can poll start when I didn't even put any parameters. Europol ni. Okay, we're not going to do quick poll. I'm just going to do. Please stay with me. I appreciate what you're saying, and I think. Deal. I know what I'm saying. I'm just joking about it. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Okay, custom. Good. So, I'm going to put it up in a second. Just hold on, please. Let's just 2 minutes. When do you prefer to see me live? Tomorrow night. Wow. Please, how do you change it? Does anybody know how to do this thing? I want us to do it together. Say, consider the audience. It will be more Astro face style. I'm almost there, please. Tí o bá ti ṣe a máa lo the normal one because kò yé mi wọ́n báyìí sí ọlọ́run jẹ́ kékeré ní dàrú mọ́ wa lójú. So I see this thing, right? But it has certain kinetic síbẹ̀ already. When do you you know what? Let's do like this, so I won't waste time. Let's do like this. The one I want to start, it says, when do you prefer to see me live? A, B, C. We're going to just change what it means because I don't know how to change this thing because of time and I don't want to waste your time. So let's do like this. A is 3 p.m., B is 4 p.m., C is 5 p.m. US audiences are usually 5 to 6 hours behind. So A is 3 p.m., B is 4 p.m., C is 5 p.m. So just choose A, B, or C. Forget about what they're saying. Just choose A, B, or C. Okay? I'm starting it now. Can you see it? It's up there. Just click on it. Just choose A. No. Don't type it. Click on that blue envelope. OMB. Just up here. Can you see it? There's an envelope there. Just click on it. You see A, B, C. A is 3 p.m., B is 4 p.m., C is 5 p.m. Whatever you choose, I'll work with. You don't have to type it. Just click. It's easier that way. A is 8.3. Okay. Five p.m. on your like, Shao. People really like this 5 p.m. Okay. So if you have not voted, please vote. We have only 25 votes, so we are 107 here. 26 now. So A is 3 p.m., B is 4 p.m., C is 5 p.m. Interesting exercise. God, I'm dying. Don't die in silence, so. How come every time you come here, you're always dying in silence? May you not die, oh. Mama, don't call bad thing to yourself now. How is it possible that every single time you type here, you always say you are dying in silence? Don't you think that is ridiculous? May God... It is well. Oh, my YouTube people are not voting. Sorry. How did they do this YouTube thing? Let me see if I can do the same on YouTube, by the way. Oh, YouTube, I'm sorry, oh. You could back oh. Let's see if it's possible to do the same on YouTube. Or you know what, YouTube, just take A, B, or C. So that Kima Dain Lagara. Just take A, B, or C. So here, I won't tell you, let me not tell you the results yet. INEC. We have a new INEC chair. and he's a very learning kind of person. Kosipo on YouTube, just take A 3 p.m., B 4 p.m., C 5 p.m. on YouTube, and then kind of add it to this. All right, so here's what we have. Here's our result. 3 p.m. is 12.9%. There are 31 votes, by the way. 31 people voted. Those of you that did not vote, is this how you used to do during election? You say go and vote, you not vote, you not be angry when people don't vote the way you like. Okay, 2 people have voted on YouTube and they both say C, 5 p.m. So here on TikTok, 29% want 3 p.m. 12.9% I meant to say. 12.9% want 3 p.m. 38.71% want 4 p.m. 48.39% want 5 p.m. 5 p.m. I'm saying to myself, 5 p.m. Okay, this is what we're going to do. If it's starting 5 p.m., it will not go more than 4 hours. Okay, so maybe just 1 hour to news and then we'll go straight to it. Music, no music. Right? So if it's 5 p.m., that means 3 to 4 hours. Because family. You don't mind. Which is, I mean, Shoki Lobby Ogigana. Somebody says, help me make a decision. Audi or BMW? Send the money to me, then I'll tell you which one to buy. Somebody say, make we do 4, I beg. I said you should vote. I hope, did you vote? Did you vote? We will not have enough time to enjoy the program. Hey, did you vote? Did you choose your 4 p.m.? Should we go with what the poll? I mean, you voted. Oh, okay. Those of you living abroad too, don't be selfish. Oh. My moderator arrived. Gege, welcome. Short programs are better. So let's do. Most of people want 5 p.m. to be honest. Most people want 5 p.m. So we'll do 5 to 8. Okay, this is another option I can give before I go. You can have 5 to 8 or you can have 4 to 8, but you can't go beyond 8. But there won't be music. So we have one more option. It can't be 9. I can't say it's 9. No. That's not fair on. So we have 2 options: 4 to 8 or 5 to 8. Should we vote again? I can't believe we're doing this. Somebody says 5 to 8 is fine. Okay. How can a city president appoint his own electoral person? Go to court. 4 to 8. Okay, let's do another vote, another round, because it's easier that way. We can't go beyond what I'm doing right now. I can't do it. I would not want to. Okay, I might from time to time, but it's important to actually have bedeke. By the way, if you see me code mixing, is all your friend. I apologize if you don't understand Yoruba, but don't worry, you learn. You gonna learn. So there's a new poll now. A is 4 to 8, B is 5 to 8. Don't choose C. Check what we see. A is 4 to 8 p.m. B is 5 to 8 p.m. Please don't choose C. Just choose A or B. You can click on it now. So A is 4 to 8 p.m. B is, don't Emma, you don't have to tell. Just once you click on that thing, and just pick one. People don't even want this B at all. 4 to 8, 5 to 8. And then if we spill over, but I don't want to spill over after 9. If I spill over like 10, 15, 20 minutes after, it is fine. But 9 I'm at the. But we'll try and stick to it to 8. The overwhelming majority wants A actually on YouTube. We'll start including. I don't know if there's. Elolese. Kemcake says Facebook are minorities. Oh my show. Don't worry, I'll begin to focus on Facebook too. Just that I'm using. Oh, contrary to Kemcake. All right. So 3, 2, 1. Vote has ended. 4 to 8, 82.14%. 5 to 8, 14.29%. Somebody still voted C. INEC must be doing a lot of work. Anyway, so from Monday, we'll do 4 to 8. Okay? We'll do 4 to 8, and I think it's going to be good. By the way, the person who brought up this idea, now that Alchemy brought up the idea, really? Oh, thank you, Alchemy. Emil Olong. Oh, thank you, Alchemy. Emil Olong. The history was talking to you too. You see? And here we are. Thank you very much. I really like it. I raised that idea to you some time back. Carrie's event. Oh, really? All of you, I really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. All at the Alchemy and Carrie's event and Sanjay. Who's whereabouts, I don't know now. But thank you. Right, I really appreciate it. So the cool thing about it also is that we'll now be able to have the time for editing. It will be easier for me, and I'll also be able to read a bit more in the daytime. And if I want to read after the live session, like I usually do sometimes, I will also get to do so. So thank you. I really appreciate you're bringing up that idea. Let's thank everyone who has tapped. If you were back to the vote, I think we should be having quiz sometime. We should be having quizzes, like we have a quiz competition. I think I did it here last year. We should have something like that now. We'll just say, okay, we got to call out Joy. Down. And to buy I'm I think we'll do that. Maybe one of these days we could just choose one weekend, from time to time, and then we'll see. But I like what we did with the poll. I think it will also be good to have that community kind of thing. I just wonder what's now going to happen to my YouTube people. We'll do YouTube poll separately at some point. We can even have sponsors for the quiz. Yes, I'm thinking of something like that. Because we did one in December, but it was mostly about Yoruba history and things like that. But I think that there's a lot that we need to learn. So yeah, from time to time, I think we should be having, quizzes, and we can also put it on social media, and who knows, something might come out of that. There's a lot to learn, isn't it? There's a lot to learn. And please, as we learn these things, let's also apply it. Like the things we learned today. Forgive people. Even if you remember what they did to you, forgive. So that you can be like the folks from South. They know what happened though. But they cry because they don't find healing. Find healing for yourself too. We will buy book from Redomi Bookshop. Oh, that's true. That could also be gift. So there, Redomi Bookshop, we could buy books from Redomi Bookshop. We could also give people cash. And I lost a friend early this year. I mean, not around in the first quarter of the year. Around April. No. Yeah, around April, May, thereabout. Wow. She was always passionate about things like this. But any coup. So yeah, we're going to start, having quizzes before the end of this month, we'll find a way before the end of this month, and then we're going to make it regular, and we'll see how we can, broadcast it. Okay. God is good. God is good. Thank you very much. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. Ife time. Interesting. 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll be here on Monday, and we'll have the news for 1 hour, max 1.5 hours, and then we get into the conversation maybe for about 2 hours. Then we get responses, 30 minutes, and that will be good. 4 hours. That works. Which means that you remember how always. Oh, you remember the person I'm talking about? No, that's Yemi. Last year, December, my wife, Yemi, and myself, we did this thing where I think we talked about it on YouTube. We can give people money here. May God rest our soul and take care of our family. And in court of Silo Nibaje like Barolong. Ata mi no kota ohun tó wà lọ́wọ́ Nibaje ayé wa ọ̀nà wa iṣẹ́ wa ṣe wa kò sí ọkọ̀ tó máa bàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo bí ta ní èrò pé nǹkan gidi nǹkan rere máa ti wá nǹkan rere máa bẹ̀ láti bẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ní bàjẹ́. For those who are going through tough times, maybe because of pain, someone has hurt you in the past. We talked about Asaba Massacre. Someone may have done things to you that's to you is just as serious as that. May God heal you. May He expose you to the right environment that causes healing to actually take place in your heart. And may you do well. And may everything you're trusting God for may come to pass. And if you have issues with people, please just find it in your heart. It's not always easy, but when you forgive people, you're actually doing yourself a favor, right? You are taking the power back, and you're also allowing yourself to be free. So it may be difficult. I don't believe in forgetting, in the sense that if you are healed and you need to forget it, you will forget it. If you're still trying to forget it, it means that you are not totally healed. So, or that's not how you heal. So remember, so that you don't get into the ditch next time, but forgive so that you can be healed. Forgiving somebody is actually something for you first before that person. So if people have hurt you, even if I've said something that you don't like and you're angry with me, and you have cursed me out in the comment section, just forgive. Not because of me, but because of you. But generally speaking, on a serious note, let's find our hearts to forgive those who have wronged us, and may God forgive us too of our sins. Amen. I'm going to play the anthem now. I want to thank everybody who has liked, tapped, shared, written, commented, voted, every single thing you've done. Thank you for your support. Those who have given gifts, thank you. Every single gift, from the hearts to the cap to the roses and universe. I saw a universe. No, not universal. I saw a galaxy earlier. I'll get universe soon. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for all the gifts. And those who also use the bank details, I can't tell now, but I'm sure some people do. Thank you. May God bless you and increase you on all sides. Someone says that's an emotional state that produces a physical reaction. Has it happened to anybody? Emotional state that produces a physical reaction. Has it happened to anybody else? Maybe just me. Have you ever been angry to a point where you start noticing that your mouth, something tastes bitter, like you feel? It happened to you, Abi? It's a natural reaction to an emotional, natural reaction to an emotional state. So those things. Thank you for 200k likes, by the way. Thank you very, very much. First, Sean, thank you. And thank you as well, Empress. So the point is that you can have a physical reaction or a physical stuff that happens just because of an emotional state. You can love it. You can forgive a person and never have to deal with them. From afar, just be loving them. God bless you. I have no ill will towards you. I'm good, but I don't want you in my space. Doesn't mean that you have not forgiven them. Anyway, before we continue our church service, someone says, even if they curse you, it counts for nothing, in as much as you are standing on the truth. Hallelujah. In the healing process, there's this thing in school. The question is, what do we teach? I mean, you also have to be careful of what to expose the kids to at different, stages. Thank you for being here. We're gonna have the anthem now. For our folks on YouTube, we're gonna let you go now because of the copyright stuff. But thank you very much for being here. So Monday, 4 p.m. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put out this schedule right on Sunday for Monday. So and about video or TikTok, you will see that the schedule is now 4 p.m. And please let's tell everybody, in case you have those you know that we always chat here together, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So it's not 1 anymore, it's now 4. 4 more years, President Tinubu. 4 years, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Please join us on Monday. We're going to get into that stuff and we're going to have a great time together. Thank you very much for the new time that you guys brought up. I really appreciate it. And I think it's going to help us with our conversations as well. If we need to miss any days because of some family stuff, I'll let you know, because it's possible, but I'll let you know. But I think we can do 4 to 8 and we'll do it well by the grace of God. And when the time for the quiz comes up, please support it. We're going to talk about it very soon. I'm going to create some things and then we'll start with simple mystery and then we'll go deeper, right? Okay. So support it, and it might also help us to get into some spaces that we want to get to. Thank you very much for being here. Do have a lovely, lovely evening. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God cause His face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May God bless Yoruba land. God bless Nigeria. God bless every part of Nigeria. And may our dreams come true for this nation, Yoruba nation, and for the country called Nigeria. Thank you very much. Do have a lovely weekend on YouTube. See you on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. But we are starting together at once because there's no music like that. So even if we have music, maybe like 5 minutes just for us to connect everything, but we're starting together. So we'll go music 1 hour. By the way, I do that thing because I'm always editing the video. So, and also people like the music, but we would have finished editing everything we want to edit by then. All right. So see you at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time on Monday. Have a lovely, lovely weekend on YouTube. Let me try and get our folks away here from. So YouTube, good night. God bless you. See you on Monday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Have a lovely evening and a lovely weekend. And please check out the YouTube channel, subscribe, like, share the videos, gift, do whatever you want to do. Learn. God bless you.